I'm saying it. America deserved 9/11. What a fucking liar, dude. Liar, dude. What a fucking weaselly little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Literally lying. What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking weaselly liar, dude. What a fucking... Holy fucking... What the fuck?
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is Awesome. Our broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Wednesday. It's hump day. It is Wednesday, August 28th, 2024. Summer is almost done, which is kind of crazy to think about because it kind of came and it passed very quickly. It was Slutty Boy Summer, as you guys know, and I've been participating with that. I've been participating on the Slut Boy Summer attitude, bringing the Slut Boy Summer attitude to the fucking party every goddamn day, as you guys know. But folks, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. And let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, let me tell you what has happened. Last night, a lot of people exited the broadcast when I started playing video games because they have absolutely zero interest in video games at all. So they just kind of bail. They kind of leave immediately, right? As soon as I start playing video games, but it's their fucking mistake. Let me tell you why. Nah, don't do the no spoiler shit. I don't really give a fuck, okay? Y'all liars, bro. You just don't want to watch me game, and it's fine. You don't want to watch me thrive. But what you're missing out on is some of the most incredible Gamba upsets of all time. Let me tell you something, okay? There were like 4 bosses that I one-tapped in a row that literally caused a dramatic restructuring in the way that points are allocated on this broadcast last night. Like, I'm talking, there was one where it was like 55 million to like 11 million, like 55 million points on the doubter side, 11 million on the believer side. And I just fucking kept clapping, dude. I'm up 400K is crazy. Yeah. Not because of video games, but because this video game was made by fucking assholes. Sad to see you not giving a shit about it. I don't care. I literally don't care. I'm a feminist. My religion forbids me from watching WUKONG. I've never even investigated like what the WUKONG developers said about women, but it's ironic because like the fucking WUKONG story is like there's an entire space where like, you know, women have a no men zone and shit. Like the story itself is not exactly anti-feminist. Like, did they actually say something or something, like, or did this like completely get out of hand, lost in the translation type shit? You know what I mean? Anyway, I don't really care. Even if they were like no women allowed, like no women are allowed to play my game, I would still play it. Like because well, 1, I'm not a woman, and 2, I'm a misogynist, and 3, the game is good. Like, I don't care. And like a lot of you, dude, come on, let's be real. There is like, I mean, people are saying it's malicious, are literally buying into Gamergate bullshit For your information. What do you mean it's malicious? What's malicious? No, dog, we left because great stage heaven equals Sun Wukong is a fraud and loses to the real goat. Yeah, we're gonna talk about we're gonna talk about Muhammad. Okay, like don't worry, I'll get there in a second. Chat literally plays games with even worse developers. They just don't know. Ridiculous. Yeah. So game of the year contender. I don't know if it's a game of the year contender, but I will say it is it is the most dialed in 8.9 out of 10 game I've played so far. Does that make sense? Like, it is so perfect. Like, I don't know if it's game of the year, right? But it is so perfect. Like, it's phenomenal. It's fun. It's constant cinema. It's constant kino. It's constant fucking combat. Great boss battles. One thing I will say, this is a criticism that I've seen from a lot of people saying like, oh, it's the Spam X simulator. I would say that the combat mechanics are nowhere near as expansive as From Software games are in terms of like all of the million different things you can do. Like From Software games are basically like, if it's a little shallow in comparison to like the complicated mechanics that you can get out of From Software games, but like it is I would say that is better than God of War. I like it more than God of War. I think God of War focuses too much on like watching God of War feels too much like a AAA Marvel title. Playing Wukong is like watching RRR. Does that make sense? Like it's got God of War has the feeling of a very well put together Marvel AAA title, right? Not like one of the shitty ones, like a good one, right? Wukong, on the other hand, is like watching RRR, where it's like it's the fighting is like insane. It's very anime, and it's got like a feeling of passion that I think is missing from a lot of Western productions in that in that similar vein. Yeah, it's just indulgent fun. Yes, better than God of War. You're smoking crack, dog. No, I like it more than God of War. I will say that. And it could be because I don't know. God of War fighting comes across as a little repetitive, whereas Wukong it hasn't made me feel that way yet. Wait, I'm talking about Ragnarok for the record. I'm not talking about the 2018 version of God of War. I was talking about Ragnarok for the most part. The one that I didn't finish. What about the story? I like the story. I think I would say Shadow of Erdtree clears Wukong. I mean, I think like Elden Ring is still better, and Shadow of Erdtree is still better than Wukong overall. There is no, but I'm a dick rider. Like you will never get me to, like I will always tell you, fucking From Software games are just peak. Like replaying Elden Ring has made me recognize that it is just like the best game. Like I think Elden Ring, the base game, might be the best game ever made. The most complete game. It's peak. An absolute fucking masterpiece. You don't say thank you for subs? Brother, I have like 70,000 subs. If I said thank you to each individual subscriber that's subscribing right now or resubscribing, I would have to be saying thank you the entire stream. That would be a thank you stream. I do thank the gifted subs, or try to, but I'm trying to be as entertaining as possible for you guys. It's a balance that I have to make. Although I am very grateful for those of you who do subscribe, of course. But yeah. Anyway, it was great. It's a great game. I'm really, really, really enjoying it. So I'll tell you that much. Okay. I'm really fucking enjoying it. I'm enjoying it a lot. Probably because I'm really enjoying it, possibly because I'm a hater of women, all things women. So is every new game these days a Demon Souls reskin? I don't know about that, but I wouldn't hate it until they like farm it too hard and it gets fucking annoying. There's a lot of copycats out there. The industry does have a tendency to fall into metas, and right now the meta is absolutely From Software style games. Anyway, so have you played Sekiro, or will you play it? Yes. I still maintain the position that Sekiro is the hardest From Software game due to a couple different mechanics that you can utilize in other From Software games, whereas in Sekiro you cannot. And I think that other speedrunners also agree with me on this as well. I love Sekiro. It's incredible. It is a different From Software games, more of a rhythm game than it is a other speedrunners. Sorry, I meant like speedrunners I've talked to. I don't know what guys. ESL, give me a break. ESL, you know I'm not a fucking speedrunner. Sometimes I say things wrong. Okay, it's okay. It's gonna be all right. Anyway, but yeah, other than that, after Wukong ended the broadcast, hung out with the fam, and we're about to finish the Wyatt Earp documentary on Netflix. Woke up in the morning early, went to work out, you know, got the chest pumping, got to work out and get the chest pumping, and we're here. There's not much going on other than that. Velve should sponsor us on to play Deadlock. He got them a lot of viewers with Valorant. Yeah, true. Yeah, I got Velve a lot of viewers with Valorante. Brother, you are perfectly fluent. I don't think claiming ESL is the strongest defense you can use. Yeah, I am perfectly fluent, but English is still my second language. And having said that, I do sometimes have issues, you know, with certain words. Like, that doesn't change the reality, you know? That's so funny because that's so funny to be like, yeah, dude, sorry, doesn't count. You know what I mean? Do Turkish speakers say you have an American accent when you speak Turkish? No, but I will say my Turkish has gotten significantly worse over the years. Like, because the more, like, the less I speak Turkish, the worse it's gotten for sure. Like, it takes a while for me to, sometimes if I want to talk about something complex, specifically politics in Turkish with my dad, I have a hard time. I recognize that, and it frustrates me a little bit. You have to remember though, for the first 18 years of my life, I grew up in Turkey, lived in Turkey, spoke Turkish exclusively almost. And now, as I'm nearing the halfway point of my life of the second 18 years, it is getting harder and harder. I think I am somewhat forgetting Turkish a little bit, which is not good. I still don't think I have an accent, but some words I sometimes will like literally try to add English words if I cannot remember the Turkish word. Whereas the irony is you are on Australian TV again. I'm on Australian TV again. Where? Oh, this is the last part of this news package, political influencers. Okay, we'll talk about that. That's how I feel when I talk on politics with my dad too, but we're both native English speakers. I'm dumb. No, I'm saying halfway point is in like first 18 years. Once I get to 36, I will have officially lived in America for longer than I've lived in Turkey. Does that make sense? Like, first 18 years of my life, I grew up and lived and spoke Turkish, lived in Turkey, spoke Turkish. And once I get to 36 in 3 years, I will officially have lived the same amount of time in the United States of America as I have in Turkey. You know, the boys already spoke about it. It's like a 3-second clip. Okay, whatever. Yeah, I will become fully Americanized at that point. But yeah, that's it. Do you think completely in English? Depends. If I'm in Turkey, I speak Turkish for an extended period of time. I'm gonna be thinking in Turkish. When when I'm in America, I think in English. Let me tell you how American I feel, as a matter of fact. Last night, I was dreaming that I was playing football. That's how fucking American. I've never played football in my life. And it made me feel like, it made me feel more American than ever. Really odd question. Do you ever dream in Turkish? When I'm in Turkey, it does. Yeah. All right. Anyway, what position? Wide receiver, which is weird because like I think I'm too big, right? And not fast enough. Nowhere near explosive enough to play wide receiver, but like I got a tight end build. Or at least that's what people tell me. I don't really know enough about football to understand that, but yeah, that's it. That's all we got for today. Let's blast off. Themaces has a playlist for us. Thank you, Themaces, for the fat playlist. Okay. We're going to be talking about how the Israeli occupying forces has launched largest raid on West Bank. So easy to clippy. HasanAbi out of context for funsies. Oh, thank you. Peace. All right. Do you warn your family when you scream on stream? Sharing a house with a wife who has a real job as a Twitch streamer is so stupid, man. I feel like a toddler. What is this? Okay, about the scream max volume one time. I'm sorry, but just a heads up. Then I'm dumb. Got paid for it. Confirm that it's okay, please. Yes, okay. It's funny. Trump is retruthing like blowjob jokes about Kamala Harris and Hillary Clinton, you know, living La Vida Loca, being the fucking best he's been. IOF launches largest raid on West Bank. Hillary got COVID. Dang, that's crazy. Did you see the sanctions the USA put in place on Israel NGOs and made it Israel's Twitter lose their fucking shit? They're saying this is the start of the end for Israel, Lamau. Yeah, I have seen that. US places sanctions on settlers. Breaking: Supreme Court rebuffs Biden administration plea to restore multi-billion-dollar student debt plan, or student loan, student debt amnesty plan. The Israeli foreign minister is advocating for evacuation orders in the West Bank similar to those used in Gaza. Yeah, they're going fucking crazy. Sorry to punish with multiple chats, but is there a better way to reach out about press? I have a press badge for TwitchCon. Is there any way I can set up a quick interview with you when you're there? Brother, what a question. Like, you're asking me right now on Twitch? You just go through Twitch, man. You got a press badge. What the fuck? That's craziness. Anyway, all right. U.S. places sanctions on settlers. Yes, I have the Ken Klippenstein diplomatic cable leak. Okay, calm down. Hold on. What else was I gonna say? Oh, Trump re-indicted. More. Felix in the building. Wukong later. Get in now. Kamala Harris border wall. Yeah, we'll talk about. I mean, I talked about that extensively yesterday, but we'll probably talk about it again. Yeah, there's a Rolling Stone article about me as well. Top Boss talked to the firefighter union. We'll talk about that as well. What is the coverage in the U.S. about Macron coup arrest at Telegram CEO? Macron coup, I haven't seen a lot of news coverage on. Telegram CEO, I've seen some news coverage on. You don't understand. I don't think like the American media cares when it's like a neoliberal coup. You know what I mean? A neoliberal coup utilizing like lawfare or blowjob insults. What do we expect from a changing room rapist? That's such a, like, I know what you're saying, but that's like probably the funniest way to respond to Donald Trump, like to refer to Donald Trump. Like, just say rapist. You didn't have to specify that he's like, you make it seem like he only does it there. You know what I mean? Trump says Kamala's social media engagement is fake. Yeah, I know. Why is there so much happening? I've seen reporting on it, but it's like French government negotiations failed. Yeah. AMLO shut off the embassies. I saw that. AMLO's having a fucking bit of a moment here in Mexico as well, where he's like, yeah, we want to make sure that like every fucking Supreme Court and every judge can be like, you know, democratically chosen. All you need is a law degree. And America was like, you can't do that. You can't fucking do that. What the hell? It's insane that we used to be stuck with Biden. It's insane how right I was and how wrong everyone was and how I'm still right, but we've seemingly forgotten. Okay? That's what's insane about it. It's also insane that they are not like riding the popular momentum that they literally are experiencing currently. And it's wild to me. It is wild to me, genuinely wild to me, that they are not like, they're like, no, we got too much enthusiasm. We're good. Okay? Let's just cut across it. Let's just cut across that enthusiasm as best as possible. What's important is that we give Hasan credit. No, honestly, what's important? I don't give a fuck, dude. You think I have any fucking ambition to be recognized by the Democratic Party? Fuck no. I just want him to do the right things. Okay? It's the same principle behind like whenever you guys come in here and you're like, yo, did you hear this quote? It's almost identical to like a HasanAbi quote, a HasanAbi statement. And I always say like, yeah, that's why I say these things. Okay? I say these things so that people repeat them. They don't have to give me credit or anything like that. I don't necessarily care. I just want good things to happen and I want bad things to not happen. I'm a very simple guy. T Guy Tom, thank you for the 5 tier and give the subs. So like, that's basically it for me. Okay? I don't give a shit. You could literally, the Democratic Party could be incredibly antagonistic to me all day, every day. But as long as they're doing the right things, as long as they are doing things that I would like for them to do, then I'm happy. Okay? All right. The only reason why I bring up how right I was and how wrong other people were is because a lot of people try to fucking come in here and check me. And a lot of people try to come in here and act like I'm not, you know, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Anyway, there's a new Rolling Stones article. Even Hassan Piker was surprised he got the stream from the DNC. The leftist Twitch star got access typically reserved for mainstream media and ruffled feathers by spotlighting the Palestinian cause. This is by Miles Klee at the Rolling Stone. Hassan Piker, just named one of Rolling Stone's 25 most influential creators of 2024, was among the wave of influence to cover the DNC this month alongside mainstream broadcasters. Known for his socialist perspectives and sharp critiques of American foreign policy, born to Turkish parents in New Jersey, the popular Twitch streamer was raised in Istanbul and returned to U.S. for college. Piker was not exactly a safe pick for top-level media credentials, as he is the first to acknowledge. I was not even expecting the accommodations that I got, he tells Rolling Stone, but that didn't mean I was going to change my commentary. Like his creator peers, the 33-year-old Piker brought a large younger audience with him to the convention, 2.7 million followers to be exact, adding to the sense of momentum and excitement that the party has felt since Vice President Kamala Harris ascended to the top of the ticket and chose Minnesota Governor Tim Walz as her running mate. That the Democrats would solicit internet personalities to help amplify their message as the party gathered to officially launch their nominee is basically without precedent. It's more surprising still that the Harris camp wanted Piker, who has not been shy about criticizing the Biden admin from a leftist perspective in his daily political commentary, to join a Creators for Kamala team. But as Piker himself points out, the Trump team is also doing digital outreach with the help of other streaming stars. The campaign seemed locked in a fierce competition to tap a pool of voters whose worldview is shaped less by cable news than their favorite social media channels. I think the Trump team is doing, I hate to admit this, a pretty solid job at it. One that I was originally critical of, but one that I've started recognizing as a serious threat, Piker says. Here, Piker tells Rolling Stone about having a vast new platform to talk about the presidential election, what he wanted to accomplish, in contrast to the traditional journalists at the event, efforts to put a Palestinian American on the stage, and his theory of why he was abruptly ousted from his balcony space while on camera as the DNC drew to a close. Interview has been edited for length and clarity. I really appreciate you taking the time out to do a little debrief on the DNC craziness. It was a very interesting experience overall. I didn't have my Hunter S. Thompson moment, but you know, it's probably because I don't really do drugs anymore or anything fun for that matter. No partying for me. It was a really huge moment for creators at this convention. I was wondering what your ambitions were and how you felt, how you feel it went. Overall, there is a much larger, I would say, consequential partnership amongst political operatives and influencers nowadays. And there's plenty of willing and able content creators who are interested to participate in the process. For me, in particular, the DNC is something that I have followed closely from afar. I was just excited at the prospect of being able to get inside. And I mean, nothing really fundamentally changed about my commentary, and nothing really fundamentally changed about my opinion either. Maybe with some negative opinions. It's something I talked to other journalists about as well. When it was in the middle of everything happening, I've never felt so out of touch with the real world. I've never really thought I would get this level of access that I got. It was definitely shocking because of how critical I've very famously been of the Democratic Party. Obviously, it's not a secret that I despise Donald Trump. I hate Donald Trump. I don't want him to be president, but it's not like I hold back from calling out the Democrats when they do things that I find disagreeable, right? It was unprecedented for influencers in general, but it was certainly unprecedented for an influencer of my ideological background. They invited you because they thought you'd get stars in your eyes and say nice things. No, I think they invited me because they know I'm anti-Trump. I think that's it. Like, I don't think there was like a expert, like I am, whether we recognize it or not, currently, I would say the largest leftist, progressive political commentator in the country. You know, it's true. Like, outside of mainstream media, in independent media, I am the largest. You're anti-Trump. You've helped with get out the vote efforts that favor Democrats in the past. They gave AOC a speaking slot on stage. Is the same wing you're in, basically. Yeah. So you don't need to hosmos something you're actively working in support of, chat. Yeah. It's not a flex. It's just the truth, right? Do you think bringing your perspective into this space is something that you can do differently than mainstream journalists who have always had access to the event? Absolutely. First and foremost, I'm 33 years old, which is definitely a little bit younger than the average commentator that is doing what I'm doing on mainstream media. I don't consider myself a journalist. I'm a political commentator. What I do, I think, is like the equivalent of what Jake Tapper is doing, but also simultaneously what Tony O'Sullivan is doing. I'm also doing the roaming stuff and maybe interviews, things of that nature. But my perspective is definitely different because of my background and because of my ideological predisposition and because of my audience's like. I talk to labor leaders, community organizers on a daily basis. They're in my community. I hear what their problems are. I know what my struggle used to look like not that long ago in terms of like my own personal finances, having to budget everything. These are financial problems not so far removed from my immediate experience. Obviously, now I'm in a dramatically different situation overall, but an Anderson Cooper might have never actually experienced those issues his entire life because he's a secret Vanderbilt. I talked to Rep Rokana. He met with a bunch of other content creators as well. I think he's definitely invested in this space in some ways, and he wanted to talk. So I said, yes, let's do it. And we had a conversation about Israel-Palestine where in that conversation, I very openly said that what Israel's doing is genocide. And what Israel is doing when it's not engaging in an active siege on Gaza is apartheid. And he disagreed with that. But I could tell it was just not something that he expected or something that he's used to hearing from people that are interviewing him. I don't think mainstream media is ever going to do that. I was listening to the Daily earlier today. They were talking about Donald Trump's economic policies. They brought up the fact that Donald Trump's solution to skyrocketing rents is deporting 12 million undocumented migrants. And their assessment of the situation was that, well, that would be really harmful for the economy. And I was sitting there thinking, that's just Hitler. That's what Adolf Hitler wanted to do. I have a more unrestricted, perhaps even, maybe even too emotional at times, way of communicating my opinions. Did you have a game plan going in, knowing that there would be controversies around Gaza, and we didn't hear from Palestinian American speaker? Did you know how you were going to center that issue? I can't believe I'm about to admit this, but absolutely not. Rarely ever. I always roll with the punches, both in terms of production, which is certainly one of the reasons why I was even able to do what I was doing inside of the DNC, because I would just carry my remote desktop setup around in a Pelican case, and then we would just create a makeshift table like we did in the Creator Lounge on one of those moving bar tables. I usually have a broad outline, but I sometimes find myself just very fluid depending on the circumstances. So as soon as the Uncommitted campaign put forward their demands about having a Palestinian American, a Democratic Party operative who was willing and able to endorse Kamala Harris with a vetted speech, and then they were denied, I knew that I would want to interview the uncommitted protesters once they started demonstrating. And then I did. I didn't have a plan of agitation ahead of time. I have a policy on my stream where I basically just give you the energy that you're giving to me. If someone is kind, courteous, and genuinely curious and charitable, I'm always going to take time to educate them. But if someone is like abusing that attitude, I'm going to push back with the same energy. The same principle applies in my DNC coverage. They were very gracious. I don't think anyone thought that I would get this level of access. People were shocked that I was there to begin with, let alone streaming to 60,000 people from the middle of the stadium. I never really took it for granted. It did cause a lot of chatter when you got removed from where you had to set up. That caused some confusion where people thought you had been kicked out of the entire convention. What happened? Obviously, there's a lot going at the DNC. And most people, even in the influencer space, don't fully grasp what I do and how I do it, what kind of bandwidth is necessary on the logistics side. And I try to communicate that to the best of my ability to the DNC ahead of time. I told them exactly what I do. I have a remote desktop set up, and I'm going to be carrying that. I need a table and an Ethernet cable for it, and that's it. Everything else I have covered. Also, I have a backpack that I call the Roman camera. I told them I need a space for the entire day where my remote setup can live. First day, that was an impossibility. That's why I set up in my hotel room. Second day, they were like, we gave you all the access. We want you to be here. So we're going to carve out a space for you. Day 3, they moved me to a different space. This time it was at the lower level. I was right behind the band. Phenomenal view. There were at times that were blocked out for like Senator Elizabeth Warren. But then I came back and I continued filming. It wasn't a problem. The last day, I knew it was going to be chaotic. I was like, I can stay at the hotel. It's not a big deal. They said, no, it's fine. You have the entire balcony space from 2 p.m. onwards. Now, why did I do this? Not because I suspected foul play or anything. It was because I was setting up interviews with key figures such as Ilhan Omar, AOC, and UAW President Sean Fain, and I needed a space to be able to do so. That day, I started off my broadcast with interviews with Representative Cori Bush about the uncommitted delegates that were protesting outside the United Center, and then moved on to do my regular commentary. At the same time as things were getting heated, I'd already heard that there was a little bit of drama internally with who wanted me there. The DNC not being super happy with the Kamala campaign demanding that I be there, is what I gathered. But as far as I understand, the straw that broke the camel's back was my criticism for DNC for not allowing a Palestinian American speaker. What ended up happening was they unceremoniously out of nowhere were like, yeah, you got to get out by this certain time. I was like, that's weird because you guys told me that wasn't going to happen. They were like, no, it just happened. Sorry. They didn't kick me out or anything, but they basically made it so it was as difficult as possible to continue streaming there. Well, I have all this gear on me. I'm giving an interview to the New York Times at this point about creators for Kamala. I'm like, is there a place I can put my stuff? And they're like, no. At which point I was like, okay, I think we're just politely being booted. I want to reiterate this. Every single moment that I spent inside the DNC, I consider to be a bonus. There's no point I ever thought that I would even get this level of access to begin with. So I was happy with every single thing that I was able to do in there. I don't consider this to be a massive slight. It was a little annoying at the time for sure, because I had all these interviews lined up and then I couldn't do them. So that was frustrating, but no hard feelings, I would say, because I'm stoked that I even got access to begin with. It sounds like they had some technical stuff to work out in terms of accommodating someone like you. That definitely was a problem, but I'll just say, I think it was definitely deliberate, the moving around. There's plausible deniability there for sure amidst the chaos. But especially after talking to some people, like I said, I found out that there was already a little bit of contention with my presence there from the jump. And there was definitely a straw that broke the camel's back with my last day of coverage, everything that I was saying and doing. You mentioned that it's not just Kamala. The Trump team is also trying to figure out this creator space. I wondered that what you thought of Aiden Ross's interview with Trump if you watched that stream. I don't necessarily know if the Aiden Ross one will move the needle as much as like the Theo Vaughn one will. Even on his own YouTube page, he got like 2.5 million views in 2 weeks, whereas the Theo Vaughn one got 10 million in literally 4 days. The golfer one with Bryson DeChambeau got 10 million, 11 million. Whenever Trump actually links up with someone, whether it's Dr. Phil or anyone like that, where they have a serious back and forth that's 55 minutes long, an hour long, he gets to come across like a normal human being, which he is not. But he does have his humanizing moments. I think those do very well. Aiden Ross specifically did not, I think, move the needle all that much, partially because he doesn't know anything. He's barely literate. But I do think that Trump media's push is looking somewhat interesting. And I said this when I was watching the Theo Vaughn conversation. If you had maxed out your name recognition and you were already lost after being president for 4 years, people have made up their minds about you. So much so that after you almost got assassinated, you barely got a bump in the polls. People are that polarized. It doesn't even matter if you get shot and survive. At that point, what are the demographics that you can reach out to? We know that young men in the 18 to 35 age bracket are significantly more right-wing than young women are in that same bracket. So although they do not participate in the democratic process to the same degree as young women do, they are young enough that they might have started to develop their political opinions in your first term and might be coming to develop their political opinions now. These were non-voters, whether they were too young or just non-voters in general. And I think that that is what Donald Trump is going after. Joe Rogan, Theo Vaughn, Aiden Ross, all of these spaces that have a shit ton of people who are maybe outside of the normal party loyalty, that maybe have a likelihood to have right-wing beliefs, and they haven't made up their minds on Trump yet. I think that he is trying to actively target those people with this big media push. In that case, you certainly have your work cut out for you for the rest of this election cycle. Absolutely. I don't know if Kamala Harris, by the way, is the right person to be able to do this, because Donald Trump is a telegenic reality TV star. He can have those conversations where he can be normal and kind of funny even, whereas I fear that Kamala Harris looks too manicured and too professional as a politician. Perhaps Tim Walz could do that. I think the best surrogate would be Barack Obama. Anything he says won't actually translate back to an attack on Kamala Harris, but any kind of momentum in the direction of Kamala Harris will look good. That was a suggestion I gave the New York Times as well. If I was sitting on top of the DNC, I'd put Barack Obama next to Kai Cenat. That's something I would do. Or even someone like myself, as a matter of fact. Beyond that, I don't know how well Kamala would do in these sorts of uncontrolled media environments. Maybe she would be great at it. Who knows? But I haven't really seen that yet. But this space is really, really right-wing at this point. This is an issue that is very near and dear to me. I see it. The age gap between young men and women is crazy for the 18 to 29 age demographic in terms of supporting Harris versus supporting Trump. Men demonstrate relatively high support for Trump. Women support Kamala Harris by plus 40 points. And to that, I said, every young male interest online, from gaming to fitness culture and self-help, is dominated by right-wing, red-pilled manosphere commentary. They prey on the anxieties and insecurities of vulnerable young men. Because a lot of men recognize the shitty material circumstances they exist under. They might even have a sense of entitlement about what the future is supposed to look like for them, how society was supposed to be designed for them. And when they recognize that they're not getting the outcomes they were supposed to get, or that the previous generation got, that creates hostility overall. A lot of that manosphere space takes advantage of that insecurity and anger and resentment and channels it back to making loyal soldiers that are ready to go for the right. Even if these guys are not voters themselves, they still churn out a lot of right-wing sentiment on a daily basis. And that's how we end it. That was the interview that I had. I hope you guys enjoyed that. I'm doing a podcast with real Donald Trump soon. Let me know if you have any suggestions on questions and topic suggestions. Oh shit, Lex Fridman unfollowed me. That's crazy. Wonder why he did that. Can I still DM him? I guess I still can, so it doesn't really matter. Okay. Why did he unfollow me? I thought he was pro-Russia, like me. I think Kamala Harris would do well with a Lex Fridman interview, by the way. That's not even a joke. I think she would. Lex Fridman is like a good person. It's crazy how one of the biggest benefits of switching away from Biden is that Biden was too old to campaign effectively, but now we have Kamala, who's too guarded and risk averse to put herself out there. No, Kamala is absolutely campaigning. What do you mean? She went on a fucking tear. They were campaigning while the DNC was happening. It's not campaigning that's the problem. She is risk averse, however, in terms of like going up to contentious media interviews, especially because there is an issue with her background and like what she has said in the past about key policy perspectives that she had when she was a very progressive senator, or at least like tailored herself as a very progressive senator from California under the Trump administration, where Democrats do have a tendency to fucking go to the left, but when they have power, they immediately dial that back. But yeah, overall, I think, you know, that she does need to start doing these interviews. What is this?
You're on camera, by the way.
I know, I just shot my shot.
God damn, that's bold.
I just thought, I don't know.
Thank you.
Enjoy the protest.
Thank you.
Is she gonna talk shit? She better not. I didn't do anything.
There was I have to stop because I know he's talking about politics, but I almost picked up my phone and called him and just said, I just wanted to remind you that you're ugly. But that was just mean, and that was a lot of projecting, and he doesn't deserve that.
Thank you for recognizing.
I'm not doing that. That would be mean.
I didn't even do nothing there. How is this my fault? This is a thing that I don't understand. These things happen, and then people immediately react as though like I am responsible for it, when the only thing I'm responsible for is a 3-minute outbreak at the top of the hour. Okay? That's the only dang thing I'm responsible for. And if you no longer want to be burdened by that, all you need to do is subscribe. Okay? This happened with another with another video that she reacted to, where it was like, I think it was like Extra Emily and another girl talking about how the other girl thought that I was hot or something, and she was mad at me for it. It's like, I didn't do that. G Wizard 3141, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Oh my god, Cutie reacted to my chipmunk voice. Uh-oh.
I just feel like I've got to knock him down some. Okay?
It's crazy.
Why, when people get treated nicely, do I want to be mean?
Yeah, I don't know why she wants to humble me at all times. You know what I mean? I promise I'm not like, I promise I don't have like a big head, both literally and figuratively. Okay, Vanessa, thank you for the 5 get the subs.
Is there an issue? Oh, okay. What? I mean, sure.
I think he sounds really good there, personally. I think he sounds the best he's ever sounded. And I stand by him in this time of need.
Thank you.
Is there an issue? Oh, okay.
So cute, my little Hasanito. I'm a 33-year-old man, dude. Sometimes baby girl is a hairy 33-year-old Muslim man, which is crazy. Hasan, we are so cooked. Support for banning critical race theory in public schools. Support 44%, oppose 37%. What is critical race theory? 100% of people that responded to this have no idea what it is. Okay? No idea. It doesn't matter. CRT is still around as like 8 buzzwords ago. I know. Maybe they'll bring it back. I don't think that that's a good I just don't think that that's a good argument. Like, it's a good thing to run on for the Republicans, like just being like, yeah, we're gonna ban woke, like that shit didn't work, man. They already dropped DEI. Is it because Kamala plays too well into the DEI narrative? I don't know. Do you think that Kamala's first interview being a joint one with Walls makes her seem a little weak? No, it's a smart choice. It is a smart choice. Okay. You want to know why is a smart choice? Because 1, Tim Walz still has less name recognition. So it's great to have Tim Walz on a prominent stage. Okay. That's number 1. And number 2, Walz and Kamala Harris being side by side in this interview, having them be side by side in this interview is actually pretty solid because, Walz can pick up on a lot of the stuff that, like, a lot of the attacks, because he's a pretty solid communicator. Also, there is precedent for this, like the people being like, this is weird. What a fucking weird thing to do. It's not weird. People do this shit all the time. Okay. Like, so if you think that like doing joint interviews with the media is a strange thing, you're wrong. It's not a strange thing at all. It's perfectly normal. Okay. It baits the sexist allegations which will fall flat big time. Oh, I hadn't seen those joint interviews before. I thought this was more unique. No, of course it's not unique. What? No, campaigns do joint interviews 100%. I really hope, I really, really, really hope that Tim Walz doesn't, like, out of fears that she will look like she is at odds with the top of the ticket, like retriangulate to communicate a more moderate message. I hope he does not stray away from that. I hope he just still does the same shit. He 100% is going to. I know, but I still in my mind have this attitude about him because he's a teacher, because he taught his students fucking genocide and things like that, because of his background, because of his like lack of ambition in terms of like being elected to higher office, I have this attitude in my mind that he is someone that you can like actually have a conversation with, someone who will potentially stay true to his message. But I don't know. I do worry that like there is a very liberal attitude there in terms of like not trying to be at odds and like not trying to appear at odds with Kamala Harris because you're worried that it's going to look bad, and therefore retriangulating your message and just like taking a more moderate tone. I already ran the 3-minute ad break. Not gonna lie, I don't trust Waltz. I mean, I do. He canceled a meeting with Palestinians whose family members were murdered. What are you saying? Yeah, his running mate is currently doing a Holocaust right now. He canceled a meeting with Palestinians whose family members were murdered. What are you saying? I literally talked to uncommitted delegates from Minnesota, okay? And they didn't have this level of smoke that you do for Tim Walz. For me, that means something. You know what I mean? It means that like even people in Minnesota, his own fucking state, still have a different attitude about Tim Walz in terms of like whether he is like a genuine person or not than you do. In terms of like the foreign policy aspect of it, yeah, he's a Democrat, of course. You should be prepared for disappointment. It's the usual outcome with Democrats. Also, moist critical race theory. That's funny. In any case, we'll see. We'll see what happens. I'm not like, when I say I want Tim Walz to carry on a progressive message, I'm not simply talking about like, I'm not wish casting, okay? I'm not simply talking about like, oh, I'm a leftist diehard. I'm talking about it in terms of how that plays well to a broader audience, okay? That's what I'm talking about. A lot of this analysis gets lost in the sauce. That's why so many liberals come in here and they go, oh, dude, you're not fully locked in on Kamala Harris. You're a fucking spoiler. You want Donald Trump to win secretly. There's probably some cynical reason as to why you want to do that because you're a rich white man and it won't impact you. Also, I hope you get deported when Trump does a mass Muslim deportation. Now, obviously, that's a little weird that they're saying both of those things at the same time. But having said that, when I'm talking about this stuff, I'm talking about it in terms of both my own personal perspective, my own personal motivations, my own personal ideology, but I also think that it's good. It plays well, okay? It plays well to a broader electorate. It plays well to a broader fucking electorate. That's it. It's the same principle behind like what I'm constantly saying about not sending arms to Israel. More than 60% of all voters and nearly 80% of Democrats say the U.S. should not send arms to Israel, according to a CBS poll. Last one being in June. Send Israel weapons is at an all-time low at 23%. Across the board, nearly 8 in 10 Democrats say the U.S. should not send weapons to Israel, 77%, nearly 80%. Democrats see this and go, oh, well, you said send arms to Israel. Would just fully switching to a fully pro-Palestine help Kamala win, or would it hurt them? Even if it's popular, are they going to lose a bunch of money? I think that they are fearful that there are a lot of ideological Zionists of a variety of different backgrounds in key positions within the media, and a tremendous amount of material investment in the continuation of Israel, whether it be an apartheid murder machine or whether it's not be an apartheid murder machine, even though it is an apartheid murder machine, that the Kamala Harris campaign and the Democratic Party as a whole are genuinely fucking worried that they will have a significantly worse reaction than the Afghan withdrawal if they were to respond to public pressure on this issue. Okay? Why are some idiots pressuring Kamala more than they're actually trying to pressure Biden? Because there is no way to pressure Biden. He's a lame duck. He will do whatever the fuck he wants to do. You have to focus on what the areas of impact are. You have to focus on where you have leverage. There is a massive election coming up. Okay? That is a point of leverage. You have to use that leverage to your advantage. Biden is an 800-year-old genocide-dare demon. Biden also has 50 fucking years of like ultra Zionist sentiment. Okay, sometimes outflanking literal Israeli officials in terms of like how brutal Israel must be. But yes, he cares about his legacy. Exactly. Congratulations. You understand that. He does care about his legacy. And that's precisely the point. That's why people are pressuring Kamala so that Kamala cuts away from Biden, because one, it will be an electoral boost 100%, regardless of like mainstream media probably criticizing them. Okay. It will have a major boost in terms of momentum. It is a public, it is a policy that people want. Okay. It is a policy that people want. It will give them a major boost. It will also put Kamala Harris at odds with the current administration. This will 100% cause the current administration, or Biden specifically, who cares about his legacy, to react in a different way, because he doesn't want to be at odds with the Kamala Harris campaign. This is a good thing. I love you, man, but you're very naive sometimes. There is nothing naive about this. This is cold, bloodless political calculus. What I am describing to you, and also simultaneously recognizing the issues, like the potential negative outcomes of this, is directly cold, bloodless political calculation. Not a single point that I have mentioned here is about like wishy-washy, pinko commie, I love fucking humanitarian aid, I'm a peaceful activist type shit at all. I am not talking about that at all right now. I'm showing you data, okay? This is why I think Kamala is different, by the way. Along with my conversations, inter-party, the sanctions placed on the NGO came from her camp, but it still took effort to have Biden to do it. I don't think conditional aid is off the table for her at all. Just needs to play differently for her since Biden is in charge and ceasefire is moving slowly, but forward. Fuck Blinken. No, she has the capacity to move the conversation further. She has a massive amount of attention on her. If she were to cut away from the Biden camp right now, okay, especially when the ceasefire is not moving forward, it's fucking bullshit, okay? Like, the only thing that they're securing is potentially more amenities for Tehran. That's the only thing that's happened so far. Like, reopening the conversation about the Iranian nuclear program has nothing to do with Israel's ongoing fucking bloodlust in Gaza and now the West Bank. It is not. The only thing that will actually put an end to Israel's consistent bombing campaign that is still killing a shit ton of people, even if you are unfamiliar with this or not, even if people are not personally paying attention to it or not, the reality remains. It is a massively consequential, very popular issue. It's not the top issue. It's certainly not something that people care about when they're making this political calculation, but it is definitely an issue that will, one, cause more progressive popular momentum to continue the Kamala train, and two, stop saying, yeah, I said top of. Like, the point is, forget about the humanity for a second, okay? Forget about all of the fucking 40,000 plus majority women and children and elderly that have been butchered by the Israeli occupying force. For a brief moment, think of yourself like you are a Democratic Party analyst, a campaign staffer, okay? A bloodless careerist monster, okay? There's an issue. It doesn't matter what the issue is, right? Any issue that is polling at 80% that the administration is committed to, which is a ceasefire, okay? If the mechanisms of leverage that will bring about this ceasefire, if the mechanisms of this, if the mechanisms of pushback and the mechanisms of leverage, which is arms embargo, that will ensure that Israel commit to the policy that you put forward fucking 4 months ago, if that is something that 80% of the public wants, you have to do it. Like, it's crazy. It's not even a question. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. Do you think if you change their tone in Gaza in October, it will be enough time? No. That's the problem. Time is running out. There are 68 days until the election. Time is running out. She should have done this yesterday. She should have done this at the DNC. She should have done this before. And she has only reaffirmed her commitment to an objectively unpopular policy pushed by an objectively unpopular president that she has now superseded. Like, she literally is the presidential candidate because of how fucking unpopular the guy she's tacking onto is. It makes no sense. How important is this Gaza issue for Kamala's campaign in terms of winning? I don't think it's the top priority for the Democrats nor the Democratic Party's base of support. This does not mean that the calculation won't change from this point on until November. There are a couple different reasons why this is ridiculous, okay? There are a couple different reasons. Number one, it is objectively insane to continue giving and continue allowing a foreign leader that is a Trump supporter and a psychopath and very desperately trying to maintain this genocide that much power right before an election when it is obvious that he can throw in favor of Trump. He can do things that will be genuinely unpopular, like drawing America into the fucking fight, okay? Have that be the wonderful October surprise that people are expecting, specifically because that will unironically be, one, continue the war, obviously, so he's not going anywhere. Two, objectively unpopular and will cause a lot of people that were going to vote for the Democrats that were excited about Kamala Harris to be like, well, I'm not doing it anymore. Once again, the majority of Americans do not want troops on the ground defending Israel. The majority of Americans are against this. Okay? The other problem is that Biden has already been committed to a ceasefire, but won't take the steps necessary to get Israel to be on board with said ceasefire that he has already committed to. This is the Rafah red line over again. Americans, even if they don't make the mental calculation, the human toll, the death toll of all of this destruction, they still see a president that is objectively fucking weak. They can't rein in their goddamn attack dog in the region. What the fuck are we doing? When you say you're going to do a red line in Rafah and Israel just fucking puts their dick all over that fucking red line, you look like a fool. That's the reason why Biden is objectively unpopular on the issue of Israel. Like literally 30 points, trailing 30 points behind Donald Trump, who's currently benefiting from, of course, not being president while Israel is butchering people in Gaza. I just don't understand why Israel is so important to the U.S. Like, they could get other allies in the Middle East if they would stop destabilizing it. It goes beyond, like, it's two reasons. One, because like Israel is a American vestige. Like, it's not even a vassal state. It's not a client state. It's basically just a state. Okay. It would be like if, you know, North Dakota chose to do fucking genocide in Canada. You know what I mean? Like, there is no equivalent here. It'd be like if Texas decided to I don't know, invade and occupy Mexico or some shit. The other reason is because there are a lot of ideological ultra-Zionists and Zionists of different flavors all over the American foreign policy apparatus. Like, this is a 78-year project or 76-year project, sorry, that of course is going to have that is going to like create this kind of outcome where people are completely at odds with what every single human being that is not in the NatSec circles or in fucking foreign policy are watching and experiencing and saying, no, we have to keep this going. There are even people in the State Department who understandably are at odds with our undying loyalty to Israel. But ultimately, those in key positions right now think that Israel is the most valuable ally. Okay? That's it. There is definitely ideological zealotry at play here, for sure. The Dana Fash moment from March that has not aged well at all. It's encapsulates the Dem Party line and how ridiculous it is.
15,000 Palestinians have been killed in Israeli airstrikes, 3/4 of whom are women and children.
And it's horrible, but you don't see Israeli soldiers raping
well, Dana, I think
Palestinian women.
we're not...
You don't see Israeli soldiers raping Palestinian women. Yeah. No, totally. You don't. You do. You just don't, Dana, because you don't want to fucking see that. You don't want to recognize it. Nothing she says ages well. I know, but it doesn't matter because like Dana Bash is a great example of this, like this kind of like commitment, right? Dana Fash is a zealot. Like she is straight up a zealot on this issue. She might have some progressive opinions on other issues, but when it comes to Israel, it's just, that's not a conversation that you're having with a person who is like, who has normal beliefs. Many Jewish chatters in here know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about because they have to deal with this on a daily basis from their fucking mothers and fathers. Okay? It's just like blind, unconditional loyalty to a fucking fault where it's just like, it doesn't matter. Shut the fuck up. You're wrong. Those guys are all rapist monsters. They're barbarians. They're bloodthirsty. You're wrong. And it's just like, it's weird because it's like, they don't see it. They don't see that this is like completely at odds with Jewish chatters that ended after age 3. You are literally fucking delusional if you think that there isn't a massive number of Jewish chatters in this community who are anti-Zionist. Jewish chatters are literally not just Jewish chatters, but like Jews in America are at the forefront of anti-Zionism. Okay. Don't delude yourself. So fucking stupid. What a stupid take. There is far more ideological ultra-Zionist zealotry coming in this country from Christian evangelical Zionists. Okay, whether they're in key positions of power, whether they're in working in certain aspects of the media, or whether they're just like fucking diehard voters. Okay, there are far more Christian Zionists in this country than there are Jewish Zionists. There are far more Christians in this country than there are Jews. Okay, it is ridiculous. Anyway, she's more pro-Israel than former AIPAC spokesperson Wolf Blitzer. Yeah, what is this?
And as a Jewish
2 minutes of Dana Bash propaganda and being complicit in the genocide of Palestinians. Sorry, this ain't the person who should be interviewing the presidential candidates with genocide raging, free Palestine. I mean,
democracy and as a Jewish state supports and believes in every life matters.
I like this says Netanyahu, war criminal. It's true, he is. Why does AIPAC keep winning then? It's not because of the pro-Zionist movement. Wait, what? Why does AIPAC keep winning? AIPAC just announced that they have crossed over the $100 million ad spend boundary this election cycle. They've spent $100 million so far on this election cycle. What are we talking about? A couple things you guys have to understand is that, like, if that wasn't a successful strategy or if that wasn't a necessity, you think anybody would spend $100 million for fun? No, dude. They're doing it for a fucking reason. That's number one. Number two, if the same principle goes for the social conditioning necessary. It pairs very well with America's imperialist interests, but the social conditioning necessary for like people to develop Zionist opinions and like take it for granted and not even question it ever. Like all of that is a multiple decade project and commitment. We understand it when the fucking Federalist Society engages in this sort of shit. But for some reason, when it comes down to it, when if it's like is any kind of like influence from a foreign nation like Israel, it's like, whoa, hold on now. According to NYU, Zionist is now classified as hate speech. AIPAC also doesn't just message on Israel. They attack anti-Zionist candidates on all sorts of issues in order to unseat them. Exactly. They rarely ever fucking attack on the issue of Israel. Because they also know most people, at least voters, don't give a fuck. Okay? Yeah, if you're a Democratic Party operative or if you're a weapons contractor or whatever, yeah, they obviously have an ideological predisposition to be in support of Israel. But in terms of fucking the average Joe, they don't give a shit. The average Joe is probably more likely to be straight up anti-Semitic and anti-Israel than fucking pro-Israel to the same degree. That's why I always say there is this massive division. Like there is this massive attitude difference between those in positions of power, okay, in terms of their analysis of like their support for Israel versus the broader electorate, okay? Isn't it ironic how Zionism is anti-Semitic? I mean, yeah. I don't think it's that ironic. Yeah, it's a nationalistic, it's a hyper nationalist fascist ideology. Anyway, I got banned from the Israel subreddit for saying that Israel isn't Jews in response to a threat claiming Israel isn't an ethno state. If you want a depressing POV from a strict political strategist, raw impact thought, her going anti-Israel is not something Trump can do, so it's only a rope she can pull, and it will be massive media cycle, multi-interviews, big impact, etc. It will be a big break from Biden moment. Biggest impact time, October 8th to 15th. I hope she doesn't listen to those advisors to wait. Yeah, I mean, 100%. But I don't think she's going to do that because she's not doing that at the DNC at all. And I think October 8th is like far too late to do it because then it heats up the anti-Semitism allegations. Like, why did she wait this long? Oh, she's doing this in the 1 year anniversary of October 7th. I think she should be cutting and switching off as quickly as possible, which she has done, for the record. She has done. She's already done that on like the economy, for example, on certain aspects. She takes ownership over Biden administration's failures in terms of like the inflation, in terms of grocery prices, and has been able to so successfully communicate that you would not think that she was the VP at all. Meanwhile, while we're having this conversation, the World Food Program says it's pausing its activities in the Gaza Strip after one of its teams came under fire last night near an Israeli checkpoint. Okay, Manny Fabian, please use something that's not passive voice for once when describing Israeli atrocities. Please, I beg of you. You are like physically incapable of typing those words out. It's so it comes across as though you are like genuinely allergic, okay? Like how could this have happened? Passive voice at all times, dude. Bullets traveled through the air and struck this car. According to World Food Program, the team was returning from a mission to the Kerem Shalom crossing with 2 armored vehicles after escorting a convoy of humanitarian aid trucks to central Gaza. The organization says the team came under fire a few meters from an IDF checkpoint at the Wadi Gaza bridge. Despite being clearly marked and receiving multiple clearances by Israeli authorities to approach, the vehicle was directly struck by gunfire as it was moving towards an IDF checkpoint. The vehicle sustained 10 bullets, including 5 on the driver's side, 2 on the passenger side, and 3 on the other parts of the vehicle. The World Food Program says there were no injuries. The IDF has not yet commented on the incident. This just happened. They were Hamas. This time is real. Yeah. They will say that, by the way. They'll say it's Hamas that did it near the Israeli checkpoint. Huh. But that's not all. Here, let's watch Dana Fash.
אנחנו מטילים מצור מוחלט על העיר עזה. אין חשמל, אין מזון, אין מים, אין דלק. אנחנו נלחמים בחיות אדם, ואנחנו נוהגים...
This war is extremely complicated. What is not complicated is that there is violent rage that is going on against Jews that we have not seen, maybe even ever, in America.
Yeah, no, totally. This is the most... There's so much violent rage against Jews. You know what's crazy? And I've been saying this, I've been warning about this for months now. America is at the precipice of being significantly more anti-Semitic than it ever has been throughout its history, okay? And it is entirely a consequence of Israel's cynical weaponization of anti-Semitism as a deflectionary mechanism, as a shield, and Israel tying all of its actions to Judaism falsely, because of course it has nothing to do with fucking Judaism at all. It is especially at odds with Judaism, okay? And not only that, but you got hyper right-wing fucking websites blowing the fuck up. You got, obviously, Twitter has now turned into 4chan. So much fucking unimaginable anti-Semitism and so much opportunity to literally look at everything that's going on in media and being like, see, I told you Jews control the media. Okay, see, why are they so afraid? Why are politicians so afraid to say anything about Israel? This is literally the greatest opportunity for fascists. Like the greatest opportunity for fascists. And they're taking advantage of it, by the way. Fascists have always sheltered their anti-Semitism under the guise of like valid criticisms of the state of Israel. This is not like a new tactic. It's an old tactic. It's a 76-year-old tactic for the most part. Okay? This is devastating. It is, however, an attitude that is allowed to fester because it benefits Israel as well. It benefits Benjamin Netanyahu. That's why Benjamin Netanyahu has time and time again aligned with Zionists who happen to be incredibly anti-Semitic, like Viktor Orban, for example. Israel is ISIS for the Jewish people. Yeah, I mean, Israel's actions are identical to ISIS, including, but not limited to, destroying a mosque that was hundreds and hundreds of years older than the fucking nation state of Israel. Okay? Yeah, destroying a world cultural heritage site. Straight up, ISIS shit.
America. I'm Dana Bash. We start with destruction, violence, and hate on college campuses across the country.
I'm closer to my Jew.
Fascism is anti-Semitic, though? Yeah, it is. That's why Zionism, which is fascist, is anti-Semitic. Zionism desperately tries to pair up Judaism with the actions of an apartheid state, okay? If you cannot comprehend how this is going to be a genuine problem down the line for the safety of Jews in the Western world and all around the world, as a matter of fact, including in Israel, I don't know what to fucking tell you, okay? It is ridiculous. It is a ridiculous notion. Like, there is no world where, like, Saudi Arabia is doing a genocide in Yemen, and then you go, hey, man, can you stop genociding Yemen? And people are like, wow, you're being quite Islamophobic, actually. You know what I mean? It's the inverse of that with ISIS. American right-wingers desperately, and even some liberals, desperately tried to tie ISIS to the entirety of Islam, to the Ummah, to the fucking whole Islamic world. When ironically, ain't nobody fucking likes that shit over there, and ain't nobody likes that shit over here either. Meanwhile, you have Israel and defenders of Israel on the West being like, no, Israel's ISIS-style actions are actually for Judaism, and if you fucking call it out, you are actually a Jew hater. It's crazy. It's crazy. Excuse me, the CIA actually likes it a lot. I think the CIA is one institution that is of two different minds on Israel. If you were to look at the entirety of the State Department, I would say that the CIA is probably one of the only American State Department apparatuses that actually despises Israel for the unimaginable amount of fucking blackmail and unimaginable amount of espionage that Israel engages on U.S. soil. There are different splinters within even the CIA, but it's, in terms of like uncommitted support to Zionism, I would say the CIA is probably one institution where there are more people than the rest that absolutely despises Israel. Of course, this doesn't mean the entirety of the CIA. They still use Pegasus, for example. So it's not like the CIA completely hates it. Anyway, but as we're having this conversation, Israel has, of course, launched its large-scale attack on the West Bank. The number is now 10, by the way. At least 10 Palestinians have been killed in this large-scale attack.
Palestinians have been killed in the West Bank after the Israeli military launched raids and airstrikes overnight. That's according to the Palestinian Health Ministry.
The Israeli military says it launched a large counter-terror operation overnight in 2 refugee camps. Officials say the Israeli military was targeting, quote, Islamic Iranian terrorist infrastructure.
CNN's Paula Hancock is live for us this hour in Abu Dhabi. And Paula, this marks the largest Israeli operation in the West Bank for years. And we understand, we are hearing there's been a response from Hamas this hour to what has occurred.
Yeah, Christina and Max, this is certainly a significant operation. We have been seeing for months that there have been these limited operations by the Israeli military into the occupied West Bank. Hundreds of Palestinians have been killed over recent months, since October 7th of last year. But this is definitely something more significant that we are seeing. Now, we did hear from the governor of Jenin that he said just after midnight, so in the early hours of Wednesday, the Israeli military surrounded the refugee camp and Jenin itself. He says that he can still hear gunfire ongoing in the area, so it is believed this operation is still going. And he says a third of the city is without electricity at this point. Now, as you say, we know that 9 Palestinians have been killed. We hear from the Red Crescent Society, from the Ministry of Health, that those deaths happened from airstrikes, also from strikes on the ground. We hear drones are in the air as well. And when it comes to the Israeli response, so far we understand there are...
My brother-in-law just had his house ransacked in Tulkarm. He installed security cameras a few months ago because of all the thieves in the refugee camp. And they used that as a pretext to enter his house, put plastic cuffs on him, beat him, and ransack. This all happened in the last few hours. Yeah. What is it called? It's called like I forget what it's called, but there's a principle that the Israeli occupying force utilizes where they will like take over a house and they'll put all of the Palestinians living in that house into one room, and they turn it into basically an outpost for themselves, and they will use it for the duration. If you need fucking food, fuck off. Okay, if you need medicine, fuck off. What matters in that moment is like the Israeli occupying force utilizing your temporary outpost. Yeah, and they use that temporary outpost to snipe other Palestinians. Yeah, to snipe Palestinians. Yeah, from that temporary outpost. They will take over a civilian house deliberately. Okay, they will take over a civilian house deliberately and snipe Palestinians from that civilian house. Yes, straw window. I think no, there's like a specific term for it. It's like something with a straw. I think it's like a straw window. Yeah. Great stuff overall. I mean, that's just like one aspect of this like unimaginably cruel and inhumane way in which the Israeli military operates. America did similar things, of course, in Iraq as well. But it's great that our taxes fund that shit. It's pretty sick. Let's continue.
Hundreds, at least hundreds of personnel involved. We've been told that there are 4 battalions of the border police alone, including undercover border police, and that does.
Testimonies from the ground are that electricity is out, roads and infrastructure are being destroyed, and houses are being raided to install sniping positions. We haven't seen this shit in 20 years. A little ironic this comes up after the police arbitrarily shut down a Hadash branch in Haifa because they wanted to screen Janine, a legally allowed, not censored film about the IDF's brutal operations in July, and the sequel to Mohammed Bakri's excellent 2002 film. So, post from 2020 about Straw Widow missions. Some of our testimonies describe Straw Widow missions, taking over a Palestinian house to use as a temporary lookout or sniper outpost. For the Palestinians who have the misfortune of having a view of the strategically important area from their window, that can mean frequent harassment. But in our service, in the occupied Palestinian territories, was time limited. Once our 3 years or however long we'd signed on for, we're up, we got to leave it all behind and go back to the safety of our homes, where the idea of a foreign military force barging in and taking over would be inconceivable. Straw widows, not straw windows. Straw widow missions is what it's called. I mean, this is like one aspect of this cruelty, this brutality that is always ongoing, for the record. Okay? It's just one aspect. What's their excuse for the West Bank? Let me tell you. Okay? They're calling it Operation Summer Camp, by the way. Which is, again, insane. Like, just straight Hitlerian, no jokes at this point, like, just straight up owning it, okay? Operation Summer Camp. Why is it being conducted? Because there's speculation that Iran is funding the West Bank Palestinians and that they're going to conduct suicide bomb attacks, okay? Now, let me explain something to you about how unlikely that is. Okay? How unlikely that is. There are checkpoints in every fucking aspect of the West Bank. The West Bank is completely fucking occupied. Okay? Completely occupied. Completely. So they already have that in place because they're worried about terror attacks on Jews, on Israeli settlers, specifically in the West Bank and also in Israel proper. Now they're claiming that civilians are going to go and, blow up trucks and shit like that inside of Israel proper. And that's why they have to do a preemptive genocide in the West Bank as well.
Doesn't include the military and the intelligence element. So this is a large operation. Now, one thing I wanted to mention was a tweet we had from the Israeli foreign minister, which was interesting. He gave a reason for this operation, saying that it was to thwart what he called Islamic Iranian terrorist infrastructure, saying that Iran is funding and arming terrorists in the West Bank and trying to create a situation similar to Gaza and Lebanon. And he's
the IDF is working. Yeah, there was one Tel Aviv bomb explosion that happened that Hamas claimed. Okay, Hamas has claimed that it was behind a bomb in Tel Aviv on Sunday night, which Israeli authorities say killed a suspected attacker and injured a civilian. Okay, this was a like a truck attack or something. Like it was a truck filled with explosives, I think. Or wait, maybe it was, I thought it was like, or originally they said it was like a truck filled with explosives, but maybe it's not. Bomb explosion in Tel Aviv, statement from the Armed group said it was a martyrdom operation carried out in cooperation with Palestinian Islamic Jihad. It also warned that suicide attacks would return to the forefront if Israel continued what it called massacres of Palestinians. Israel's police force and Shin Bet Domestic Security Service said earlier that they could confirm it was a terrorist attack involving a powerful explosive device. Suicide bombers with a backpack exploded next to the truck. Okay. The blast happened on Leahy Street on southern Tel Aviv about an hour after the U.S. Secretary of State landed in the city to push Gaza ceasefire and a hostage deal. Okay. Anyway, here's Israel Katz, Minister of Foreign Affairs. He says the IDF is working intensively from tonight in the Jenin and Tulkarem refugee camps to thwart Islamic Iranian terrorist infrastructures that have been established there. Iran is working to establish an eastern terrorist front against Israel in the West Bank, according to Gaza and Lebanon model, by financing and arming terrorists and smuggling advanced weapons from Jordan. We must deal with the threat just as we deal with the terrorist infrastructure in Gaza, including the temporary evacuation of Palestinian residents and whatever steps are required. This is a war for everything, and we must win it. Now, what's interesting about this, of course, yeah, Israel Katz is just a Nazi, is right. What's interesting, of course, about this is that these guys in Jenin and Tulkarem, the refugee camps, that are armed, have the legal right, if not the responsibility, to defend with physical confrontation and violence, if necessary, their own territory from Israeli incursions. It is actually Israel that is actively violating international human rights. And this isn't like a complex situation. It's just straight up unconscionable and illegal. Okay? And the International Court of Justice declared it to be illegal again as recently as a month ago. So like Israel is in a permanent invasion and occupation status as an illegal occupier, a belligerent. So the fact that they say, well, these guys are terrorists or whatever is fucking ridiculous. Like, you are literally doing terror. They are in the right. They are morally in the right. They are right by international human rights standards. Okay? Like, you have to understand, this is not even like an October 7 justification style situation. Okay? Israel is doing an October 7 every day, technically, by occupying this area, okay? By occupying this area that does not belong to them. I need you to understand this. Like, the laws don't matter to Israel, obviously, but like, you have to understand, like, it is completely illegal what Israel is doing. It is completely legal what the Jenin brigades are doing in terms of like defending their own fucking territory. So just remember that. Like, they're terrorists. It's like fucking Russia invading Ukraine and then being like, wow, I can't believe these terrorists are fucking fighting back against us. Okay? Like, what do you think is going to happen? Of course people are going to fuck. You're violating the sovereignty of an entire group of people. Of course they're going to fucking do that. It blows my fucking mind, dude. Russia does say that, lol. Yeah, of course Russia says that. Except no one in the fucking Western world gives a shit, except for like 8 people still pushing Z. So understand that what Israel is doing is terrorism.
Said, quote, we must address this threat just like we're handling terror infrastructure in Gaza, including temporary evacuation of Palestinian residents and any step necessary. This is a war like any other, and we must win it. Now, that is significant, the fact that he's suggesting there could be evacuations in the occupied West Bank, just as there are and have been in Gaza.
Technically, since we pay our tax dollars to this, aren't we complicit too? I mean, yes. But as long as you are doing everything you physically can to try and put an end to this, as an American taxpayer, as an American citizen, what more can you fucking do? You know what I mean? That is why when people say this issue is irrelevant, why the fuck are you talking about this? Why are you talking about it? It's like, well, I'm paying for it. Of course I'm going to fucking talk about this. I'm paying for it. Okay? Which leads me to one other story that I've like been reluctant to cover personally because there is obviously a deep and personal connection here, and it's been tough. It's been tough bringing this up, but Israel killed a TikTok, Instagram influencer in Gaza whose name is Mohammed Halimi. Okay? His name is Meadow Halimi. He was 19 years old, and Israel killed him. His last post was 3 days ago, talking about, and he is just like with Omar and Mohammed on the Omar Hirsch show. he was documenting his daily life experiencing a genocide. He was planting stuff. He was also a member of this community as well, as I found out later. Okay, or at least like someone who watched from time to time. He was actually the one who apparently told Omar and Muhammad that like I had talked about them on the stream, and he was like really excited. Let's here's Owen Jones's coverage on the matter.
I just want to show you one last thing. It's a video posted by Meadow Halimi just 2 days ago, a 19-year-old Palestinian. Just have a watch.
Let me show you what a day of my tent life looks like. I started the day with a cup of coffee, and then I went to lay down because it was so hot. After a bit, I took my phone and laptop to charge him. This is what they look like. And when I got there, I ordered a lemonade. So refreshing. As I waited for them to charge, I started working on designs for my new secret project. I then got the phone and went to get a haircut. I need one. Tell me how it looks. Right now it's 6 p.m, so I'm almost done with everything in my day. I went to the tent cafe to get connected to the internet, and I edited the video. Then I went live on TikTok. And that's it for today. Don't forget to drop a follow and like the video.
Friends of Meadow Halimi now report that he has succumbed to the wounds that he had suffered after an Israeli airstrike in Gaza left him in a coma. Go to his Instagram profile, Meadow_Halimi. Go look at his videos. This was a young man who lived, who despite unbearable circumstances so hellish that virtually none of us can really imagine what they're like. Full of joy, full of happiness, and despite it all, full of love for life. Just 5 days ago, he posted his grief at his 11-year-old cousin Ahmad being killed by the Israeli state. And in that piece mourning his slaughter, he also mourned those other innocent Palestinians who have been butchered alongside him. And he finished that post with the following. Each one of them had a life, dreams, talents, hopes, and people whom they loved. No one deserves this. No one does deserve this. 11-year-old Ahmed did not deserve this. 19-year-old Meadow did not deserve this. The tens of thousands of Palestinians slaughtered by the Israeli state with the direct involvement of the US state did not deserve this. This genocide has to end. We have to stop it. We have to fight with everything we have to end this genocide. And that means being honest about the role and the position of a US administration which is soaked in blood.
Viva Palestine talks about his background a little bit as well, specifically what he aspired to do. He had a greenhouse.
They do something of planting every day until this genocide is over. A lot of you ask me why I plant. Planting for me is a form of resistance. I bring life to earth. They're taking away life, but I'm bringing it to earth. And I hope that my plants have strong roots to the ground, just like we Palestinians do. Today I'm not planting. I have to fix the farm, expand it a little bit, and I'm gonna show you guys how my farm looks like, since a lot of you have been asking. Let's check out my melons. They have flowers now. Look at that. This is my watermelon. Luchia over there. Lima beans, looking pretty good. And Menta right now. She's not Mentita anymore.
The reason why I'm talking about him like being someone who was like a part of this community is because I want you to understand, like, he's 19 years old. Okay, he was 19 years old. He's just like you. He had dreams. He had aspirations. He was a human being. He had loved ones around him. He had goals. And in spite of the horrifying realities of existing under a genocide, he tried to still maintain a positive outlook every single fucking day. And now, as I showed you his last video before, he'll never be able to complete a secret project. It's over. It's done. Israel snuffed at that light. I need you to understand, okay? That's a college that in other circumstances, in normal circumstances, in the United States of America, that's just a college sophomore, a college freshman, you know? That's why this shit matters when people protest in college campuses. These are people just like you, okay? He happened to have a platform to communicate the daily existences to the Western world that was otherwise turning a blind eye. And I think he played a very important role in that regard. But it is crazy to me that like a genocidal apartheid regime that we are completely fucking locked in on defending can just snuff out a light like this.
Splendid. They threw something.
And he spent a whole bunch of time over and over again. Meadow would sit and explain what daily life looked like for people who clearly didn't give a shit. I'm so fucking angry. This is what he had to spend time doing just so people would hear and believe him. And Israel murdered him regardless. I thought there was no electricity. How are you charging phones?
Someone in the past created something called solar panels. They basically create electricity from, you know, solar energy. And that's basically what we're using. A lot of people had them before this whole thing started. And when they ran away, they took them with them. And now they charge for people. Of course, we have to pay for it. So like I pay $1 daily to charge both my phone and laptop. But that's how we charge.
Connection is hard, yet you make videos every day? Question mark, question mark, question mark.
Connection is hard. Yeah, you make videos every day. I definitely don't make videos every day. I try to make videos every day, but the problem is I don't have connection every day. And even if I would have connection every day, it would be very, very bad and expensive as well. So the initial plan was basically to create videos daily and post daily, but the problem again is connection and electricity. This is a good question actually. In the beginning, people just started spending all the money that they have saved previously, but you can imagine 10 months is a bit too much. So yes, most people have run out of money, and right now they're basically living off of helps from others, family members abroad, you know, friends abroad, or whoever outside of Gaza that can help them. And today I'm getting a transfer through Binance from outside of Gaza, and let me show you how hard it is to get it and how much money we actually lose throughout the way.
This also was a procedure that Israel stopped for the record.
At first, of course, I went to the city of Deir al-Balah. And as you can see, transportation was not 5 stars. I didn't like it. And when I got there, I went to a currency exchange office that also takes money transfers. And what I basically did is...
Binance stopped transfers to Palestine after this. Israel stopped them from... Binance seized their funds and stopped transfers to Gaza. Yeah, for the record. Just so you guys understand. Yeah, here it is. In case any of you thought still that crypto is decentralized and safe from governments, a genocidal government just froze the assets of every Palestinian through Binance. In case you were wondering how easily they budged to genocidal governments, now you know. Cryptocurrency exchange Binance has seized all Palestinian assets at the request of Israel. Please check out Connecting Humanity eSIMs for Gaza, a great organization where you can buy eSIMs for people in Gaza to get phone and internet access. His post got community noted. I don't know if this is false or not. I don't think it is. I think there's probably ways around it, but this is an official document. Suleiman defends Andrew Tate. Bro, you think I give a shit about the person reporting this? Like, the fuck? I think you guys need to understand something. I don't care about all of the other shit that they believe, okay? What I care about is whether it's correct or not. Like, what the information that they're delivering. Like, you're focusing on the dumbest shit. Ridiculous. It has a proposed community notes, which only people in the community notes program can see, which is wrong. The note was claiming it was only illicit funds. Yeah.
I transferred them the money to their Binance account, and they gave me back cash. But here's a problem. 27% commission fee. Yeah, almost a quarter of the money. So if I were to get $200, I would only get about $140. I took the money, I bought some stuff, and I went back. Sorry, it didn't.
They killed him. They just killed him. And that's it. They killed him just like 40,000 plus other people. I don't know what else to say about it. And people say like, oh, Israel deliberately targeted him. I don't think so. I think it's a kill zone and they don't care. Okay. Why did they kill him? Airstrikes. Indiscriminate bombing campaigns. Yeah. I don't know what else to say about it. But yeah, Omar had told me, and I want to repeat it for all of you as well, to keep Mido in your thoughts and pray for him. He said when you first followed us, he was the first one to rush to tell us he used to appreciate your talks, which apparently Taylor said as well. Taylor Lorenz was talking to him for a story last year and he was a fan. He was one of you guys. These are just regular 19-year-olds just like you, regular 18-year-olds just like you. I need you to understand that. You constantly talk about how much the narrative has shifted in your lifetime on the Palestinians, but I hope you realize just how much Israel themselves have irreparably destroyed their reputation and influence across the world. Old libs and conservatives might love Israel, but everyone else can see clear as day. Anyway, no, these are moments where the irreparable harm Israel has caused itself by being a bloodthirsty, monstrous, fascist piece of shit nation continuing to do a genocide doesn't really matter all that much. Is hard. It's hard to think about it from the broader snapshot. This like lasers in on the inhumanity, but I wanted to show it to you because, you know, I need you to understand the human toll. Y'all Nazi leftists, he said. Yeah, we are the Nazis. You're right. We're the Nazis for saying that what Israel is doing is objectively Nazi shit. According to his GoFundMe, as many have heard, a few days ago, Mido Hamley has passed away. He was sitting at a cafe for a chance to get internet when he was hit by an Israeli airstrike. Every single person that Israel has killed so far has a story like his. I need you to understand that. That's why these guys play a very important role in humanizing the Palestinian plight, what Palestinians go through on a daily fucking basis in Gaza. Okay? Anyway, now let's get back to what America is doing in this process. On the one hand, Long Island's Nassau County banned face masks because of backlash to anti-genocide protests and general reactionary COVID garbage, and they just made their first arrest. An 18-year-old Latino kid. There it is. Ridiculous. NYU also came out with a statement saying that they're adding Zionism and Zionist into their hate speech. Zionist is now a protected class at NYU. College administrators spent summer break dreaming up new ways to squash Gaza protesters. New York University students who speak out against Zionism will now risk violating the school's non-discrimination policies. That's what America is doing. And yeah, I saw Mehdi Hassan's argument yesterday about the Bedouin Israeli citizen that Hamas had held captive for 10 months that was recently rescued yesterday. And I saw the exact opposite thing that he saw. To those who still make excuses for Hamas actions on October 7th, a reminder that Hamas has no problem taking even a Muslim Bedouin grandfather hostage and then refusing to release him. Hostage taking is a war crime. I don't really understand what argument he's trying to make here, but what I saw from that was that this is not sure I follow this line of argument. The point of the Palestinians have been making is that this is a political battle with religious dimensions, but not a religious battle wholly and entirely. Why would favoring an Arab Muslim make them somehow more consistent? Al-Qadi is an Israeli citizen. Therefore, his captivity is a bargaining chip to release Palestinian hostages in Israeli prisons who do not hold such citizenship. This isn't rocket science. The strategy is fairly obvious. Liberal identity politics do not factor into this. Exactly. Anyway, please stop linking me Facebook links, man. What are we doing? Speaking of college campuses, saw this online in New York City yesterday. Stop linking me Facebook links. I'm not going to click on it, okay? Yeah. Lawns that can't be used, benches that can't be sit on, foreign nations that aren't allowed to be criticized, universities would rather sterilize their own campuses in the non-functional backdrops than have any kind of discussion about Israel. Welcome to NYU, class of 2029. I hope you don't want to sit outside because here at NYU, these fenced-off benches are being guarded by 5 security guards, 3 union members, 2 subcontractors to protect them from your free speech. What? That's a stupid argument? It's wonderful. It's great. They are doing everything they can to stop any kind of public display, against Israel. They're like, nope, you cannot criticize this foreign nation that is currently doing a genocide. In terms of like combating against anti-genocide protests, it has straight up gotten worse than the last multiple cycles of student protests, whether it be against the Vietnam War, whether it be against the South African apartheid. It almost feels like those in positions of power learned from those lessons in terms of not losing that battle and now are doing this shit. I do think back to school fascism will backfire. Making it against the rules to sit on the lawn is kind of the thing that the dean from Animal House would do. Penn installed a monument to honor me and my confidants. We smiled. When Cesaire's Imperial Boomerang returns, they'll attempt to pay us to do speeches, and we'll say, this too ain't reparations. No trespassing. All UPenn rules and policies apply. Events, demonstrations, Rallies, protests, and large gatherings require prior university approval. Prohibited behavior includes overnight occupation of structures, amplified sound without prior university approval, possessions of weapons or hazardous materials. It's crazy. Where are all the free speech advocates now? Gonzaga University changes protest policy after students held Gaza protests. Yeah. A part of the reason, and I think a chatter also mentioned it, is that college campuses have become increasingly more financialized since the last time those protests occurred. And as financial institutions, they have a vested interest in the continuation of Israel's apartheid regime. So when students actually demand divestment, that actually eats away at their profit motive. That actually eats away at the endowments that they have that are massive financial vehicles for them. That is also another reason. McDonald's obviously would not sit around and allow people to protest eating fucking beef, right? To them, this is an existential crisis, having their own students protest against these college campuses. Ironic because on the other side, they try to educate this new class of incoming freshmen on certain key principles like genocide and being against such thing. I do not understand how we do not see as Americans where we are headed towards, what we are headed towards in terms of fascism. That is what is going on. It's not just about Muslims not being considered humans, okay? Because it might be Palestinian Americans today that are being effectively monitored. It might be those who are aligned with Palestinians that are monitored and their freedom of speech is removed. But there is no reason why, there is no guarantee that this will not extend to others, okay? It already is being extended to others. Plenty of Jewish anti-Zionist protesters are also getting caught up in this. And as material conditions worsen for people, as you see more young men find themselves in the throes of right-wing radicalization, it feels quite a bit like 1930s Germany up in these parts. Palestinian students at Columbia University are hosting a Palestine 101 teaching at a local park off campus. NYPD cars are circling the park. Groups of police officers are surveilling students wearing keffiyehs just for teaching about Palestinian culture. More police budgets, more police surveillance, more unique ways of stopping people from hurting the feelings of a foreign nation state and its plans to wipe out an entire population of people. Incredible stuff overall. Anyway, let's look at the operations in the West Bank. We're going to get back to that in a second. Remember, though, nearly 8 in 10 Democrats say the U.S. should not send weapons to Israel. Okay? 77% say don't send weapons to Israel as of June. Okay? It is incredible that these calls that literally have a positive electoral benefit in this upcoming election, these calls are just simply a mechanism to get Israel to abide by the ceasefire proposal that we put forward months ago. This divergence is insane to me. Like, it is such a phenomenal display of anti-democratic principles baked into our system when you have so many fucking people that are like, dude, what are you doing? You said you wanted to do this, the ceasefire. Here's a way to do the ceasefire. You won't do it. Democracy is not supposed to simply be a shield, okay? It's not supposed to be a shield. It's supposed to be not in theory, something that you claim to be a part of. Just like freedom of speech is not supposed to be like this. It's not just something you say to be like, look how awesome we are, and then violate it on a daily basis. Democracy is not supposed to be something that you say you are and then completely fucking override it. It is ridiculous. What have we become? I mean, we were this way, but I think it's becoming glaringly obvious what we are now. Here.
The idea of you coming from America to here, settling in, potentially in Gaza, kicking Palestinians out, a lot of people would see that as settler colonialism.
It's not really colonialism, it's a return. My grandparents were kicked out of Israel by Arabs who were trying to establish a Palestinian state, and they had to leave for their survival, and I'm just coming back and fulfilling their dream. That would be the first thing. The second thing is, I think that and I know this is a minority view, I think colonialism gets a bad rap. Like genocide is bad, but colonizing places that are genocidal and they have bad ideology, it's good to come in and correct their views.
What do you think should happen to the people who are already in Gaza?
Colonialism gets a bad rap, says the person engaging in colonialism. Bro, I'm telling you, dude, there's nothing. The greatest antidote to like anyone that carries on any kind of positive sentiment towards Israel is to just show them someone from there in an unrestricted format. Okay? The anti-Zionist Jewish Israelis in this chat will confirm this as well. Okay? Just literally put a camera on. Just show them. It's the classic no politics here moment. That's it. That's it. Just literally listen. They'll tell you straight up. Like the things that so many people say, especially the settlers, like in 2024 are things that you've only previously heard in history books. Okay? Like these justifications for genocide, these justifications for apartheid, these justifications for mass slaughter. Okay? The only time you ever heard stuff like this is in like prior centuries. You see it in your history books. Like people that legitimately have this kind of attitude. This person is no different than a fucking Klansman, like straight up. Okay? Straight up. What are we doing here? Like this is Nazism through and through. Okay? This is fascism through and through. That's it. Colonialism gets a bad rap. We're just civilizing these brutes is exactly the basis behind Manifest Destiny and the way that like Americans did and conducted an indigenous genocide. The difference is that happened already and we know what that looked like. We know how fucking horrifying that is, especially in terms of her own personal history, her own personal background as a Jewish person. The same arguments that she is applying to Palestinians and Arabs, the dehumanization, the same arguments that she's applying in terms of finding living space for herself on someone else's land is exactly what the Nazis justified the Holocaust with, is exactly the foundational basis as to why her fucking ancestors were shipped into concentration camps. It is ridiculous. And it is mind-boggling that we are not even like one generation removed. There are still Holocaust survivors that are around. It blows my fucking mind that it did not take much. It didn't even take a century to just do that exact same thing.
It's good to come in and correct their views.
What do you think should happen to the people who are already in Gaza?
So I think that there's a couple of possibilities. The one that I think is the most realistic is we got to ask other countries for help. I know that Spain was willing to take a couple of million. I know Russia said they would take a couple of thousand.
To a lot of people, that would sound like you're advocating for ethnic cleansing.
I don't think so, because Palestinian isn't an ethnicity, it's an ideology, and it's an ideology that says that they want Jews dead, and so we want them as far away from Jews as possible.
Like, this person is a fucking paranoid schizophrenic in terms of like her worldview. Except people that have that exact same opinion are making policy choices in Israel. Some of those choices are the maintenance and current existing occupation of territories that do not belong to them. Other policies such as committing a fucking genocide in Gaza. She's like, no, Palestinian is not an ethnicity. You don't understand. It's an ideology. And an ideology that is built around the mass slaughter of Jews. That's what she said. Like, there is no nation there. You can't do an ethnic cleansing to a group of people who I've decided are collectively genocidal. That's why we need to do a genocide to them before they do a genocide to us.
The would-be settlers take us to the Erez crossing. It used to be the gateway into Gaza. The area has been closed off by Israeli soldiers, but the group is waved through. They've planted 2 small lemon trees here as symbols of their claims over this land. Just saplings, but the settlers have seen how over the years their efforts bear fruit.
Zionism is an ideology. Palestinian is an ethnic group. Yes, absolutely. Every single fucking talking point that you hear from Zionists is pure projection. Okay? Pure fucking projection. From human shields all the way down to they want to genocide us, so we have to genocide them first. It's pure projection. And we have heard this time and time again throughout horrifying parts of American history, horrifying parts of global history, world history. Okay? Dark chapters in our collective history where people have had this exact same attitude. We can't free the slaves because they will enslave us. Okay? We can't give them rights. We can't actually have we can't have full equality because if they do, they'll take away our liberties and our rights. They'll treat us like we've treated them. We can't give Ireland back to the Irish. We must continue occupying it. We can't abolish the apartheid in South Africa because they will do an apartheid to us. It's always the same shit. Is Reddit down? Dude, I don't fucking know. What a silly question. Why are you asking me? A guy who rarely ever goes on Reddit. Ask me if Twitter is down, I could tell you, but describing pogroms against Palestinian villages and literal ethnic cleansing as gaining land and winning power is insane. Real estate and religion category 2? Come on. From The Economist, Israel settlers are winning unprecedented power from the war in Gaza. They're gaining land and sway over the army, police, and politics. Israeli occupation forces, by the way, have launched a large-scale invasion of the West Bank with thousands of soldiers. The operation is scheduled to last for weeks and is the largest since Operation Defensive Shield. Dude, if Reddit went down permanently, my life would be improved. Okay? Like, straight up. My life would have a noticeable improvement. But I thought you don't go on Reddit? Yeah, I don't. But all my fucking haters do. Reddit is, like, responsible. Reddit is responsible for some of the worst aspects of, like, unimaginable pro-genocide sentiment. Okay? It's not because I'm distracted and I go on it a lot. I never go on it at all.
In the West Bank, a major operation by Israeli troops, accompanied by drones attacking from the air, leaving at least 10 Palestinians dead, and adding to the more than 600 killed since October the 7th. Israel's foreign minister says it's essential to shut down a new front for terrorism here, alongside those in Gaza and Lebanon. Masoud Najjar says he was injured in an explosion which killed 2 of his sons.
My wife asked me what happened. I told her and asked her to check up on our children on the roof. She found 3 of them there. 2 of them, may they rest in peace. The other was injured.
Hundreds of troops are believed to be involved. The Israeli army says it's responding to attacks by a mixture of armed groups, including Hamas, though they've denied a claim by Israel's foreign minister that residents may be evacuated from their homes. Nevertheless, Israeli bulldozers have been destroying streets in the city of Tulkarm. They say it's to remove roadside bombs, but they're also sending a warning that this land, occupied by Israel since 1967, could be turned into another Gaza if Israeli security requires it. This Palestinian only just escaped a sniper's bullet. Elsewhere in the city of Jenin, many
survived, by the way, that person survived, but I was worried here. I mean, you can see it.
Escaped a sniper's bullet. Elsewhere in the city of Jenin, many are obeying an Israeli curfew and staying indoors. Hamas says...
How do you combat the pogrom narrative the Zionists engage with, like that woman earlier? Normie family members of mine said that they have Jewish people around them that constantly talk about rising anti-Semitism, so they won't even let me talk about the problems with Zionism or even what a pogrom is. How do you approach that with people around you? I mean, it's true. Anti-Semitism is rising. Okay? Anti-Semitism is unacceptable. It is a form of bigotry that oftentimes leads people to agree with fascist narratives. So you don't have to like counter that. It's correct. Anti-Semitism is absolutely fucking rising all around. One of the major factors that plays into anti-Semitism rising all around is that Israel is not the fucking moral democratic nation that that the American media has represented it as. Okay? Anti-Semitism is rising because of Israel's actions being paired up with Judaism. For a lot of average people who have associations or like in an offhanded remark will like be significantly more susceptible to anti-Semitic sentiment, like Jews control the media or whatever, things that we consider in here to be obviously non-starters, a lot of Americans believe that shit already, or they're primed to believe that shit. So when fucking Israel does this stuff and says we're doing this for Judaism, and then Jake Tapper turns around and says Israel has to defend itself, and it's actually for Judaism, and you're fucking anti-Semitic for criticizing it, then yeah, people who are already primed to be anti-Semitic who haven't fucking read into it are going to be like, oh, dude, I see it now. Like, it's 100% Jews control the media. Like, of course people are going to fucking think that way. That's why I, like, spend every goddamn day combating anti-Semitism and also engaging in anti-Zionism at the same time. There's no reason that you have to, you are a Nazi. Israel is not Judaism. Yep, you are a Nazi. Just saying the truth. Chat not gonna like that one. Yeah, you already made up your mind. You think this chat is anti-Semitic, and that you also called someone a Nazi for saying Israel is not Judaism. It's not. You have been told a fucking lie. Okay? So are you ignorant of the IDF censoring CNN? This was covered in January. What are you talking about? There's no such thing as a war crime against... What? Shut the fuck up, you golden retriever for Zionist. Tell us what you should consider the Israeli psyche. I'm a golden retriever? Bro, I'm trying to start a fight? Okay, well, fuck off then. Golden retriever for Zionists? What the fuck is going on? Yeah, it's legitimately on the rise. One of the dumb apolitical guys in my work dropped the honestly, I get it now. I can see why everyone hates the Jews in reference to Israel influence on U.S. politics. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That is 100% a sentiment that is like increasingly becoming more commonplace. Okay? That's not a fucking joke. Anti-Semitism is on the rise, but the primary culprit is Nazism, not anti-Zionism in my experience. No, of course not. Of course the primary culprit is fascists and Nazis and anti-Semites themselves who are taking advantage of the underlying anti-Semitic tendencies that people might have and then pairing that up with like valid criticisms of Israel. All they need to do is just point to what the fuck's going on and be like, see, I told you Jews control the media. See, I told you Jews control key aspects of American society. When it has nothing to do with Judaism whatsoever. But on the other side, you have Israel saying, no, this has everything to do with Judaism. Every Palestinian we're killing because of Judaism. Because Jews love doing that, okay? That's what they're saying. That's how people see it. I don't have any fucking power in trying to combat against this narrative when that is what is being telegraphed from every fucking everything that people see and think in the media.
6 of its fighters were killed here, and that Israel's actions are a deliberate provocation, along with plans to build new Jewish settlements. The Israelis say this is only the first stage of their operation, which is believed to be one of the biggest in years.
Still don't understand why. Yeah, I mean, this is fucking insane. But yeah, Rafah, Israeli soldiers in Rafah looting and wearing women's underwear and dresses belonging to displaced or killed Palestinian women. Like, they do this shit all the fucking time. I don't understand what the fuck they're doing. Like, why is this? It's in Han Yunis, not Rafah, apparently. But like, it makes no damn sense. Like, what the fuck are they doing? Like, this is so unimaginably weird. Like, this is just such freak shit, dude. It's freaky ass shit. It's just like reflexively flexing the power that you have over a population of people that you're fucking dominating militarily. That's what they're doing. But it's just like, it doesn't make fucking sense. How do you get those guys to be normal again, by the way? That's the other side of this. Those are like relatively young Israelis, you know? Relatively young Israelis. How do you get them to be normal again? How do you get them to fucking participate in normal society? It's not. It's over. Would you agree that anti-Semites are Zionists to some extent? Yes. Of course I would. They're fascists of a different flavor. That's it. Anti-Semites literally want what Israel is doing, but for white people, what they consider to be white people. That is a, you know, changeable, that is something that can change. I mean, Richard Spencer, prominent American neo-Nazi, straight up will be like, yeah, we want to do Israel, but for whites. And also, anti-Semites and Zionists utilize the same language. Anti-Semites say, all Jews, like, that's why the the conversation around criticizing Israel so quickly turns into this like weird fucking dynamic, because anti-Semites say Israel is doing this for Judaism. All Jews are responsible for Israel's actions, but so do the fucking Zionists. They say the same shit. The fuck? Like, most real people I know cannot differentiate between Israel and the Jews. So yeah, kind of a shitty aspect for American Jews. So since most are anti-Zionist and are being looked at as part of this as it continues to escalate, especially for our demographic, for our age group, okay? Under the age of 35, there's a shit ton of anti-Zionist Jews. As a diaspora Jew and not a Zionist, watching Israel and Zionists do genocide is wild, because we are both on the dinner plate of white supremacy. If Palestinians are eradicated, we're back on the menu. Genocide is always wrong, but it's like, it's not even self-preservation in the long run. Yeah, it's crazy.
Gaza, putting really a connection between those two areas and the potential Israeli reaction to those areas. Now, we've also heard from the Ministry of Health.
Richard Spencer was confronted by a Zionist, and his retort was that he sees Israel as a model for a white ethno-state, and the Zionists had no answer to that. Yeah, Richard Spencer has openly fucking talked about how he wants to do Israel, but for white people. He is a neo-Nazi.
In the West Bank, that at least 2 hospitals have been blocked by the Israeli military, saying that there have been mounds of dirt, for example, pushed towards those areas. We have seen and obtained video that would back up some of those claims. We've seen some very heavy Israeli military assets in those areas, bulldozers, for example, pushing up infrastructure and pavements and roads in those areas. And we are still getting information and video coming in showing the extent of this operation. But what we're hearing from the Israeli side is that they are...
Yeah, what we're hearing from the Israeli side is they are, again, engaging in a siege and an offensive campaign in an occupied territory that they are illegally occupying, okay, is that they're just doing an anti-terror operation. It's fucking bullshit, dude. It's fucking bullshit.
Trying to
and this isn't Gaza, chat. This is West Bank. This is the other side of the equation. This is like this is territory that Israel illegally occupies, where there's, you know, the hostages aren't there. There's no fucking Hamas there. You know what I mean? This is like, they're just saying there's Hamas there. There's no Hamas governance in the West Bank.
Iranian terrorist infrastructure, as they put it, in this area from the Palestinian side, and certainly from those in Jenin, one of the key areas that has been targeted, certainly from the governor. They are...
How do you know that there is no Hamas governance in the West Bank? I mean, you're basically betraying what other kind of like liberal Zionist sentiment you might try to display otherwise if you fucking openly admit that every Palestinian is Hamas, where you know, I guess, come to that recognition that you make no distinction. Okay, I was just kidding. Okay, take a day off. No jokes right now. Come on, dude.
Are concerned about access to hospitals, about hundreds within those hospitals itself, given that they're claiming that Israel has restricted all access there. We heard from the Red Crescent Society as well, saying that their manoeuvring of ambulances has been heavily restricted by the Israeli military as well. Max, Christina?
If this war expands from Gaza to the West Bank, that's obviously a big escalation of that war, isn't it? Does Israel have the resources for that?
Right. Yeah. That's the real problem here. Does Israel have enough weapons to bomb the West Bank and Gaza at the same time? Yeah, I mean, I saw this tweet from Felix. People don't stop acting like this, making a mass rapist concentration camp guard a media star until they're too afraid to try it again for a while. I hope that happens soon, or else the world is stuck with a nuclear-armed version of the North Fox Island pedophile ring. Like, this is literally that guy Shitrich, or however you say his last name, I don't know. He is a Sede Taman concentration camp prison guard that was detained for being one of the fucking main rapists who raped a Palestinian to death. Okay? This is like down to the Hamas are doing mass rapes on Israeli women narratives. Like every single thing has fallen flat and has been just pure projection. I said this on like October 10. I talked about how there has always been a long and recorded history of mass rapes of Palestinians under Israeli detention facilities. And at the time, people were looking at me like I'm crazy. People tried to even fucking say like, oh, well, here's a study conducted by someone that shows that Israelis are so racist that they actually don't rape Palestinians, that they actually rape Palestinians less than other kinds of rape that have occurred. That's what they fucking said. Adamir is a Palestinian human rights group that was declared a terrorist organization for actively monitoring these sorts of instances of rape under detention, Israeli detention. They shut it off they shut off this flow of information on in every avenue. If you go back and listen to my conversations, whether it be with Ethan on Leftovers or whether it be from like October 10, early October, you'll see how much of the things that I have said, maybe you had an issue with them at the time because you were uninitiated and you were unfamiliar with this process, but how much of the fucking things that I've said that you now agree with, okay? Not because you were in here the entire time, by the way, but perhaps because you have now come to recognize it. It's not like I had the fucking gift of foresight. I was simply reiterating things that I know about the Palestinian plight before October 7. It's not foresight. Yeah, it's hindsight.
I mean, I think they certainly have the resources. It would be a significant escalation. The fact that the foreign minister is connecting the two in such a blatant way on X, formerly known as Twitter, is significant in itself, mentioning potential evacuation of Palestinian residents, something that we have been seeing for months in Gaza and something we are still seeing. The Gaza residents have been moved sometimes a dozen times from area to area as the Israeli military tries to clear out civilians, they say, and target Hamas militants that are within that area or tunnels that are within that area. Now, if that were to be replicated in the West Bank, it would be very significant, very devastating. When you're talking about these refugee camps in Nur Shams, for example, in Jenin, they are densely populated, a very similar situation to what we see in Gaza, where it would be difficult for them to be evacuated. And of course, there would be a concern if this operation were to be significantly increased by the Israelis, that there would be civilian casualties within that as well. Now, at this point, the Israeli military not specifying how wide this operation is or how long it will go on for, but suffice to say it is larger than we have seen in some time.
Paula, thank you very much. Just to add to Paula's excellent reporting there, that we have had a response from Hamas in the last hour calling for a general mobilization and escalation of confrontation in response to the Israeli operations in the West Bank, although it is hard to see how that retaliation would actually happen given the scale of what has been occurring in the West Bank, as Paula has outlined there.
CNN anchor and chief national security analyst Jim Sciutto is in Tel Aviv. Jim, what are you learning about this operation this morning?
Well, John, it's the biggest Israeli operation in the West Bank since the October 7th attacks. Israeli officials, the IDF, say they're going after what they call Islamic Iranian terror infrastructure. The allegation they're making is that weapons are coming into the West Bank, funded by, facilitated by Iran, and that this attack is intended to target that. The death toll at this point stands at least 9, and what we're hearing now publicly in response from Hamas is calling for a mobilization of its supporters and fighters in the West Bank. So it's a significant operation, and that reaction from Hamas is significant. Israeli officials make the point that the terror environment, the threat is real now. You may remember a little more than a week ago, there was a suicide bombing here in Tel Aviv where only the bomber was killed. So the Israeli officials are justifying it based on the nature of the threat and what they say is the infrastructure building in the West Bank.
Where does this put the hostage and ceasefire negotiations?
Listen, you know, I've covered so many negotiations like this, and oftentimes you will see attacks like this, operations like this in the midst of sensitive negotiations, and it's hard to say which way it will cut. Will it disrupt those negotiations because when you have Israel and Hamas carrying out operations like this against each other, certainly can make it harder for negotiators. Can you make the argument that it allows Israeli negotiators to show toughness in terms of counterterror operations and therefore make it easier to make concessions to bring a deal across the finish line? Maybe. But let's be frank, those negotiations are quite sensitive right now. It's not clear that they are making progress on the most intractable issues. So any increase in hostilities, particularly in the West Bank, are ones that you have to treat as a risk. And it's been notable to hear the Israeli foreign minister tweeting today that Israel should carry out operations in the West Bank like they've been carrying out in Gaza.
Yeah, it shows toughness, dude. It definitely shows toughness when you just start murking fucking people in the West Bank too. Yeah, Israel's foreign minister, this is the White House columnist Niall Stanaj at The Hill. Israel's foreign minister calling for the temporary evacuation of Palestinian residents in the West Bank. Temporary is an interesting word choice in a territory Israel's occupied for 57 years. Completely illegal, by the way. Completely illegal. Like nothing that they do. Also, where would they evacuate?
Certainly would be quite an escalation.
Yes, it would. All right, Jim Shudo.
I have a question. Isn't it completely legal for Palestinians and Muslims in the West Bank to fight back against the Israeli occupying force? Abso-fucking-lutely. 1,000,000%. Completely legal. Of course. It is their right. What do you mean? It is legal, it is moral, it is just. But of course, none of that really fucking matters when we're talking about Israel and the United States of America.
Great to have you there. Thanks so much.
Welcome to the occupied West Bank. We're in the Palestinian village of Beta. The tear gas has begun unusually.
I don't get it. Are you waiting until Hamas kills everyone for them to defend themselves? What are you talking about? Yeah, it is 100% illegal for Israel to do what they're doing and 100% legal for Hamas to fight back. It is 100% legal for everyone in the West Bank to fight back. Straight up. Israel is a belligerent occupier, okay? And as a belligerent occupier, they do not have the right to lay siege on Palestinian territories that they currently are a belligerent occupier of. Obviously, legality is fucking meaningless and morality is fucking meaningless at this point because obviously might is right is the way that these things play out.
Early today, these scenes have become a weekly ritual. Palestinians holding a small demonstration.
This you from like 2 years ago. I'm actually so scared about all of these videos, dude, because I feel like this is going to be straight up like there's going to be TOS in this. You know what I mean? Anyway, I do want to see this. I do want to see, why is Amnesty International being kind of fucking wild? This is actually surprising. I'm watching it right now. The check Amnesty International TOS moments, dead bodies at 3:30 to 3:37. One dead body, then bloodied face. Still going through the rest. Thank you.
The word apartheid, what do you think of? Probably the disturbing images of racial segregation between whites and blacks in South Africa, where a regime ruled by a racist white minority declared themselves officially superior to the black majority, then proceeded to dominate them. South Africa's apartheid...
The haircut wasn't it, Hassan. Got to keep it real. I know, dude. I know. Listen, re-reacting, I'm not going to re-react. But, like, obviously, I'm saying the same exact shit that I was saying now that back then, pre-October 7. Obligatory damn, you look so good now, chatter reporting in. Yeah. I'll look a lot better if you're subscribed at the top of the hour as well, because there's a 3-minute ad break coming for you. There were a lot of horrific moments. Potawatomi trail of... You don't know his ass until you try, not an L King? Yeah. I also lost a lot of weight. Yes. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Let's continue.
After Friday prayers.
Yeah, 15-minute video, 1 hour react. Good numbers.
Israeli soldiers firing tear gas down at them.
Palestinians have been protesting like this for years and years, but if anything, the situation for them on the ground is only getting more and more difficult. The Israeli army becoming more and more uncompromising, particularly since October the 7th.
At times, the Israelis shoot live bullets. More than a dozen people have been killed around Beta in the past few years, since demonstrations against a new nearby Israeli settlement began.
Like, remember, What's going on here is you have settlers coming in and bullying with the Israeli occupying force defense, bullying Palestinians out of their homes that they've lived in, okay? Then they come in and they build a temporary housing on top of the area that they destroy. Palestinians protest that. The Israeli occupying force comes in and shoots them and fucking kills them. And then you rinse and repeat over and over and over again. And also, these settlers are not always coming from, you know, nearby regions either. Most of these guys are also coming from like America and other places.
Settlers here, they stole our land. And every Friday we come here just to pray peacefully. But they don't want even this. They don't want this. They shoot us, as you know, as you see.
We leave Beta and head to the settlement they're protesting against.
The International Court of Justice has said that all Israeli settlements in the occupied West Bank should be dismantled. If anything, they're actually expanding more rapidly than ever before. We're on our way now to Eviatar, which is one of the newest ones.
Named after a settler killed by Palestinians nearby, Eviatar was founded by ultra-hardline activists who see themselves as pioneers on land promised to them by God.
I think the ICC should expand its arrest warrants away from just simply Benjamin Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant and expand it to other Israeli administration officials as well, especially since the ICJ considered settlements to be an act of war and a violation of human rights. The ICC should also put settlers on that same front, okay, and start putting out arrest warrants for some officials. For example, officials like Ben Gvir, Smotrich, but then even beyond that, beyond Ben Gvir and Smotrich, settlers with dual nationality. There's a lot of settlers with dual citizenship, okay? They have family members back in the West, in Rome Statute nations. Not all of them are from America. America doesn't abide by the Rome Statute. Doesn't matter. America doesn't abide by the ICC or the ICJ's decisions unless it's one that goes along with American foreign policy interests. For example, when it's like, Russia, right? So in that process, yeah, if they fly back to see their fucking family members, boom, arrest them. Okay, that's it. They're war criminals. Arrest them for the war crimes that they're engaging in. Let's see what works. Let's see what happens. You know, let's see what the fuck happens. What's America gonna do? Are they actually gonna invade The Hague for some random fucking settler dude? Some random inbred ultra nationalist, ultra Zionist, Nazi fucking piece of shit? Go ahead, dude. It would collapse the international order that they are desperately trying to cling on to. It already is, by the way, but this would be the final strike.
Outpost was initially even considered illegal under Israeli law, but it was recognized by the state last month, along with several others. Israel's far-right finance minister visited to congratulate Eviatar's residents.
Oh, you would support George Bush getting arrested then? The U.S. did it too? Oh my God, I'm gonna nut, dude. Are you kidding me?
Bezalel Smotrich, himself a settler, is spearheading efforts to fully annex the West Bank. For the settlers constructing these ramshackle homes, they're reclaiming a Jewish ancestral and spiritual homeland and protecting it.
At the moment we're 15, we're going to be 20 by the end of the summer.
Malkiel is Eviatar's head of security.
But the settlements that you're building here, they make a Palestinian state.
This is just straight Rhodesia shit, by the way. Straight up, like, it's crazy.
The two-state solution, impossible practically, but I guess that's part of the aim.
Well, I'll ask you, if you have a Palestinian state here, who will protect Tel Aviv from being rocketed?
Well, the army.
Apparently,
the army.
UNRWA. The army? Well, as long as we hear the army here. If you take the Palestinians seriously and you take the Hamas seriously and you hear what they're saying, they're talking about from the river to the sea.
That's effectively your slogan. From the river to the sea should be all Israel.
Well, it was. It was much more, actually.
Around 700,000 settlers now live in the occupied West Bank and East Jerusalem, most in large enclaves like this. The West Bank was seized by Israel in the 1967 war. Internationally, it's all considered to be Palestinian land, key to any future Palestinian state. Since the 1990s, more urban areas have been partially controlled by the Palestinian Authority, the rest by the Israeli military. But the territory is now dotted with Israeli settlements widely considered illegal. And over the past 2 years, under Israel's current hardline government, they've seen unprecedented growth. Emboldened by allies in the heart of Israel's government, violence by settlers targeting Palestinians has been rising sharply. This was an attack earlier this month where homes and cars were set alight and one man killed. But the settlers see themselves as the victims. Stabbing and shooting attacks by Palestinians had been growing more frequent even before October the 7th. And with the
2023 was the deadliest year for Palestinian children, according to Euromed, an article that came out on October 6th, as a matter of fact.
Occupation entrenched and deadly Israeli army raids ramping up, grassroots support in the West Bank for Hamas is soaring.
I had a friend in high school that was Israeli and came to Texas for a year. In 2014, he said Netanyahu will be the next Hitler, even back then, hoping he hasn't been conscripted for his madness, for this madness. I mean, that's the thing. Like, people that used to say Netanyahu's Hitler, a sentiment that like many Israelis actually fucking recognized, completely fucking dropped that shit, or just basically started saying, well, our version of Hitler is good, actually. It's a necessary evil. So many people's brains got completely fucking broken. Gaia, place.
There's no other rhetoric or discourse coming either from Israel, from the US, from the UK, from Europe, that will actually push a solution to the conflict here. So at the end, even if you're not radical or you're moderate, resistance comes as that solution. And that's why Hamas now has a lot of popularity in the West Bank.
And the growing support for Hamas, Israelis would see that as a major security concern.
Again, that's the problem with Israel, is that it creates the problem and then, accuses you of supporting Hamas. Hamas is just a new variant of an old tradition in Palestine. How do we solve the problem of losing our land? How do we solve the problem of military occupation?
Several thousand Israeli settlers once occupied parts of Gaza, but to their fury, they were forced out by their own army close to 2 decades ago as it withdrew from the territory. Now some see the current war as a chance to fight.
Went back to your channel and noticed that literally nothing changed from 2021. Even your commentary relating to Biden. Yeah, I don't know where people are at, but something that helped me when I was learning more about Palestine a few years ago was reading about the everyday mechanisms of control that Palestinians deal with, from roads to water to ID cards. Thought I'd share. Some people are more equal than others. It's so. This is kind of funny because like this is from 2021, right? And it's like literally, look at my fucking hair. What was I doing? Literally, I use similar infographics still to this fucking day because nothing has changed. 6.6 million.
Finally moved back. We're in a small tent site not far from the border with Gaza. It might look like a bohemian summer camp, complete with family-friendly activities. But this is an unabashed radical fringe, backed ideologically by senior far-right members of government, that believes Gaza is Jewish land. On Yosef's neck, a tattoo of a band.
That's a Jewish power tattoo.
And extremist group. For him, the death and destruction.
That's literally a Nazi tattoo, by the way. Like Jewish Defense League. Like that right there, that tattoo is the exact same as like, it's like the Jewish swastika, basically. Straight up, it's a terror cell. They've killed people in America. That's not even a joke.
What in Gaza represents an opportunity to take it over.
It is, when I say this, like, I'm letting you know, like, this is straight the fuck up. When I say this is straight up a Nazi tattoo, like, I mean it. Every now and then you'll have a bunch of fucking weirdos like Nazis online post like videos, right? They'll post videos of like some Jewish dudes sitting in a fucking room talking about how like the goyim are cattle or whatever, right? You know, and they'll be like, see, this is what the Jews believe. And it's always the same like 8 videos. Okay. These are the guys who say shit like that. Like, it is a Jewish supremacist ideology. And it's ironic because like the people posting those videos are literally fucking fascists. They're just anti-Semitic fascists. So they hate the other side of the fucking equation for the exact same principles. It's like, it's kind of similar to how like Republicans will be like, oh, we don't want that Muslim shit here. They're backwards. You know, we don't want that Muslim shit here. They're backwards. They're groomers. They want to fucking do child brides. And it's like, bro, you want to do child brides. You know what I mean? You're just mad, I guess, because in your mind, you think like Muslims also want to do it. It's literally like fascists that hate and claim that like all Jews believe in like Jewish supremacy, okay, ironically have white supremacist attitudes, and they're just projecting their own fucking hatred against one subgroup that has the exact same ideology that they do. It's just the in-group is different. Yeah, that's why I always say conservatives hate conservatives in other countries. They hate it.
אני ישנתי בלילה בלי סק"ש ולא בתוך אוהל. תנאי שטח. אנחנו מבינים שעם כל החום והזבובים והכל, כשניכנס לעזה, בעזרת השם, יהיה הרבה יותר קשה מבחינת תנאי השטח. אז פה זה רק הכנה קטנה.
In the camp, the orange color of the movement flies high. Some soldiers.
This is a great video for beginners. She builds up the evidence really effectively. Astronomy has a colonialism problem. Dog, this is a 3-hour video on astronomy and colonialism. Like, I'm sorry, there is just no fucking way I'm watching that video. Like, I'm sure it's a great video, but if you think that I'm going to watch a 3-hour video on astronomy and colonialism, you're crazy. Like, come on. I'm sure it's a great video, but like, I sit here and I watch 15-minute video. You just saw an example of me reacting to a 15-minute video and cutting an hour of content off of it. How long do you think it would take me to react to a 3-hour video?
Soldiers fighting in Gaza have posted photos online with the flag too, though Israel's leadership insists there's no prospect of re-establishing the settlements. Ariel believes it will happen and hopes to be amongst the first to move to Gaza. She came to Israel 7 years ago from Texas.
The idea of you coming from America to here, settling in potentially in Gaza, kicking Palestinians out, a lot of people would see that as settler colonialism.
It's not really colonialism, it's a return. My grandparents were kicked out of Israel by Arabs who were trying to establish a Palestinian state, and they had to leave for their survival, and I'm just coming back and fulfilling their dream. That would be the first thing. The second thing is, I think that...
Sorry, your grandparents' dreams sucked ass, okay? And you suck ass. I don't give a fuck about your grandparents' dreams. I don't give a fuck about your dreams. If your dreams require the mass ethnic cleansing of Palestinians for it to be realized, okay? Dream something better, dumbass, okay? Get better dreams, stupid asshole.
And I know this is a minority view. I think colonialism gets a bad rap. Like, genocide is bad, but colonizing places that are genocidal and they have bad ideology, it's good to come in and correct their views.
What do you think should happen to the people who are already in Gaza?
So I think that there's a couple of possibilities. The one that I think is the most realistic is we got to ask other countries for help. I know that Spain was willing to take a couple of million. I know Russia said they would take a couple of thousand.
To a lot of people, that would sound like you're advocating for ethnic cleansing.
I don't think so, because Palestinian isn't an ethnicity, it's an ideology, and it's an ideology that says that they want Jews dead, and so we want them as far away from Jews as possible.
You can kill them all then, dude, you know? Yeah, Judaism is not an ethnicity, it's just an ideology that wants to fucking destroy Germany, that belongs to the wonderful folk, is exactly the same fucking argument that Nazis had. I feel like something happened along the way where, like, do we just not educate people on the fucking Holocaust, including Jewish people? Like, what the fuck's going on? Like, do people think that, like, there wasn't a deliberate effort to dehumanize Jews in Germany before people basically arrived at the conclusion that they must be sent to fucking camps? Like, do people think that there is just like, do people think that it happened overnight? Like, it was just, oh yeah, dude, yeah, fuck yeah, this is great, actually. Yeah, no, I think Jews are wonderful people, but we should still fucking ship them to camps. Is that how that happened? No, they had their own fucking version of the rationale. You know, which is identical to this psycho's rationale. Like, how is this? Like, it makes no sense. Just think for like 3 seconds. Think about it. Okay? Please think about it. The very same mechanisms and the very same cycle of dehumanization that is occurring in Israel on a daily basis, that occurs in every like Zionist institution that churns out this kind of like anti-Palestinian, anti-Arab, anti-Muslim sentiment, anti-Muslim propaganda, is being conducted with the deliberate intent to make people feel this way, that like Palestinians are basically hiding in every corner and they're controlling all the, you know, they're dying in a telegenic way to make people feel sympathetic to them.
Possible.
The would-be settlers take us to the Erez crossing. It used to be the gateway into Gaza. The area has been closed off by Israeli soldiers, but the group is waved through. They've planted 2 small lemon trees here as symbols of their claims over this land. Just saplings, but the settlers have seen how over the years their efforts bear fruit.
By the way, this could be an October surprise for the election. I swear to God, Fox News is watching my fucking stream.
There you hear it. Pro-Palestinian chants ringing out in Cornell this week, Cornell University at the library there, echoing the horror seen across college campuses last spring. Now, universities are bracing for a potential new wave of protests. Joining us now, Fox News contributor and former retired NYPD inspector and lawyer Paul Morrow. So they're not shy about telling everybody, like, we're going to do these protests. Like this fall, the protesters intend to bring...
Yeah, the horror scene. It is horrific. It is horrific to me that there are young Americans in some of the top institutions of higher learning in this country that have learned some of these principles that they're teaching in class, like genocide is unconscionable. Okay? Horror scenes. Will you go to the protest again if it happens? Fuck yes. Abso-fucking-lutely. 100%. I am fully in support of the student movement, the anti-genocide movement across the board. I think that the students should absolutely protest once again like they did. They should. It is their right to do so. They absolutely should do so. I don't just think that these student protests will happen and it might become like a point of contention. I want it to be that way because people forget very quickly in our fucking media cycle. Okay? People forget the atrocities that are happening. Your coverage showed the press was misrepresenting the protest. It doesn't matter. I'll still be there no matter what. I'll still be doing that. Okay? They have every right to do so. What do you say to shitlibs who say why did the protest stop over the summer? There's no school. Oh, the UC system like completely fucking banned it too. My biggest fear as a Palestinian is that people will stop thinking this is cool. Yeah, I know. The Kamala Brat summer momentum. You didn't protest. You didn't even get arrested. I'm disappointed in my son. This is such a funny line from dudes who are like obviously not pro-Palestinian at all. Okay? Would you go fight for Palestine? How can you support the party doing this, bro? This guy's a scumbag. Austin is trash. Like, just coming in here and being like, dude, you didn't even get arrested, dude. Would you go support Palestine with, hey, comrade, won't you rise up in arms against the violent imperialist American state? Hey, comrade, let's do some direct action. Dude can't even fake being pro-Palestine. Lamau, I know. What do you say to people who say the protests are disrupting other students' education and classes? Fucking bullshit, dude. Bull fucking shit. It's not. That's just a lie to try to fucking squash free speech from happening. Okay? That's all it is. Hey, comrade, I have a stash of tannerite at these coordinates and also a bunch of weapons. Would you like to go pick them up? Which actions constitute protected free speech? Question number 10. Organizing a rally in Quarry Plaza, a public university space. Protesters blocking access to campus. A student sitting at the chancellor's office. A group of protesters disrupting a class that is in session. What speech is protected? Joining a class online and repeatedly making comments that disrupt the professor from teaching. Posting flyers or posters in a non-public space without university authorization. Posting flyers or advertisement-approved university public posting spaces. Blocking access to a building or the university in general while engaging in otherwise protected activities such as picketing or demonstrating. For the record, a lot of this stuff also is non-Palestine related too. I just want you to understand, like, when they say this is a no-no, they mean like striking is a no-no. You understand that, right? This is why I'm talking about, like, chat. This is why I am fucking telling you this doesn't stop with Gaza. This doesn't stop with pro-Palestinian sentiment. This doesn't stop with anti-genocide protests. Every single thing that they're saying that you cannot do because you're anti-Semitic, because you're fucking saying genocide is unconscionable, you're hurting Israel's feelings. It's the most moral democracy on the planet. It's the best military on the planet. Literally all factors against picketing, okay? It's just, you can't strike. And I think a lot of people don't understand that, okay? A lot of people don't fucking comprehend this. It will come for you as well. If you right now think, those are Palestinians, I don't give a shit. They're far away. Who gives a fuck? Oh, man, these students, like, they're making me feel bad. I just want to fucking, enjoy my brass summer, whatever, okay? One day, you are going to have a cause if you do not care about this. I mean, this community is the worst place to say this because everyone obviously in here cares about this. But, like, one day there is going to be a cause that you do care about, okay? And the exact same, you're reaching, bro? Yeah. Free speech is when Milo Yiannopoulos spits in his racist bile all over campus. You're reaching, bro. Yeah, I know. I'm reaching. No, that guy is memeing, okay? I don't know why people always love making jokes, cracking jokes whenever I'm fucking talking about genocide. It's the one issue. Yeah, this will affect all communities. No BLM protests, no pro-choice protests, no Me Too protests, no protests against far-right goons either.
The pain to the universities.
Yeah, in some instances, this has already started. They've done some vandalism. There's been some protests up at Columbia, which seems to be sort of becoming ground zero for this stuff.
Arrests are being made at the University of Michigan.
Things already happened. For instance, pro-Israel groups have already protested in March, demanding that the protesters on the other side unmask themselves. Why? Because New York City is concerned about this, and they may be passing a law that protesters can't keep their masks on. So all this stuff now is going very much into the legal realm because Columbia had to settle a class action suit guaranteeing that students could get in and out of class. So it's going to happen. It's coming.
Also, this is precisely the reason why early on in October, when motherfuckers were coming and chirping at me about, like, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free is actually anti-Semitic, and it's scary. Okay. Even if they don't say it, they don't want any kind of protest whatsoever. It was yet another way, another insidious way in which it was actually to make every kind of anti-Israel sentiment be completely removed from public spaces. Okay? Because at the end of the day, it has nothing to do with, like, people's fears or anything. It has everything to do with you hurting Israel's feelings. Okay? Big bad Israel's feelings cannot be hurt. It must be protected above all else.
It's going to be in the legal world. It's going to be on the street. But as you and I saw at the DNC.
Do you know when Felix is coming on? No, Felix is actually, Felix will not be coming on today. He texted me and he said he's too busy today. But next week he'll be here.
Last week. It's not just about Gaza. And I think that's something that a lot of our viewers might not understand is that, yeah, it is there. The primary cause here is the Gaza issue. Without any nuance, by the way, they just want Israel gone. But there's no way the adjacent groups are going to let this go on without getting involved. So you got anarchists, communists, a lot of groups that are a lot more volatile, and that's what police departments are worried about.
Well, and maybe university presidents should be too. Ivy League presidents who resigned amidst the protest, we have a list of them here, from Penn, Harvard, Cornell, and Columbia. So what would the new university presidents do differently this year than before?
So they've started. A number of the schools have actually put in mandatory training for new students that are coming in or returning. You have to take a class on essentially the First Amendment, but also what you're allowed to do and what you're not allowed to do. And the thing that they really seem to be trying to hold the line on is encampments. They don't want those permanent encampments where you got kids entrenched and now you got to peel them out. Here's an interesting thing that's also going on relative to prophylactic. Students for Justice in Palestine is one of the groups that's been very involved in the protesting. Their Instagram account.
They're going to fucking say it's backed by Iran. with zero evidence. I just like, do they not understand civil disobedience is literally breaking the law for a moral cause? Yeah, 100%. Ay. Bro, until labor unions back this stuff more aggressively, there's not going to be enough momentum on this, I don't think.
Count has been one of the ways that the groups have been able to coordinate well. The number of those chapters of the Students for Justice Palestine have had their Instagram accounts suspended, taken down. Columbia is one of them. Looks like there's a couple of other schools. The same thing happened all at once. That can't be an accident. So you got to wonder, is it relative to what we see going on in Telegram, where the French just pinched the guy that runs Telegram? So, and that is the same issue, because Telegram was another way that these groups coordinated. So you're seeing a number of things. I'm not sure the Telegram thing is directly related to this, but it's part of a trend here where the comms, the communications, are being either shut down or closely scrutinized.
What happened to that fucking TikTok ban, by the way? Speaking of which, speaking of Telegram, what happened to that fucking TikTok ban? Did Vietnam war protest groups in the 60s get accused of being Vietnam-funded groups or anything like that? Yes. Not Vietnam-funded, but yeah, funded by communists. What do you think the Red Scare was, Megaphonics? That's literally 100%. Civil rights movement was straight up considered a communist movement, communist-backed movement, Vietnam protest, communist-backed movement. Every single time people have been on the right side of history, the American government has tried to violently squash these popular revolutionary sentiments and have considered it to be anti-American, anti-Christian, and also communist. There is some truth to that, by the way, but they also said the USSR was funding it. Gay rights, every single fucking instance of hard-fought civil rights movements have been considered to be communist and anti-American.
Because some illegality is coming out of them, and there's liability there.
Do you think any of those students protesting for Palestine would be able to explain why the Hamas was holding a Bedouin man for the last...
Yes, it's pretty simple. Because they're not... You made up the idea that these guys are simply operating on anti-Semitism, okay? He's Israeli. He's an Israeli citizen. That's why they are using him as leverage. Okay? That's it. That's it. That's it. That's literally it. It's because he's Israeli. It doesn't matter. Like, it does not matter to a Palestinian resistance group whether you are Muslim, Bedouin, Arab, doesn't fucking matter. Whether you're Jewish, it's because you're Israeli. That's it.
11 months, father of 7. This is not a Jewish guy. He was an Israeli citizen. The Israelis rescued him. This morning, I was listening to The Daily, and the host, I think she misspoke, but she said, well, yesterday when the hostage was released. Like, no, ma'am, he's not released.
Yeah,
he was rescued. And I don't think those students have any idea.
As you and I have said in the past,
It's so funny that they're like, this literally makes complete sense to anyone who understands the situation, okay? It's it. He's an Israeli citizen. That's it. That's literally it. He was an Israeli citizen and a guard in one of the kibbutzim. Like, what the fuck are we talking about?
Most of the students protesting, or at least very many of them, couldn't find Gaza on a map of Gaza. And they wouldn't know a Bedouin if he sat on their heads, all right? So this is a lot of this. Having been out there, I was embedded with...
Did he say if it when referring to a Bedouin?
Their heads, all right? Find Gaza on a map of Gaza. And they wouldn't know a Bedouin if he sat on their heads, all right?
He said he. No,
So
he didn't say
this
it.
is a lot of this. Having been out there, I was embedded with a lot of them last week out at the DNC. A lot of them, this is just the flavor of the day. You know, you can see the distinction, if you're up close, between the various gripe groups and who really, really cares. You can see the people who have a real vested interest in Gaza, and you can see the others that are just kind of along for the ride because it's this year's flavor. But the bottom line is, Colombia didn't expel anybody from last year. All the charges, for the most part, were dropped against everybody, including the ones who vandalized and occupied Hamilton Hall.
And held the custodian hostage.
Wow, I can't believe they didn't criminally prosecute students for protesting against genocide. Okay, that's crazy. They should do that, I say, on Fox News, the #1 defender of free speech. For years and years and years, these fucking assholes openly talked about how Nazis have to speak. Nazis have to fucking speak on college campuses. They have to. It's free speech. Now they're like, oh no, the real anti-Semitism is anti-genocide protesters. That's the real anti-Semitism, and they have to be killed. They have to be served the death penalty, okay? For doing what? Having anti-genocide protests.
And held a custodian hostage and was never charged for any of those crimes. They were not charged.
And he wasn't
for
even
that.
a student.
He wasn't a student. And, you know, no kidnapping, no unlawful imprisonment, no charges like that. And Bragg's out was, we don't have enough evidence. Meanwhile, it's all on film. But that goes to the masks, by the way. And they should pass that mask law.
Is that imminent?
It's possible. But, of course, you know, there are vested interests who don't want it because they say it's going to still the First Amendment. The bottom line is this has the potential for being an October surprise for the election because nationwide this could get messy.
I expect that Dana Bash will be asking Kamala Harris about it tomorrow. And Tim Walz, because he's going to be there too.
You think that's coming up?
Did the U.S. have a similar reaction to student protests against South African apartheid? It was nowhere near as like, I think it was nowhere near as organized. South Africa did not have its like, the South African government did not have its like its allegiances and its like loyalists in the same way that like Israel does. Okay. And part of that is because Israel, ironically enough, like the ADL, the Anti-Defamation League, was working alongside the South African apartheid regime and spying on protesters, which included trade unionists and even Jewish protesters as well that were against South African apartheid. Now, what's really interesting about it is that Israel seemingly learned from the mistakes that the South African apartheid regime made in terms of like conducting Western propaganda, ensuring that this doesn't happen again. But beyond that, Israel also is directly tied to the interests of like the American stock market. So like the cross-pollination of Israeli interests and American interests are significantly more ever present than like the South African interests were. There are a multitude of different factors at play here, one of which is, I mean, some of the factors I just mentioned. Another one is like universities have become even more financialized. Like they are financial institutions. They're basically hedge funds, right? And a lot of those hedge funds are directly invested in Israel. So divestment from South Africa carried a weight to it, right? A financial punishment that these institutions would occur, but and so did obviously divesting from Russia, which was a non-starter because it happened to be America's foreign adversary, if you recall. And now this divestment call is significantly larger in terms of incurring financial punishments when you're talking about Israel.
Brand new this morning, just moments ago, the Harris campaign released a new ad arguing that Project 2025 is the blueprint for a second Trump presidency.
It's called Project 2025, a 922-page blueprint to make Donald Trump the most powerful president ever.
Now, the Trump campaign consistently denies that this is their policy, but there are ties with the folks who wrote it. It comes as Vice President Harris and Governor Walz sit down for their first ever interview of the campaign right here on CNN with Dana Bash, and they also embark on a bus tour through southern Georgia. Now, Georgia is a state that Joe Biden won, but won by less than 12,000 votes, so the margins are very close. CNN's Eva McKen joins us now. Let's start with this new ad released just moments ago. What's the messaging?
You know, John, this has to be one of the most effective lines of attack because even as the former president tries to distance himself from Project 2025, when I'm out on the campaign trail, I hear from Democratic voters unprompted, so without me even mentioning it, time and time again, how afraid they are of the implications of this. So it makes total political sense for them to hit this hard. In this ad, they warn that a Trump White House that would overhaul the Department of Justice. They say that he would have unchecked power to seek vengeance and even eliminate the Department of Education. Let's listen to this argument.
Donald Trump may try to deny it, but those are Donald Trump's plans.
Well, revenge does take time, I will say that. And sometimes revenge can be justified.
He'll take control. We'll pay the price.
So you hear in the messaging there, John, that they're leaning into this notion that he is hell-bent on revenge, which
You just compared RUAF with IDF on what basis? I'm curious. God chosen people? Wait, what? Sam, why don't you have the same energy towards Ukraine, the multicultural, diverse nation of 50 million people, 20 million now, who decided in 2014 to be a mono-ethnical state, banning? We banned this guy, and then we fucking unbanned him, and he's back to the fucking pushing Z shit. Brother. You should perhaps ask why so many Russians are fucking pro-Israel as well, and vice versa. Okay? Like 30%, I mean, I don't know the exact population number, but like so many of the newer occupants in Israel are just straight up just Russian, not even like Jewish by ethnic or religious heritage whatsoever. I understand it now. Russia-Ukrainian war is totally different to Israel carpet bombing Gaza Strip every day. Be gentle, guys. I was in bad form that night. Thank you. Okay, maybe he didn't understand. Russian is one of the largest language groups in Russia. You mean Israel? They have majority population of some Israelis. It is. I know. There's plenty of obviously Russian Jews that went to Israel. It's funny because there's plenty of Russian non-Jews that went to Israel as well. A big point of contention in Israel is, many people genuinely think that protesting Israel is anti-Semitic. I've been told that it's bigoted to not let Jewish people have their own state. Yeah, dude, I know. We just have to. It just has to be a demographic ethno state, you know? I think it's actually anti-German not to let the German folk have their own Christian German state. It's really fucked up. It's actually really anti-Christian to not let Americans have their own white nation state for white children. No one can describe to me why this is not this is not just pure fascist ideology in display. Because it's exactly the fucking same. Israel can either be a Jewish state or a democratic state. It can't be both. It doesn't work that way. The entire complications right now that many people choose to not see unironically derive from this major problem. The Palestinian domination stems from Israel's need to maintain an ethnic majority. It's ridiculous. Like, it would be unimaginably hypocritical of me if I were to be like, America can't be a white ethno state. That's white supremacist bullshit. And then turn around and be like, but Israel can be a Jewish one. And that's not like Judeo-supremacist fascist nonsense in the same exact vein. Like, what are we talking about here? Yeah, I'm anti-genocide. I'm anti-apartheid, except for Israel, which I believe have a right to do that. Sorry. Get ready to be branded anti-Semite of the week. Too late. I have been. Not disagreeing, but I do think the obvious counter to that argument will be the Jews have a history of persecution, unlike Protestant white people. Yeah, that's ridiculous. Okay? You can't just fucking be like, yeah, Jews have a history of persecution, so now they get to do a genocide. Like, what? Run that fucking argument to its logical conclusion. Jews were genocided, so they now get to do a little bit of a genocide of their own is an insane fucking argument. It doesn't work that way.
Bolsters this contrast that they're trying to portray between a candidate principally concerned with the past versus one who they argue is looking towards the future.
Now, what are you learning about this trip to Georgia? Because the part of Georgia they're going to tells a story here.
It does. They think that they can appeal to rural voters. They don't have to win some of these rural counties outright, but playing in them could make a difference. They've got 24 field offices across Georgia, 7 of which are in the southern part of the state. They're really looking at these outer metro Atlanta counties, and then they're going to end the bus tour in Savannah. And I've spoken to Democratic strategists and organizers in the state, and they say that often outside of Atlanta, voters really lament that campaigns don't go there, don't campaign there. And so this strategy to them makes sense.
On Project 2025.
Yeah, dude, black people were forced into chattel slavery, so they get to enslave white people. Yeah.
Did just play some of that ad that was just released a few minutes ago, and I know is airing in Georgia and other key battleground states. Why is Project 2025 so important in terms of the Harris campaign's messaging when Donald Trump and his campaign work so hard to disavow their connections with it?
Yeah, I mean, Donald Trump can try to disavow his connections to it. I think the problem for Donald Trump is that it's written by...
Yeah, the irony is it wouldn't even be white people. It'd be like, I don't know, fucking Filipino people or something, like randomly. Like, Just a group of people that had nothing to do with fucking chattel slavery. That's the equivalent.
By his people, by his former staffers, for him. You don't have a blueprint unless you're going to build a house. You don't have a playbook unless you intend to run the play. And they've made it very clear that that's exactly what they intend to do, whether it is banning abortion nationwide with or without Congress, as is laid out in the plan, whether it's monitoring women's pregnancies, whether it is, again, the tax cuts for the rich and the corporate giveaways, whether it's the gutting of checks and balances, the consolidation of power inside the Oval Office so that Donald Trump can go after his political opponents. The threat that Project 2025 poses to the American people is abundantly clear. And we're going to make sure that as the vice president and the governor are out on the stump communicating their positive vision to the American people between now and the debate on September 10th and through Election Day, we are simultaneously going to make sure that the threat that Donald Trump's Project 2025 agenda poses to the American people is also front and center.
All right, Harris Campaign Communications Director Michael Tyler, great to see you. Thanks, Michael. With us now, Democratic strategist Matt Bennett and former public policy director for Mitt Romney, Lonnie Chen. Lonnie, let me just start with you. This is a big interview, first of all, A, because Dan is doing it, it will be great. But second of all, because we have not heard, really, from Vice President Harris in this forum. What are you looking for, Lonnie?
Well, I think there's a number of things we're looking for. Obviously, on the policy front, there'll be a lot of questions. There'll be questions about her changes in positions on key issues like fracking. There'll be questions about the policy she has rolled out, for example, her plan on housing and how much of that she actually thinks is feasible. And then we're going to want to know about areas where we have not heard as much substance or detail, areas of policy that I think could be determinative in states like Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin and other places where this race is very tight. So I think for all those reasons, this is going to be an incredibly important interview. And just her demeanor, how is she going to react to being pressed by Dana on these issues? I think these are all things that we should be looking for.
Matt, how much will these answers matter?
Well, obviously, if she makes a big mistake, it'll matter a lot. I think if she answers it well and kind of puts some of these questions to rest, I think it won't have a huge impact on the campaign. But these moments, can pop up. And so far, one of the most remarkable things about the Harris campaign since it became a Harris campaign just over a month ago is that she hasn't really made a mistake. She has performed brilliantly in basically every forum that she's been in. Her campaign is hitting on all cylinders. And so there is risk here, and everybody understands that, but it's also part of the process, and you have to do it. And I think they were smart to go to CNN and do a hard news interview with both candidates.
And Matt, what about the debate? And I'm not focused so much on the gamesmanship, muted microphone or not muted microphone, because that will get settled one way or the other. But when they take the debate stage together, what are the stakes there?
Again, for the most part, people don't remember that much about debates when they go to vote unless there's a huge mistake or a huge blow landed. I mean, people can remember the big lines from past debates from decades ago, and they can remember how Nixon looked, 60 years ago. So there is some risk and there is some possibility of reward in the debate. But I think what you're going to see here is that this is Harris's strong suit. She is a prosecutor. She stands up in court and, prosecutes the case against bad guys, and she's up against a felon. I think this is going to play to her strength.
Lonnie, I saw you shaking your head on debates, remembering probably how in 2012 it was widely considered that Mitt Romney did beat Barack Obama in that first debate. Ultimately did not go on to win the election. There's a trend of journalism out there right now, an analysis, Lonnie, which suggests that Kamala Harris and Democrats now, not 2 months ago when Biden was running, have somehow figured out how to beat Donald Trump. Talk about him as being laughable, the meme campaign that's going on out there. Lonnie, how much validity do you see in that?
Well, I think the direct contrasts that the Harris campaign is willing to draw, it strikes me that they have been much more willing to confront the Trump campaign on all sorts of different issues. I do think that their reaction time has gotten better. I think there's a number of ways in which the campaign is being run with a little bit more pep in its step. And I think that matters. But certainly the direct contrast of seeing those two candidates, Harris and Trump, on stage together, talking about hopefully issues, we'll see. I think that will be really impactful for voters just in terms of creating an image. I agree that the specifics of the debate probably get lost with time. but it really is about the imagery, the contrast, the degree to which they're able to confront one another, how they react when they're confronted. These are the sorts of things that I think do stick and they do matter. And that's why I think this debate is going to be very widely watched.
You know, it's interesting now that I have both of you here, you know, a Romney Republican and a Democrat.
Tomorrow is the big Dana Fash interview.
Who's worked for years to pull the party a little bit more toward the middle.
At 6 p.m. Pacific, where there will be a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour when that happens, by the way. Why are you just whining all the time? No. We don't have to ban this guy. These are the types of guys that have like phenomenal fucking takes, dude. Guy who's whining that doesn't have any like understanding of how political commentary works goes, man, you sure do a lot of commentary. I burp sometimes too. Anyway, the 3-minute ad break is upon us. The one fucking time I thought I chipped in. No, I just want to see I want to see what other wonderful things he has to come up with. Dana Rash. I laughed at someone said you got your own room at DNC because you're belching. Yeah, probably. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Let's continue.
Harris and Walz are taking a bus tour through red counties in Georgia today. A lot of the rhetoric from the convention, there was plenty of red meat for the progressives there, but a lot of outreach to the middle, a lot of talk about tone and neighborliness. So, Lonnie, how much of an impact does that have with maybe some more moderate Republicans that you talk to?
Well, I think we'll have to see. I mean, I think obviously the rhetoric and the themes are the right ones, talking about, for example, freedom, the kind of optimism and hope we saw that mirrors what we've seen from past Republican nominees, Ronald Reagan, George W. Bush. I think there's a similar tone that's being struck. I do think where the rubber meets the road on this, John, is, do Republicans, do moderates, do they actually believe Kamala Harris's conversion on key issues? Do they actually believe that she's going to be moderate on issues of energy exploration? Do they actually believe she's going to cut taxes for the middle class? That's really where I think voters are going to have to make a decision. The outreach makes sense. There's no question from a demographic perspective it makes sense. But the substance, we'll see. And that's why these interviews and debates become so important, to see how legitimate and how real her conversion on these issues really is.
Matt?
Yeah, I pretty much agree with that. And look, I think it's important to emphasize that she has spent 3.5 years as vice president, traveling the country, traveling the world, talking to Americans, and learning a lot about what works and doesn't work legislatively. So I think that her kind of evolution policy-wise makes perfect sense. She hasn't changed her principles at all. If you look at J.D. Vance, he's changed a whole bunch of his principles. What she has changed instead is the kinds of policies she wants to pursue to reach the ends. And I think that will make sense to voters. And I also think, to your point, reaching...
Yeah, she hasn't changed her principles at all. The marketing downfall of Kamala Harris. What is this?
Hi, so I have a master's degree in business, and today I'm going to use
Oh my God, this content creator always does like crazy marketing
analyze
videos.
The marketing strategy of Kamala Harris's campaign, and ultimately why I believe if she continues with the horrible marketing strategy she has been employing, why she will ultimately end up losing the presidency to Donald Trump. So obviously this is a highly emotional and contentious topic for a lot of people, but the reason why I did want to speak on it is that I think there's a lot of parallels to be drawn between the marketing of a product and the marketing of a political candidate. And while I wish that wasn't the case, because I wish that politics was less of an exercise in personal branding and more of a deeper discussion on substantive policies that will actually be impacting the everyday lives of human beings, that just simply is not the case. And although I'm not American, I am Canadian. Your elections have consequences for the entire world. So I think anybody that wants to put their...
Dude, I love this. I love this guy's videos, okay? Sorry, we're going to watch this because I truly do want to hear... Before you say silence Canadian, okay? I want to hear a non-political analysis from a pure marketing standpoint. I think it'll be entertaining. I have better instincts than you in terms of what is entertaining and what's not.
Their 2 cents in is allowed to. So based on my objective analysis, I believe that Kamala Harris's campaign is built upon very flawed marketing strategy that is very heavily relying on superficial social media engagement, identity politics, and a highly crafted and tightly controlled public image of her persona that is so far removed from the reality of who she is and so socially and media engineered to the point that it is essentially a house of cards that is doomed to collapse.
Oh my
the
God.
first marketing strategy that Kamala Harris is
Now you want to watch
employing,
9-minute TikTok? Yes, I do. He's fucking cooking. Shut up.
and we are all collectively
Shut up. Shut up. Shut up.
experiencing it, whether we realize it or not, is the blank slate strategy. This is essentially where she is being intentionally vague and ambiguous in the language that she uses and the way that she appears publicly in order to take advantage of the psychological phenomenon of projection. Because if you are extremely vague and generic and say some of the right words without specifically committing to policies or being very clear about what your values are, human beings will simply project onto you what they want to see. Progressives will see her as extremely progressive and forward.
Oh my God. And this only works if your candidate is truly charismatic enough to the in-group. It's already like a failure of a strategy in general, but like it is the same reason why people refuse to recognize that like Trump's policies are actually inherently harmful to them. Okay? Straight up. When he says identity focus, I don't think he's saying like Kamala Harris is using identity politics. I think he's saying the campaign strategy heightens that to a certain degree. That's the only thing I disagree with him on, by the way. I don't think that Kamala Harris has actually done any kind of like identity politics at all in their forward correspondence, in the way that they present themselves, even in the way of defending against attacks from Donald Trump, which I think is actually pretty effective and very smart. I must be too online. I love this guy. He has great takes. You have become, what, unbearably confident?
Forward thinking. More moderate voters will see her as somebody that's a little bit more measured, and you can kind of see reasoning behind why they're doing it. I don't think it's completely stupid, but I think it is doomed to fail because although it is working in the short term, she's going to eventually be put into scenarios like debates where she'll be forced to take firm stances on topics, and because she hasn't done that intellectual work to decide where she really lands on these important issues, she may end up looking unqualified for the job. So the next issue with the blank slate strategy is the only reason it's even remotely effective is specifically because she is solely relying on identity politics. And although I completely understand and respect the excitement associated with nominating the first woman president, the first black woman president,
I don't think she's running an identity politics campaign at all. But I do think that her identity factors into the excitement. And it's not just that she's a woman, a black woman, or a black Indian woman. It's actually the fact that she's younger. Okay? I think that they have actually expertly not played this like, you have to vote for me to break the glass ceiling type shit that Hillary Clinton was doing. Okay? But I do believe that those factors that we, use the shorthand, she's not Biden, to describe are major players in her immediate boost. Okay? That's it. She surprisingly has not done any of the fucking awful Hillary Clinton style identity politics campaigning, which have proven not to work. Joe Biden also never really did that either. And, because he couldn't, because he's like a 80-year-old racist. But I don't think that she's like being like, oh, I'm going to be the first black South Asian American woman to be president or blah, blah, blah. I don't think she's saying that. But I do think that the campaign is currently relying on the difference between the juxtaposition between her and Joe Biden, including being younger.
First South Asian American black woman president. And that's something that is exciting and something that will understandably galvanize a certain demographic of the population that will vote for her solely based on that alone. I do not believe it is a substitute for an actionable policy platform that will actually impact the lives of the American people, because people are currently suffering economically and they want to understand and feel secure in the fact that you have a plan to ameliorate their suffering. So it seems like her campaign is relying on the sole fact that people will be so excited to vote for the first black woman that they will be willing to overlook the fact that she doesn't have a true vision for the country.
Like, I don't think it's because people are excited to vote for the first black woman. I think the campaign is thinking people are so excited it's not Biden. Like, there is some truth to what he's saying here, but if you only came in here to understand what was going on, you would be led astray. because the Kamala Harris campaign is not actually using identity politics at all. And I do think that that's a good thing overall. But the real reason as to why there is a lot of momentum behind the Harris camp is because she's not Biden. And to a certain demographic that was tired, the double haters that the media used to talk about a lot, she's not Trump either. She's not Trump and she's not Biden.
I do not believe that is something that should be relied upon, especially in the context of the United States, where the election will be decided based upon tens of thousands of votes in specific swing states. And the other issue with this lack of a policy platform is it leaves her very vulnerable to attacks from Donald Trump, because they can project any image onto her that they want, and she has no reasonable way to articulate a defense to them because she doesn't really stand for anything. So the next issue that I have with the Kamala Harris campaign is they seem to be very heavily relying on social media engagement as well as celebrity endorsements to create this sort of image of widespread popularity. The issue with using social media as a way to evaluate the current success of the Kamala Harris campaign.
He's cooking, dude. I think he's saying without policy, identity is all there is. It's kind of how right-wingers interpret her, perhaps.
Is that social media metrics can be extremely inflated and very misleading, because a huge demographic on TikTok, for example, are people under the age of 18. They will not be voting. And it's also further inflated by the fact that many people on TikTok are in international countries who just enjoy watching the politics for the show of it, like me. But we will not be voting in the election, so it can lead her campaign to be in a place where they are overestimating their grassroots support, when in reality they don't have it because it doesn't really exist. So the danger is that this perceived popularity may not translate into actual votes, particularly in the swing states, which will be the deciding factors of this election. And her campaign's obsession with social media and viral moments and celebrity culture is further illustrated by the decisions they're making by having Megan Thee Stallion twerking on stage, or thinking it was a good idea to have Oprah Winfrey appear at the DNC talking about the middle class, because they clearly do not have an understanding that the average American and average person absolutely despises celebrities, does not want to be talked down to from them, and will not be voting based upon who they endorse. And I'll go even further that I think it does the complete opposite of what they're trying to accomplish. The mere presence of Oprah Winfrey will directly result in people voting against Kamala Harris because of how much people despise celebrity culture and despise billionaires like Oprah Winfrey and everything that.
No, he's not wrong. Chat, he's not wrong. My man, I don't know why he hates Oprah so much. He was close, but people love celebrities. No. In terms of the political dynamic, while people do like celebrities, when is the last time you've ever fucking seen a person be swayed in a specific direction because celebrities told them? If that was the case, then Hillary Clinton would have been president in 2016. They ran on a lot of the same mistakes. They ran on a lot of the same fucking mistakes, dude. Some people love celebrities, but plenty of other people also hate that very same celebrity. Okay? They won't vote against her, but they will 100% stay home if they're told Pokemon go to the polls. Yeah. I think the view annoying libs so much in these streams that chat makes the mistake of thinking they're the average American. What? They despise billionaires, so why would anyone vote for Trump? No, you don't understand. He's not talking about, I don't think he's talking about like converting Trump supporters into Kamala lovers, dude. He's talking about people in the fucking margins. Will you be able to pick up random people? Will you be able to pick up more people? If every step that you are taking, when you have 68 days until the election, every step that you're taking has to be in the right direction, okay? Trump was literally a cultural figure, celebrity before he ran for office. People love celebrities. This dude is really wrong. Oh, people already had name recognition for Trump because he was a television personality, which played in his favor when he was running as an anti-establishment candidate against an unfavorable, unliked establishment Democrat. Fox News showcasing Sunbelt. Insane polls coming out. Georgia Harris up 50% to 48. Nevada Harris up 50% to 48. This is the post-convention bump. Arizona Harris up 50% to 49. North Carolina Trump up 50% to 49%. People voted for Trump because he ran on bringing back jobs and said the American dream was dead, not because he was a TV personality. He also said all the politicians are fucking phonies and I paid for them. And that I'm a good billionaire, or I'm a good rich person, and I'm going to run the country like a business. And Americans love that rhetoric. They're so fucking stupid. Yeah, these polls aren't good, by the way. I just want to let you know. Like, they're within a margin of victory, with the exception of, like, the governor's race, which seemingly has not translated to Kamala Harris. Nevada Senate race, Rosen up 55 to 41%. and Arizona Senate race, Gallego 51-36 over Lake, have not had upstream positive consequences for the top of the ticket. This is the exact same problem that Biden was running into, and it became a larger issue. Obviously, Kari Lake is a separate situation in and of itself, and yet another L for the Republican strategists out there that are making, I don't know, all the worst decisions. But Biden had these exact same problems. Anyway, what do you think of Alex Eber's new Substack article supporting the idea of a border wall from a left-wing perspective? Dude, the border wall is just a symbol, dude. It is dumb as fuck. It is a waste of money, okay? Like, it's literally just a win-in argument for the dumbest people on the planet. That's all the border wall is. It's not doing shit. I don't give a fuck about what leftist position there is to, like, fund a border wall, okay? Get the fuck out of here. It was bad when Trump was pushing for it, especially because he used it as a symbol of racism, and it's still fucking bad. It's still stupid. It's crazy to me that we're now advocating for the border. Like, how quickly do things change? Oh my God. Like, that's nuts, dude. The entire Democratic Party was unified against this border wall, calling it fucking racist and shit. And now there's Democrats being like, well, actually, what about a leftist perspective? Like, it didn't happen 10 years ago. It was 4 years ago, man.
That she stands for. And if I was to summarize the core problem with the personal brand of Kamala Harris, and something that I think will continue to bubble underneath the surface of her campaign until it inevitably explodes, it is an authenticity issue. And the perfect example of this is the glaring contradiction of the fact that Kamala Harris is using TikTok as a way to influence young people to vote for her, to make it appear like she cares about their issues and that she hears them, when in reality she is part of the administration that introduced legislation to ban the app, which is the most insane violation of freedom of speech I have seen in my entire lifetime. And if she does become president in November, come January, the app is set to be taken away from the App Store forever. They literally banned the app because of lobbying from Mark Zuckerberg, because instead of spending money on his own app improving Instagram, he would rather take out his competitor altogether. And because we have a completely corrupt government, he's able to do that. So I can't even imagine the fact that she's been able to run this campaign and has not been questioned about this glaring contradiction. And this brings us, of course, to the most obvious question, which is why hasn't she been questioned about this or really anything important? And the reason is that her campaign officials know that she has a historic...
Y'all are so caught up in him saying we because he admitted that he's Canadian, and you're literally fucking missing the forest for the trees, and it's annoying. He is he is 100p right. Not 90p, 100p. Okay? No, he's right. He's absolutely right, dude. It's fucking ridiculous. They're like, oh, look at us. We're doing Brad Summer memes on TikTok. It wasn't that long ago when they were like, oh, TikTok is a Chinese psyop that's like causing American teens to be anti-Semitic, and we have to ban it instantly. And now they're like, oh, look at all the TikTok memes that we got for the campaign. It's fucking bullshit. He's right, but framing it as the biggest issue is weird. It's not. I don't even think he's framing it as like the biggest issue. It's a big issue for the Gen Z voter bloc, most likely. But it is fucking ridiculous that like that the moment that someone asks them about this question, she has no answer. It's the same idiotic hypocrisy demonstrated by Republicans, okay? When Republicans are like, oh yeah, abortion is murder, but also some states should be allowed to do murders, is a fucking ridiculous argument to make. Oh, TikTok is like this incredibly anti-Semitic Chinese psyop, but also he claimed to be objective in the beginning, but this whole analysis is anything but. In my opinion, he's giving ideological critiques of her. I thought we were getting a marketing assessment of her campaign. I think he is giving a marketing assessment of her campaign, and I happen to agree with some of the things that he's saying. Like, I don't think this person is like a secret Trump supporter, you know what I mean? I think he is saying personally that Kamala Harris running a campaign devoid of issues that will be helpful to people, okay? Oh, bro, when you say a lot of things he's saying is from Fox News, yeah, we just watched a Fox News video saying that the anti-Israel protest will be Kamala Harris's October surprise, potentially. I said that months ago. And now Fox News is saying, I said that a month ago. Now Fox News is saying it. Does that make it wrong? No. I also said the right is going to hit her on her flip-flop on the border wall. Also, people saying that she's light on policy is not just a Fox News argument at all. Don't try to polarize against or for one particular viewpoint in an effort to defend Kamala Harris in this situation. Because while Fox News has been saying, where are the policies? Where are the policies? There's no policies. You know who else is saying that now? CBS, ABC, NBC, CNN, and the HasanAbi broadcast as well. It's just a fact. How are all these liberals deluded themselves again? Did you dumb fucking liberals learn absolutely nothing from 2016? Americans all feel like things are shitty and nothing is changing. People want fucking money in their bank and feel like they can ignore politics and afford groceries. Liberals are stuck in memes and social media. Yeah. Yeah, I think that shit is dumb. Claiming you can't criticize Harris or else you're using Republican talking points is ridiculous. I don't even think that person was cynically doing that. I think a lot of people are just like trained without realizing to do that. They internalize that. Like, I don't think that person was saying that to be shitty. It's true she's light on policy, but he's bringing that up as a criticism about Harris while Trump has never had a policy. This person is not a political commentator, number one. This person is also not doing a video on Donald Trump's marketing. Maybe they have done a video on Donald Trump's marketing. If they made a video on Donald Trump's marketing initiatives and then he said that it was a banger and it was really successful, then I would have some criticisms of that. So far, though, I am interpreting what he's saying as like a decent critique.
Cool tendency to say extremely stupid things and make very dumb gaffes when she goes off script. When she's reading off script, she is good, she's charismatic, she hits her points. When she is asked a question that is in any way she's unprepared to answer, she makes huge mistakes. Here are a few that she's done before. At one point, she said three times in 3 separate videos that 220 million Americans died from COVID. She obviously meant to say not that, because there's 300 million Americans. I think we would know if they all died from COVID. Another time, she was visiting the DMC, which is...
Okay, first of all, there's 330 million Americans. Kamala Harris off script is prone to gaffes. I think Kamala Harris in a debate setting might do well, but Kamala Harris off script when talking to the media or when delivering a speech, not very great. Okay? Having said that, however, will she be good? Has she gotten enough training? Her Democratic National Convention speech was a scripted speech. It was decent. Obviously, I hated the things that she said in it, but in terms of like delivery, it was a decent speech. Anyway, let's continue.
The demilitarized zone in South Korea, and she praised the Republic of North Korea and said that she wanted to be allies with them, and she didn't realize that it was South Korea. And then she obviously says word salads a lot where we don't understand the context of all in which she lives and where she came before her pretend to be. One of my favorite quotes from her, she said, "It is time for us to do what we have been doing, and that time is every day. Every day it is time." And this is just the reality. She is not good speaking off the cuff. She knows it, and her campaign knows it. If you need further proof, let's watch how she answered a very simple question on inflation.
And also, what else are you going to do to fix this problem with inflation?
All right, thank you. Well, let's start with this. Prices have gone up, and families and individuals are dealing with the realities of that bread costs more, that gas costs more. And we have to understand what that means. That's about the cost of living going up.
And the reason why I'm showing you this is so you understand the fragility of such a tightly controlled image when she is inevitably put into a high-pressure environment like a debate or an interview where she has to answer questions and she can't articulate herself. This crafted idea that she's an extremely competent person gets shattered.
He's mad she paused. Bro, come on. She just... It's like the Ukraine speech. It's like when she was talking about Ukraine, when they were like... when she was like, Ukraine is a nation that is bordering Russia, a much larger nation. And let's make one thing clear. Russia is a nation that's much larger and bordering Ukraine, and Russia invaded Ukraine. And that's wrong. Bro, the Ukraine thing was on Normie radio show where they had specifically asked her to explain it to people who don't know anything about the region or news, Lamau. I know, but it comes across, the inflation thing that she's answering is not that situation. And it sounds identical to that. She just described what inflation is. The person didn't ask, like, could you explain to the uninitiated what inflation means? Jewish labor bun, I think you just hate black women. Yeah, I mean, classic. I would like to see what she has to say for the rest of that conversation in terms of, like, what she would do to deal with inflation. They already have decent policies that they've presented before. I want more charisma from Kamala Harris, and I want more bold proclamations from Kamala Harris. Okay? And if she wants to win, she's going to have to keep up that energy.
shattered immediately. So if Kamala Harris really wants to win this election, she needs to radically and quickly move away from the superficial, hollow rhetoric that she's been engaging in and put together a substantial policy platform.
Families and individuals are dealing with the realities of
I don't think the coconut tree is word salad. No, I actually defend the coconut tree argument all the time. I think the coconut tree one is not word salad at all. It's actually brilliant and insightful. There are, however, obviously fucking, moments where it is word salad.
that bread costs more, that gas costs more. And we have to understand what that means. That's about the cost of living going up. That's about having to stress and stretch limited resources. That's about a source of stress for families that is not only economic, but is on a daily level, something that is a heavy weight to carry. So it is something that we take very seriously, very seriously. And we know from the history of this issue in the United States that when you see these prices go up, it has a direct impact on the quality of life for
Megaphonics. Okay, this is a word salad. Dog, she just keeps repeating what inflation is and how it hurts people. This is literally when you have, chap, this is a Selena Meyer moment, okay? But one of the best parts about this is that this is probably one of the most human moments that she's had, because who amongst us has not had a situation where they had to go up to the front of the class and deliver like their homework or something, or an issue that they were supposed to study, and they did not study at all, okay? I've done this. This is book report shit where you do not fucking know a single damn thing that is in the book. And you're just sitting there and you're like, well, Tom Sawyer was a man. Right. Oh, can you grab my, here. I had some stuff outside. Can you grab it? Oh, that's tiny. What the fuck? Okay, yeah, no, I don't want it now, but can you bring that to the fridge? Put that in the fridge with this too. Thank you. No, it'll fall.
all people in our country. So it's a big issue, and we take it seriously. And
who the fuck is this Megaphonics person, lol? Always chirping, like daily. Damn, Megaphonics. You've made a name for yourself in the chat. Dude, she's 60 years old. This has nothing to do with a school book report.
it is a priority, therefore. So we have addressed it in a number of ways. One of the issues that we know is related to this is the supply chain issue that we just discussed.
So you are holding the autobiography of Malcolm X along with Alex Haley. I don't know how far you are into the book, but what's your biggest takeaway so far?
I kind of just started a couple days ago, but I've read and a lot of notes over the years. It's my first time actually reading this from start to finish. But just a very smart man, very smart man, and basically his words in the 60s and what was going on is actually what's going on today still.
What are you guys saying that? Oh wow, classic white supremacists saying that a black man is not, one, capable of reading, and two, I'm gonna double down on this. Are you guys saying that he's wrong? Are you saying that he's wrong? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize white supremacy in the exact same ways that it unfolded in the fucking 60s during the civil rights movement was not very much an element in American society right now. Take the Klan robes off. Take them off. Is he wrong? He's not wrong. Now, people might say, Hasan, you literally did this exact same analysis
raging
on Trump.
for many decades.
So here he is remembering certain key parts, like key details from a briefing that he was a part of. And he's using that to be like, look at how many things I know. It's literally, I've been in this situation when I was a kid and I didn't do the fucking reading and I had to go in front of the classroom and deliver a presentation on some shit that I totally could not fucking remember. Okay. And we've all been in this situation where you're like, I didn't really fucking read this well enough. I didn't do the writing. I didn't do the reading. I have no fucking clue what the hell's going on. I'm just going to pick certain parts that I do remember, and I'm just going to blast them out into your face in the general vicinity of whatever the fuck we're reading. That's exactly what's happening here. China, India, 22 people have died. I remember. I'm the rememberer of things. I'm the greatest understander.
The reason I say this is even if you don't believe this particular piece of intelligence, and there is dispute, no doubt, there is dispute in the intelligence community about it, your former, John Nicholson, former head of forces in Afghanistan, said, and this is when he was working for you, that Russia is supplying weapons to the Taliban.
Anyway, yeah, Trump does this shit all the time too. You had the debate lord speaking cadence back then? No, I didn't. Dude, people just genuinely do not have the mental faculties to understand that, like, if you change one fucking piece of equipment in your streaming setup, like if you change your condenser or if you change like your roadcaster, that it automatically changes the way that you hear my voice. So they think I fucking hit puberty at the age of like 29. Okay. Like, I don't know how to react to people who are like, wow, you had such a baby voice back then. Wow. It's like, dog, I was 29 back then. I'm 33 now. Are you fucking stupid? It's just the processing that changed. Brother, your voice does change in some people when they hit 30. You know that, right? Oh my God. Oh my God. Dude, it was a joke, brother. No jokes allowed. No, there are people who unironically are saying in unhinged shit in the chat right now. I'm glad I read one of them. Before I read your comment where you're like, oh, people are just joking. It's fucking annoying. Anyway, getting back to this, LeBron is right. And I believe that he read the Malcolm X biography. And one of the things that he says is like, oh, I just started reading it. And like the very same problems that existed back then exist now. So it hits home. It's like, and he's right about that. Like, obviously white supremacy is a massive problem as it was back then.
Him understanding the how powerful the Negro can be. He used that word a lot. How powerful we are.
Yeah, I got nothing on that one. No, that's so. He said they use that word a lot. Like, that's the message. He said they use that word a lot. Like, that was the main message from Malcolm X's biography. Yeah, that's a man who hasn't read the book. Okay, I can't even jokingly fucking sit here. I can't even jokingly sit here and fucking defend that shit.
But we have to unite, and we have to be together. We have to stand strong, because there's always going to be obstacles. There's always going to be, things that's going to be thrown at us where they try to weaken us. They try to make us feel like we're not kings and queens, and it's going to come from all, different races and different shapes and sizes and things of that nature. And just a very powerful-minded gentleman, and it's unbelievable to kind of read something that's coming directly from him. Wish I had the opportunity to meet him. Obviously, we know what the situation that happened among not only him, but Dr. Martin Luther King, some of the greats that's ever walked this face of the earth, not only just here in America, but in the space of the earth. So it's a pretty interesting book.
I mean, look at his face. He looks like he got caught shitting his pants, dude. Like, he's like, was this convincing? Fuck, man. Anyway, the point is, I love him, and I will glaze him. Why? Because he puts numbers on the fucking board. Okay? That's why. And you would overlook a lot of Kamala Harris's like weird shit if she too put numbers on the fucking board. If she was running around being like, yeah, we're going to give you free healthcare, I promise you, you wouldn't give a shit about any of this. But if she's not running around doing that, if she was the LeBron of politics, is what I mean, okay? If she had like a career average of almost 30 fucking points, okay, over the span of 21 goddamn years per game, politically speaking, she would have to be Mao reincarnated with Ho Chi Minh merging into one person if she was like LeBron. So if she was doing that, okay, in terms of her policy, ain't nobody would give a shit if she read the Malcolm X book or not.
And so on a domestic level, in terms of domestic policy, one of the approaches we have taken is to work with labor unions and to work with municipalities in opening back up and extending the hours of our ports.
LeBron isn't close to 30 points per game, only MJ. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot that LeBron isn't playing against fucking plumbers. Shut up. Thank you for the 100 gifted subs, Jaeger08 Larson.
There are actually three I have in mind: Los Angeles, Long Beach, and Savannah. And in fact, part of the infrastructure bill. Benefit is most recently what we will do to assist Savannah in broadening their ability to be an active port, and we have seen a reduction in the container ships off of the Long Beach and LA ports because of what we have done, which is to extend, as you know, to extend the hours to now 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. But there is also a point that is important to make on the Build Back Better framework. One, it is designed to make it less expensive for working people to live. It was specifically designed to bring down the costs of childcare and increase accessibility and availability. Designed to bring down the cost of elder care and make it available to all those working families that need that support and need that help. And Build Back Better is not going to cost anything. We're paying for it. So when we can get Build Back Better passed, and we are optimistic that we will, the American people will see costs actually reduced around some of the most essential services that they need to take care of their basic responsibilities, including issues like childcare and elder care and also preschool. And that's an important point to mention also. And in fact, I had some conversations here in France, including with the Minister of Education in France, about the, again, global impact of the pandemic on childcare, but also on education, and in particular for our youngest children. Universal pre-K, when we're able to do that, 3 and 4 years old, getting education at no cost, what that is going to do in terms of not only supporting working families who otherwise can't afford to put their kids in a private situation and otherwise don't have it available, that's going to have a huge impact on lowering the cost for families. So that is a big part of
She had a shit start, but the lawyer genes kicked in by the end of it. It's still not great. Like she was reminded of what Build Back Better is and reminded of the Inflation Reduction Act. So she was like, here are some of the signature accomplishments that we're pushing for in terms of the administration's legislative agenda. It took her like a while to fucking wind up to that. Okay. I suspect she was just like looking through the fact sheet in front of her. But regardless, my point still stands in terms of like I'll admit, this was a lot better of a finish than the start, for sure. I think a lot of people forget that we used to say that she's like barred the fuck out. And even early on, when the swap was supposed to happen, I kept saying, Kamala Harris needs to get off the fucking sauce instantly and get on some goddamn uppers, okay? For this reason, because she does come across like a little fucking zooted, okay? Now. It's important to remember. All right, let's finish this video off.
And articulate a very clear vision that she has for the country. If she does, I not only think she will win the presidency, but all 3 branches of government, potentially laying the groundwork for actual transformational change.
Okay, well, like, this guy's just chirping. What the fuck does he know about? Yeah, dude. Like, I don't think he's, like, clued in on all of the fucking Senate races and all the House races that are going on, okay? Like, I don't think Kamala Harris can salvage that with good policies, personally. Sure, a popular, yeah, you also can't win the judiciary. Well, unless you're the Republican Party, because the Republican Party has won the judiciary. Let's be real, okay? I think when he said branches, he meant like the House, the Senate, and the White House. But, dog, we ain't winning Montana. I mean, that could happen. He used the wrong term, but I think he meant House of Representatives, Senate, and the White House. But, will you cover the Korean men group chat? Ismail Alt? Probably not. Isn't it? Is that the fucking massive like AI porn one? Yeah, dude. Dude, gender wars. I often talk about how like gender wars is annoying in America, but gender wars is like gender holocaust in fucking Korea. Okay, like if we're doing gender wars here on American TikTok, they're doing gender holocaust at fucking South Korea. Like, it is so fucking crazy. I remember looking into it a little bit during like the 4B shit, like the 4B movement stuff, where I was like, this is not a good solution. Everybody needs to be crazy. I mean, everybody needs to not be crazy. Sorry. Like the swearing off men seems like pretty crazy. And then I looked into like some of the worst aspects of the gender wars in South Korea. And I was like, never mind. It's actually pretty valid. I didn't realize it was like that. My bad. No disrespect. No disrespect to the Korean women. You deserve to stay the fuck away from the Korean men. Holy shit. It's pretty fucking nuts over there, okay? I don't know what the hell's going on. So, yeah, just drip your incels. But yeah, TLDR, Korea recently had a telegram of, I believe, 1,200 plus people in it, all filled with AI deepfake porn on university students. Is super intense. 4B is honestly so justified because of how disgusting this stuff is. Recently, a K-pop idol got thrown out of sex crimes, thrown out for sex crimes against a 12-year-old for 6+ years. It's a lot. Yeah, they were doing like deepfake AI porn of like people that they know and shit. It's really fucked up. Wait, what? It's 220,000 people. Wait, what? 200,000? Okay, we'll look at this in a second.
And if she doesn't, I think she will simply become a cautionary tale of someone who sought the highest office in the land without actually.
There's more people in the group chat than there were babies born in South Korea last year. Yeah, no shit, dude. It's fucking hyper capitalism. Yo, South Korea is crazy, dude. Holy shit. Korea unification now, brother. Oh my God. Actually, oh my God. America really fucked Korea in general, dude. Can you imagine? Can you imagine Korea having its like China style moment right now? If America didn't decide to make arbitrary boundaries and they were like, you know what? We'll let the USSR we'll let the USSR fund and facilitate and support the Korean communist movement that was objectively popular both in fucking North and South Korea. God damn. Bro, think about that, dude. Ia-cha, dude. That's what I'm saying. They would have been. First of all, North Korea wouldn't be like what it is now, obviously. They wouldn't have been they would not have had to suffer. Hold on. I have to do it. I have to do it to them. Please cover Afghan women. Please talk about Afghan women. Afghan women can no longer speak in public. Afghanistan too. Please cover what is happening with Afghan women. Please cover Afghan women. You do random stuff every day. Hasan, will you talk about how women in Afghanistan are no longer allowed to speak in public? I did yesterday. It was so funny. I'd be like, yo, look at the misogyny happening in this fucking country that's like aligned with the United States of America and is like supposed to be this like beacon of fucking prosperity. And they'll be like, but what about Afghanistan? Oh, you're talking about misogyny here? Talk about Afghanistan right now. I did. I talked about it yesterday. I'm not sure men in China are that far behind South Korean tendencies. Bro, that's crazy. First of all, China is insanely vast and massive. And regional cultural attitudes towards women differ so dramatically that there are entire fucking areas in China where like men are cucked and servile to women. In terms of like misogyny in China, it is nowhere near as big as a problem. You literally just saw Asian country. You did the, I guess, quote unquote, woke pro-American empire version of what Tom Cotton did, which is, what kind of Chinese are you, boy? You just did that. Koreans are a different type of Chinese. And then there's them Chiners in China. God.
In South Korea, a large number of former
The dawn of reunification breaks. When she says that, I get chills, dude. So fucking good. So fucking good. Anyway, look. The situation is really fucked up. Okay? What happened in South Korea this week? A man beat a woman with a baseball bat in an elevator ride. A high school boy threatened a middle school girl with a blunt object on her way to school. A deepfake telegram room with 1,200. Wait, this person's saying 1,200. Other people are saying 200,000. Top Kim. Cool song. I wonder what living there is like. Must be amazing. Yeah, no shit. Yeah, it sucks. You want to know why? We played a big role in that, okay? The fuck do you mean? That's just pure copium. That's just pure fucking copium, big dog. Oh, man. We really fucked that country up, dude. These motherfuckers were dying after the dissolution of the USSR, which was their lifeline to the global marketplace. Okay? They had a massive fucking famine outbreak, and we never even remotely dialed back the sanctions. We straight up were like, oh, I hope you all fucking die for the crime of being above a arbitrary line that we fucking drew. Okay? Get out of here. Get out of here. And I'm willing to bet your name is OSHA violations. I fucking doubt you're like a reactionary hog, you know? But that's how fucking deep that American dog works. Bro, I grew up in the Soviet Union. Okay, maybe you might be a hog then. What's going on? When you level and sanction an entire country, shit gets rough. I know. And even then, it was actually pretty fucking... Even then, like in the immediate aftermath of America's like unimaginably gross bombing campaign, like North Korea, in comparison to South Korea, was like objectively better in terms of quality of life. Like they had a better restructuring than South Korea did. It was a fucking military dictatorship, backed by a rabid fascist, American adjacent military dictatorship in South Korea. At least North Korea was like significantly better off. It's just many people's understanding of North Korea literally just comes from like the 90s and the worst of the famine, the horrors that they saw. I genuinely don't understand why you refer to a situation like this as gender war. Correct me if I'm wrong, but if you don't see women behave the way do, this is not a war. It never was. Man, I'm fucking joking, dog. I also said it's a gender holocaust, okay? If America has a gender war on TikTok, they're doing a gender holocaust is what I said. It is objectively one-sided, don't you think? Why defend North Korea? I just don't get that. I in no terms did I defend like North Korean living conditions, the North Korean government. But for Americans, when I talk about like the greater picture of like what certain factors, what kind of significant certain factors like American foreign policy play into a country's development, you immediately go, oh, you must be defending fucking the DPRK. Okay? No, I'm not defending the DPRK. I'm not defending its governance. I'm not defending anything. Okay? But I'm simply telling you exactly what has taken place over the course of North Korea's history. I am an advocate for reunification, though, for the record. That is definitely something I'm an advocate for, of course. You respect their people for persisting extinction in no small part by us? Yeah, I mean, they're doing all right, all things considered, but... Wait, so is the quality of life better in North Korea than South Korea? No, fuck no. No, not now, dude. Not now. Well, no, still not now. But quality of life in South Korea is dipping pretty rapidly. But no, of course not now. Post 90s, that shit changed dramatically. I'm talking about in the aftermath. Like up until the 70s, things were better off in North Korea than they were in South Korea. I'm saying like South Korea was run by a fucking military dictatorship, which then turned into, 6 families. Oh, now just one family, pretty much. But anyway, Syngman Rhee and the U.S. Army didn't even restrict their murder and jailing of communists. They would kill citizens that were a part of the KPA because they were afraid of them allying with North Korea. Some infamous ones are the Bodo League massacre or the No Gunry Bridge. Wait, the Bodo League massacre in the summer of 1950 during the Korean War. Estimates of the death toll vary. Historians and experts on the Korean War estimate that it was between 60,000 and 200,000 people that were killed. Yeah. Massacre was committed by the government force of President Syngman Rhee and falsely blamed on the communists led by the North Korean leader Kim Il-sung. The South Korean government made efforts to conceal the massacre for 4 decades. Survivors were forbidden by the government from revealing it under the threat of being treated as communist sympathizers. Public revelation carried with it the threat of torture and death. During the 1990s and onwards, several corpses were excavated from mass graves, resulting in public awareness of the massacre. The Jeju uprising is what I was thinking of. Prisoners lie on the ground before execution by South Korean troops near Daejeon, South Korea, July 1950. Photo by U.S. Army Major Abbott. South Korean soldiers walk among bodies of South Korean political prisoners shot near Daejeon, South Korea. They would just like round people up and line them up and then fucking mass execute them. Anyway, the South Korean situation is genuinely really bad. They have negative population growth as it stands currently, and but that is happening at a time of like unparalleled prosperity for the South Korean economy, if that makes sense. It's not a dissimilar situation, perhaps much worse than America, but like not a dissimilar situation to America when we talk about the American economy. The The American economy is prospering. Our GDP, look at our GDP, look at our GDP. Meanwhile, like you look at fucking Appalachia and you're like, holy shit, how can we be so goddamn poor? So it's similar to that. And there's also a litany of other complications that come along with all of the economic anxiety people experience. But ultimately, I think the greatest example of the DPRK thriving is the fact that they don't see 3-minute ad breaks at the top of the hour, because we don't serve ads to North Korea for those who do actually, you know, have the capacity to tune in to twitch.tv/HasanAbi. Yeah. If you want to live like a DPRK netizen, all you need to do is subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime, or by getting gifted to sub. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Okay? Screw you, Appalachia is only poor in a capitalist lens. Wait, what? No, it's poor, man. I think that not having access to like healthcare in a 20-30 mile radius is like is a clear indication that you're in horrifying circumstances, like in horrifying conditions. We are rich in sitting on porches when it rains. Okay, fair. You know, not having access to reliable, clean drinking water is poor in every sense of the word. Yeah, it's like, what is a measurement of poverty other than not having access to adequate education, not having access to adequate health care, and living in a fucking food desert, and your infrastructure is crumbling? Like, those are like the metrics. You know what I mean? If you think I'm mentioning your state, well, such is America for you. But yeah, we'll talk about Korea. We'll talk about Korea in a second. Actually, you know what? Let's do it now. Fuck it. South Korea battles surge of deepfake pornography after thousands found to be spreading images. Let's take a look at the news article on this real quick.
Online chat rooms have been found to be sharing sexually explicit deepfake images of women. In an emergency meeting, South Korean authorities called on Telegram and other platforms to work with them to delete and block that kind of content. The images, which are generated using artificial intelligence, combine the face of a real person with a fake body. Well, it comes as the founder of Telegram, Pavel Durov, was arrested as he landed on a private plane in Paris over the weekend. He's being held as part of a French investigation into China.
There was a clarification for Korean news that 1,400 people were from Korea, and the 220,000 number total included people from outside South Korea. Jesus fucking Christ.
Child abuse images, drug trafficking and fraud on the messaging app. Well, for more on this, I've been speaking to journalist Jennifer Moon, who's based in Seoul.
The latest one being there's been a series of emergency meetings, like you said, since the president has called up for digital sex crimes to be thoroughly investigated. Now, that in the wake of local media reports that sexually explicit deepfake images and videos of South Korean women, especially that of underage girls at junior high schools and universities, were often found in Telegram chat rooms. Now, one Telegram chat room had a user of 227,000 people. That's sparking public outrage here in Korea. Of course, as you know, South Korea has one of the fastest average internet speeds. And with that, according to activists, it also has an acute epidemic of digital sex crimes, including revenge porn and the use of spy cameras with inadequate legislation to punish offenders. And this time around, it's deepfake digital sex crimes.
What can the authorities...
2.1 children per woman is the replacement rate of South Korea, which is currently at 0.78.
do about this? I mean, do they have the power to crack down on this?
Now, that's hard to say. We'll have to wait and see what comes about from these meetings. But online deepfake sex crimes cannot be left alone here in Korea, as they...
Have you talked about the Americans who were unjustifiably kidnapped by the authorities in Congo and might be facing death sentences? Dude, Mormon chatter Neek Skit can't fucking let go of his Mormon ways of being a CIA operative on a daily fucking basis. What the fuck were they doing in the Congo? What were they doing there, bro? I mean, they weren't even doing it with the CIA this time, by the way. I like Neek Skit way more than the liberal chatters. At least this is creative. I know. He's talking about these guys, by the way. 3 Americans implicated in a coup attempt in Congo go on trial before a military court. He's talking about dudes who are objectively trying to do a coup. Like, that's not even a thing. Like, that they were objectively trying to do a coup. 6 people were killed during the botched coup attempt. Wait, was that a CIA Johnny Harris joke, or am I forgetting about other connections between the CIA and Mormons? Mormons used to comprise a big chunk of the fucking CIA back in the day. Why'd you say it wasn't the CIA this time? Seems exactly like a CIA thing. No, I don't think this was. I think this was. I'll just say it like this. This, if I recall correctly, was so bad that, like, I think it was. I'm not even kidding. Like, I think this doesn't even meet like the current shitty standards of the CIA. And I know the CIA is not what it once used to be. Okay. I know that the CIA is not what it once was. Okay. Including the Venezuela attempt. But even the fucking current CIA is not this incompetent. The coup leader got killed when he live streamed the attack on a social media account. Like, it's got the markings of a January 6th style situation.
They've surged, they've surged by a double in the number in this year compared to the number in 2021 when they first began to collect data. Now, what's more interesting and more serious is that the victims are usually female and include school students as well as women in uniform in this country. Recently, there's been a deepfake abuse rapidly escalating in school nationwide. But what's more concerning here is the fact that the creators, a large number of offenders, are also believed to be minors, according to authorities.
This is barely. I sent a good link with coverage in the chat logs. Yeah, but it's like long as fuck, dude. It's like a 3-hour video or an hour video.
Bada bing, bada boo.
Producers from SBS, the CNN of South Korea, one of the largest news networks in all of South Korea, a bunch of producers were huddled together in a conference room. This is not good. They should have listened. They should have never aired the episode to begin with. They're huddled around, hands covering their mouths, their eyes.
Rotten Mango's dope. I feel like I've seen some of her TikTok content where that like have given me bad vibes, but I don't know. I've seen like some of her TikToks.
Eyes are wide and they keep rewatching this video that was anonymously sent to them. The video depicted a very young girl, unclothed and with nothing but a plastic bag over her head. She had red string tied around her, and when the video starts, she says, "I am the doctor's slave. I will light myself on fire in a few days in front of the SBS headquarters. Please do not run the doctor's story on air." The watermarking on the video reads, SBS Doctor's Slave. The producers, they're starting to panic. Play the video again. What exactly did she say? She's gonna do what? In a few days? What's a few days? Hurry, do something. Like, we have to do something. Police were called to monitor the SBS building, but even then, they can't have eyes everywhere. It takes just 2 seconds to light a match. The producers need to find out who this girl is, or else in a few days, someone could die. They have to find her, and they have to stop her. But how? They can't see her face, they don't know her name, they know nothing about her. The video is taken in what looks like any ordinary girl's room in this entire nation. It could be any of the countless students. They rewatch the video, and they scan the screen for anything. Something. A freckle at this point would be enough. Anything at all. Stop, right there. When she reaches up, the pink and white friendship bracelet. It was in another video. The producer quickly pulls out her phone and starts scrolling through the chat room. Each chat room has over 10,000 videos and photos posted to it. How are they going to find her in all of these photos? They're like, here, it's here. They find the same girl. This time, the video is clear, same pink and white friendship bracelet. But this time they see behind her a bookshelf. They zoom in as much as they can, and there, written on the side of a middle school textbook, is the girl's name. And next to those are a collection of sticky notes. And they read, "I love you, doctor. Please, I love doctor a lot. I am a slave. I am doctor's slave. Doctor's chat rooms are the best." This is the case of Paksa, the doctor who ran one of the most prolific illegal international CP torture rings of recent times. And it was all done on the internet. Not even on the dark web, but on one of the most commonly downloaded apps by citizens, Telegram. They would say in the world of Telegram, the doctor is, quote, a god-like figure. Welcome to the doctor's room.
Is there a deepfake emergency because it's being mass produced, or is it because it's being used for blackmail? Not really informed on this topic. No, it's because it's being it's super easy to fucking produce. And it's like literally normal people that are victim of it too, as well as celebrities. But a shit ton of normal people, like children, like the fact that it exists is crazy. They do this for kids, dude. This is from 5 months ago. Wait, this is a separate. Is this from a is this a separate issue? The nth room is a previous scandal where a dude blackmailed women and girls do horrible shit. It happened between 2018 and 2020, so not directly related to the deep fake stuff currently happening. Bro, this is a separate one? I want the new one, dude. Question, do you think there's a chance those Mormons were just hanging out in Congo? Could have been just chilling, minding their own business, man? I don't think they were Mormon. And also, they definitely were not just chilling. This is 3 years old. No, there's another one. There's another one. There's one that just happened, chat. Many of the victims, viral map shows massive spread of deepfake child abuse Telegram channels in South Korean schools. The map was created by an anonymous South Korean group. Amid the news, the Telegram founder Pavel Durov was arrested for failing to moderate child abuse imagery on the app. A map showing large Telegram chat rooms in South Korea used by children and teens to produce and share deepfake child sexual abuse imagery went viral. I've seen Philly D cover some of this and how normal people's social media accounts are getting used to deepfake videos for advertisement, like a woman whose face and voice were used for some dick pills talking about how her husband couldn't get it up anymore, which apparently was news to her and her husband.
Recently in South Korea, numerous chat rooms on Telegram suspected of creating and distributing deepfake pornographic material with photos of ordinary women have been discovered, stoking fear and outrage across the country. Many victims in these chat rooms were believed to be minors, including middle and high school students, as well as university students, teachers, and even military personnel. There's even a list of schools going around on social media with hundreds of middle schools, high schools, and universities where students have become victims of deepfake sex crimes. Whether these schools have actually been affected and the extent of any such impact remains unconfirmed. But what's confirmed is that these chat rooms were systemically organized by being categorized according to region of residence, school, birth year, and so on. Some rooms were even named cousin room, older sister room.
Dude, what I don't understand is why are there so many pedophiles? Like, I genuinely don't get it. We look at like Kick and Kick streamers who like also make it their business to just like generate child sexual abuse material. Like, how are there so many fucking pedophiles, dude? I will never understand this. Yeah, dude, don't say fucking porn addiction. The fuck do you mean? There was significantly more unrestricted pedophilia in a world where there was no porn, no movies whatsoever. What the fuck are you talking about? This is what people literally don't. This is what people fail to comprehend when they talk about like, oh, porn actually made women's rights worse. It's like, no, you just don't like porn. I get it. It's fine. You don't like porn. Okay. But that's crazy. Like, as though we weren't fucking burning women at the stake and like dumping them into bodies of water before pornography. Like, we were doing that shit in the Salem witch trials far before pornography ever existed. It's like patriarchy has been a constant in most societal development, especially ever present in the Western world, far before pornography was a thing. Yeah. All the pedophilic reactionary extremists that we propped up in Iran and Iraq were surely porn addicted. No, you mean Afghanistan. It's an anti-feminism issue. They want to control accessible women as adult women choose to not reproduce. Porn not allowed in South Korea, not even blurring, just flat out not allowed. I know, it's like ridiculous that some of the places with like the most amount of restriction on porn, including Turkey, have like worse fucking issues with violent misogyny. But yeah, no, don't let that stop you from fucking getting hopped up on Christianity fumes and running anti-sex work narratives, you know? Pornography always existed, but I agree with your point. Come on, dude. I genuinely don't fucking understand how, like, I don't get why there's people who are, like, seeking out child porn. Like, I don't understand how many pedophiles exist out there. Like, it makes no fucking sense.
And mom room.
There's something truly broken in the brains of so many motherfuckers, dude.
Used social media platforms like Instagram to illicitly save photos of victims, which were then used in generating deepfake videos and other criminal activities. One Telegram deepfake channel was shown to have around 133,000 subscribers. Now, revelations of such chat rooms received public spotlight following the recent arrest of perpetrators who victimized students and graduates of Inha University in Incheon. But the crimes are now proliferating among teens who are well-versed in IT devices. In fact, according to the Seoul Metropolitan Police Agency, 10 teenagers aged 14 and older were arrested for deepfake crimes in Seoul alone between January and July this year.
피해자가 실존한 삭제가 적용고요. 최초 성물을 제작하거나 이제 만들어낸 사람이 누구인지를 찾는 것도 되게 중요한 일인데.
Fears and anxiety over possible victimization among women have spread fast online, with people advising each other to switch their social media profile to private or delete their photos. Law enforcement authorities have pledged to mobilize additional resources to apprehend the perpetrators, while experts are calling on the government to initiate a nationwide campaign to raise public awareness about the crime and advocate for stricter penalties for the offenders.
Explain. It's not the porn addiction itself. It's the lack of boundaries and past unresolved trauma that can contribute to people's misuse of sexual content, including child porn. It's not a separate evil. It's a deeper layer of the same issue, not to be conflated but prevented. I just don't. I legitimately don't get it. Like I don't understand. Like, why is there a market for this? You know what I mean? Why is there such a robust market for it? Like, there's a market for everything, but I fucking don't comprehend. I can't comprehend how there is such a big market for it. Some men cannot tolerate women saying no and having other sex partners. The pedos look for children because those are seen as innocent and incorruptible. On Telegram, this is Hunk Yore. On Telegram, countless chat rooms dedicated to degrading deepfakes of female acquaintances. Chat rooms dedicated to illegal sexually exploitative deepfake images of real-life young women and girls from universities, high schools, and even middle schools are running rampant across Korea. I think it's not necessarily pedophilia, but rather the majority are actually not pedophiles, but as the same age as their victims, obviously producing child pornography, but attracted to age-appropriate people. There's definitely a big chunk of people who are apparently... No, it's not a no shot, bro. We just saw the fucking article. The people that were arrested were like all fucking 14. Like, there are definitely younger kids that are involved in this as well, for sure. Like, that's not that crazy, but I don't think 200,000 people in the Telegram are all fucking underage. You know what I mean? It accounts for some of it, but I don't know. There's always been a market, I think, but it's just easier now. You don't have to know how to use it for the Silk Road and shit. I think this tweet might explain why pedophiles exist in the world. What? White women become unattractive as fuck once they hit 30? I think this person might be a pedophile. That's what it explains. The other part is kids who were abused sexually or see child pornography while developing latch onto it as they get older. Not all CSA victims are pedos, but all pedos were abused, basically. Actual answer, CSA, child sexual assault, is known to be very strongly associated with people becoming CSA offenders themselves. The likely cause of pedophilia in a modern era is generally unregulated state of child abuse that remains unregulated because of parental rights activists, like for child marriage and people in the U.S. Stop psychoanalyzing pedophilia. It's weird. Sounds like V. What? Bro, are you okay, chatter? Are you all right? This conversation started because there's like a fucking massive Telegram group that is responsible for disseminating and procuring artificial intelligence, child sexual abuse material. Okay? And my question was, how the fuck are there this many pedophiles out there? Where the fuck is it coming from? I was not in any shape or form being like, well, this kind of makes sense and it's, understandable, really. I wasn't even remotely a defender of it. I'm simply stating that it is unconscionable and also shocking how popular it is. Like, it's like significantly more popular. Like, I've never been around people. Like, I don't think I've ever been around people who are like, yo, that shit's actually kind of hot. You know what I mean? Like, even in passing, like, it doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. I don't get it. I don't understand it. I suspect that a big chunk of it still stems from the same power dynamic that rapists have. Like, being able to, being afraid of your own, like being insecure about your own sexuality, being insecure about your sexual prowess, wanting to dominate a person. Like, I suspect it's not, I assume it's not just like literally finding children sexually attractive, but more so in a similar way to like most sexual assault incidents. It's not about like instant sexual gratification, but more so about power, like having power over someone. You know what I mean? Imagine if this crisis happened in the United States. I literally saw an article where someone who stole $1 million got more jail time than a convicted child rapist and a distributor. First of all, I can't imagine how this would happen in the United States. It is happening in the United States. And as we've seen, there's not a lot of law enforcement movement on that direction in terms of prosecuting people who are openly and actively distributing child sexual abuse material. There's like fucking multiple Kick streamers. It is a meta at this point on Kick. So, it's not. Another high profile incident of this was when one of Elon Musk's hand-chosen right-wing QAnon freaks literally distributed watermarked child sexual abuse material, famous child sexual abuse material. It was torture of a baby, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. He had put a watermark on it. His name is Dom Lucre. And of course, they obviously banned him. Elon Musk personally restored Dom Lucre's Twitter account. Personally. That CSAM was so notorious that it was the exact same material that got Josh Duggar landed in prison for having it in his hard drive. Okay? Child sexual abuse material is so illegal that you cannot, like, you can't have it, you can't try to acquire it, you cannot maintain it on your fucking hard drive. You can, like, every part of it is a crime. It's such a crime that, like, some of those things get auto tagged online. Like, Elon Musk reinstated QAnon promoting far-right Twitter account that posted child abuse imagery, even though his company explicitly has a policy saying it is not allowed. For now, we will delete those posts and reinstate the account. Musk tweeted in response to another account questioning why Twitter had deleted the account. I'm told that this account was suspended for posting child exploitation pictures associated with the criminal conviction of an Australian man in the Philippines, Musk tweeted. The offending post referenced assistant to Peter Scully, the Australian man who was sentenced last year to 129 years in prison for sexually abusing children as young as 18 months. Along with the link to an article about the assistant, the account posted 2 screenshots from a video Scully created on the dark web, which Lucre said showed a 1-year-old named Daisy. On Wednesday, 4 days after the images were posted, Musk claimed that only people on our child sexual exploitation team have seen those pictures. However, researchers on Twitter quickly debunked Musk's claims. I think one of the craziest parts about this story is that Dom Lucre watermarked the CSAM. Okay? He put he found the video, he sought it out, illegal, found the video, illegal, downloaded the video into his hard drive, also illegal, put a watermark over it, okay? That part, I guess, is not illegal, just stupid, okay? And then republished it to his massive Twitter audience, which is also extra illegal, okay? Every part of this story, this man did multiple illegal things, like very illegal things, okay? The most unbelievable part about it is that he also watermarked the illegal pornographic material. It's not even pornographic material, it's CSAM, okay? Child sexual abuse material. That the only part that's not illegal that he did was watermark it. I guess technically you could consider it to be illegal as well, because you're like, technically you're copywriting something that doesn't belong to you. I don't know. But possession is illegal. Distribution is illegal. So, I mean, this man edited CP, man. He and then Elon Musk reinstated his account. I can excuse the CSAM, but I draw the line at copyright infringement. Libertarians be like, sorry, that's a violation of the non-aggression principle to put your own trademark, your own watermark on top of someone else's content that they made. Sir, you're under arrest in Admiralty Maritime Court for violation of non-aggression principle policies. The other stuff I don't have problem with. It's actually pretty good. It's such a nutty story because it's such a crazy story because it's so out there that, like, I would imagine it as a joke. You know what I mean? Like someone so stupid, like a libertarian guy who procures child sexual abuse material, which he then ends up watermarking as he is disseminating the child sexual abuse material. Like that sounds like a joke, except it's real. CSAM is the new acronym for CP, and I feel both for Sam's in chat when we talk about CSAM. It's because it's technically not pornography, because pornography is made by consenting adults. CSAM is child sexual abuse material. Child pornography makes it seem like this is like there's like a validity to it. You know what I mean? It's ridiculous. A libertarian walks in the bar and the bartender asks, why are you fucking watermarking child porn, bud? Telegram CEO arrested, but Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg not being arrested tells you this arrest has nothing to do with CSAM. I mean, I think it's probably a combination of all the other things, including, like, you know, Hamas using Telegram, Russia using Telegram, and the non-cooperative, the CEO not being cooperative with, like, the State Department. So this is like the nail in the coffin, most likely. Does that make sense? Dude, as a normie, I always associated shit with the anime, since always people with anime avatars in my head. It was just a rise of popularity in anime. No, it's not. It's never like pornography or anime or some other shit that's like making it more available. Even though there is definitely anime out there. This tweet alone has me boggled. He has any sort of following. Why was Visegrad24 suspended? Loved and hated by many, Visegrad was a leading Polish-based account covering the wars in Gaza and Ukraine. He posted a picture of that poor kid in Afghanistan being sodomized with a stick, which triggered an automatic child exploitation suspension. Account will be restored soon. Remember when I used to say Twitter is 4chan? It's not. It's fucking 8chan. Okay? We've moved beyond 4chan. That's where the pedophiles on 4chan went, to 8chan, so they could do pedophilia with ease. Now Twitter is moving from 4chan to 8chan status. What the fuck's going on? Motherfuckers are putting state.com. Wait, what? No. There ain't no way they're putting gambling ads on 9/11 footage. I mean, holy fuck. I can't catch up with the bits, okay? Like, I can't come up with funny things that I find ridiculous because reality has outpaced my imagination. Reality has officially outpaced my imagination. Like every now and then I'll like make something up in my mind. Okay. And honestly, you'll be like, actually, this happened already. Here it is. Like, it's so fucking ridiculous. Like, I don't know. A 10-year-old boy demanded naked photos from a 6-year-old girl, 7 boys forcing girls their age into prostitution, extorting money from them. What? Anyway, I don't got nothing else on this, dude. We're moving on from this. Shit is dire, okay? Shit is fucking dire.
Now, I'm Gabe Gutierrez in Washington as Vice President Kamala Harris is hitting the ground in Georgia.
Let's watch fucking my goat, Steve Kornacki and Chuck Todd, analyze Democrats' chances of winning North Carolina and Georgia.
With their campaign looking to expand its reach in 2 key southern battlegrounds and appeal to rural voters outside the Democratic Party's urban strongholds. Moments ago, VP Harris landed in Savannah, Georgia, as she and her running mate, Governor Tim Walz, prepare for a 2-day bus tour through the southeastern part of the state and their first sit-down interview since becoming the Democratic nominees. The bus tour, part of an effort to reach more rural and redder parts of the crucial swing state, as Democrats hope to limit losses in those areas this November, while also mobilizing supporters in counties around Atlanta, which were key to Biden winning Georgia in 2020. But as one voter in Savannah made clear to us today, the Harris campaign can't afford to take any voter in the state for granted.
We always vote Democratic here, so you have to keep this stronghold. And if you don't come here, you can lose some votes. We're half and half. We'll do, like, even me. Sometimes I'll vote Republican, mattering on what I want as far as like elected officials here.
Do you think it's going to be close across Georgia?
I think it is. But I do believe we'll be purple. I don't think we'll be blue, but I do think we'll be purple. I think she's going to win Georgia. I do. I believe it.
Just 12,000 votes tipped the state to Biden and Harris in 2020, highlighting the risk and reward for the Harris-Walz campaign with less than 70 days until the election. And while the Trump campaign is stumping today in arguably the most important battleground, Pennsylvania. Before heading down to Georgia, Harris's running mate, Tim Walz, also highlighting the campaign's efforts to boost its appeal to blue-collar workers as he addressed a firefighters union at this year's convention.
We know exactly who built this country. It's people like the folks in this room. It was you who built the middle class. And we know that when unions are strong, America's strong. As a union member, our union halls are the purest form of democracy. The opportunity to speak your mind, elect leadership, speak what you want on your platform, and then go advocate for it. That's how democracy is supposed to work.
It comes as the Harris campaign has closed the gap in some polls in North Carolina, as state Democrats haven't won since 2008. But Trump only won by just a percentage point in 2020. And our friends at the Cook Political Report are now moving the Tar Heel state from lean Republican to toss-up, along with moving Minnesota and New Hampshire to likely Democratic. And so, joining me now from Savannah is NBC's Mike Memoli. Steve Kornacki is at the big board for more on Vice President Harris's path in Georgia and North Carolina. And with me here on set is NBC's chief political analyst, Chuck Todd. Thank you all so much for joining me. I want to start with you, Mike, in Savannah. Last time Harris was in Georgia, she was in Atlanta. Well, today she's in the southeastern part of the state. So take us through the campaign's goals with this bus tour and about turning out voters.
Well, Gabe, this is a bit of a flex from the Harris campaign. They're trying to take all that energy, all that enthusiasm that we saw last week in Chicago and put it out on the campaign trail and show that they are playing offense. They're on an expanded battleground map. Remember, President Biden and his campaign had really seemed to narrow their focus increasingly to defending those blue wall states. And so making an intentional choice to come out of the convention and have their first event in a state that, yes, President Biden carried 4 years ago, but was seeming to fall off the battleground map until he was replaced on the ticket, shows that they can really try to keep that momentum going. And they're not just visiting a battleground state. They're visiting a more red part of a battleground state. Now, this bus tour will take them into some blue counties, but into the redder parts of those blue counties. And it's really a strategy that we saw the Obama campaign use successfully, especially in 2012. I spent a lot of time on the road with then Vice President Joe Biden, who, especially in a state like Ohio, would go into those more rural counties. And the idea from the Obama campaign at the time was if you can turn a 55% Romney County into a 52% Romney County, then you can deploy President Obama into the big cities and take those margins and you add it up and you get a victory. And he did indeed win Ohio. So that's sort of what we're seeing now play out in Georgia. And we're going to see this new ticket together. They're going to have more retail focus on this bus tour, showcase that chemistry, showcase that energy and the positive vibes that they seem to be running on even more though than policy these days. But also, importantly, do that sit-down interview that we haven't yet seen this ticket yet do.
You know, Mike, you mentioned the Obama campaign strategy. How did the Harris campaign strategy change over the last few weeks after she became the nominee or at the top of the ticket?
They're going to deploy Obama. There's a tactical Obama airdrop coming, dude.
Was the strategy different under or when President Biden? How did it change?
Well, I think what we're seeing is not necessarily a new strategy, but maybe a shift in emphasis, right? We have seen some former Obama officials, David Plouffe chief among them, join the Harris campaign who had been on the sidelines. But the infrastructure of the campaign was already in place. The Harris, see, I'm still saying the Biden campaign, the Harris campaign, with a memo out today, was pointing out that they have had 50 offices in southern Georgia. That was not something that just sprang up overnight when Harris took over the top of the ticket. That was work that had been put in for months. They've done 500 events through southern Georgia. So this was always an important part of their strategy. But again, this is what happens when a campaign feels like it's able to go on offense rather than where we saw the Biden team really shrinking their focus, trying to just defend the ground that they felt safest on rather than pushing the envelope a little bit.
Mike Bemley, live for us in Savannah. Mike, thank you. Let's go now to Steve Kornacki. I want to focus on North Carolina and Georgia, you know, two states that were...
They should tell them all about... They should go to these red counties and talk to them about how much Joe Biden did for AUKUS. I think that's a winning strategy. Since ain't nobody listens to me, you know, maybe they'll do the opposite. Yeah. We got some AUKUS voters in Savannah, baby. They are gonna be... Whoo, let me tell you. They're gonna be fucking stoked, okay? Has she mentioned NATO at all? She didn't mention NATO. I mean, she did mention NATO. She did mention NATO in her DNC speech. But, you know, she should just talk about how muscular and mighty the military is going to be. Because those guys don't need to fucking feed their bellies with food or need to get, like, better health care. Those guys famously, they live on muscular military rhetoric, okay? When you tell them you want the most lethal murder machine that you've ever seen, they think, hell yeah, baby. Because, like, people that care about that sort of stuff would never vote for the Republican Party. Just kidding. They only vote for the Republican Party. They don't give a shit. Okay? So tell people that you're going to feed their bellies instead of, you know, how much you beefed up AUKUS. Okay? I'm on a MIC cleanse. Yeah, sorry, guys. I want to hear more about the Five Eyes. Okay? If I don't get enough rhetoric about the Five Eyes, I'm going to lose it. Okay? I'm going to vote for Donald Trump.
Seeming pretty much out of reach for Democrats with President Biden at the top of the ticket and maybe more gettable for Kamala Harris, as we were just talking about with Mike. Steve, what are you seeing?
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, Georgia, North Carolina, both close. They went different ways in 2020. Georgia narrowly Democratic. North Carolina, you see, Trump won it by 75,000 votes. Of all the states that Trump won in 2020, just in terms of the margin, the percentage here, this was the closest he came to losing of any that he won. And so the roadmap for Democrats in Georgia, North Carolina, there's a lot of demographic similarities between the two. Let's look at North Carolina here. And again, you see the margin in 2020, 75,000 votes. And first thing you notice is that was a shift from 2016. In 2016, the margin for Donald Trump here was about 175,000 votes, more than 3 points. You see that came way down in 2020. Now, what Democrats see when they think there's opportunity here in North Carolina is they see it's kind of blue islands in the state, you know, cities, metropolitan areas, and more specifically when we say metro areas, suburbs, densely populated, high concentration of college degrees. We talk about those voters becoming more and more Democratic. You find a ton of them in the Research Triangle area. You find some in the Triad area, Metrolina where Charlotte is, out west, Buncombe County where Asheville is. And the story in these places is they are getting bigger and they are getting bluer. So to give you an example, this is Wake County. This is where Raleigh is. And you can see big Biden win there, 27 points in 2020. Let me go back in time, though, to 2008. 2008, by the way, Barack Obama narrowly won North Carolina. But look, in this huge, massive county here, his margin was 14 points. Now it's pretty much doubled by 2020, up to a 27-point Democratic win. And you see that in all these other areas that were circled here. Democrats think 4 more years of a place like Wake County growing and, in their view, becoming a little bit more Democratic. It's going to add up in all those big population centers to overtake that 75,000 vote gap. The flip side, however, they have to worry about is all this red in here. A lot of these are very, very small counties. A lot of them are rural, but a lot of them are getting redder and redder, just as these places are getting bluer, and they add up. Individually, they're small, but they add up. Quick example, Surrey County, very small. And again, look, Trump won it by 52 points. Run back the clock here to 2008, still Republican, but McCain only won this county by 28. It's gone from 28-point Republican to 52. Wow. That's been the Trump effect in those red rural counties. And so it's basically which one's going to give? Democrats growing in the metro areas or Republicans, that Trump surge in the red area? That's the tension in Carolina, and it adds up to a very close race.
Yeah, Steve, it should be so interesting to see if...
Dude, why are people saying Biden isn't running anymore? It doesn't matter. What fucking data point can you look at? They're looking at the last time a Democrat ran in a general election. They also pointed to Obama as well. Like, they're talking about trends on how certain counties are growing, like population trends, and what that might look like in terms of like what that might look like for the Democratic Party's chances in winning North Carolina as a state.
If Harris can cut into those margins. Now, I'd like you to widen out, big picture. How important are Georgia and North Carolina to Harris's potential paths to the White House overall?
Yeah, let's take a look. Call up our friendly Road to 270 map. And again, I think the significance of Carolina, it's twofold here. It basically, for the Democrats, it's the only one of these battleground states. You see all the others in gray here. This is the only one that Donald Trump won in 2016. All of the others, 2020, all of the others went for Joe Biden. So Democrats are playing offense here. If they win North Carolina, those are electoral votes they didn't already have. They're trying to protect electoral votes in every other state. And that means that North Carolina could offset for them potentially losses elsewhere. So a perfect example would just be Georgia. What if, playing the what if game here, what if Trump got Georgia? That would be a flip. And you can see here that adds 16 electoral votes to his column. It went from 219 to 235. But then if Democrats were able to squeak it out in North Carolina, that's a gain for Kamala Harris right there. And it's also 16 electoral votes. So the Democrats in this scenario would lose 16 to Trump.
Anecdotal evidence: my grandmother has received so many mailers attacking Harris in the past week. Republicans are deathly afraid of losing North Carolina to Dems. Also an onslaught of TV ads against Harris. Sucks living in a battleground state, Lamau. It's not supposed to be one, becoming one. Is it me, or have libs been super defensive lately? I don't know. Wonder how Obama won over a chunk of those voters in rural areas. Was he advocating for the deficit? No, you don't understand. Barack Obama was running on an AUKUS candidacy, and that's how he was able to win over some of these rural voters. Everybody knows Barack Obama. Everybody knows Barack Obama ran on a campaign not of hope and change, but of nothing will fundamentally change. When he said hope and change, he was saying, I hope nothing will fundamentally change and that I'm going to do NATO. Okay? He only talked about that sort of stuff. He said he's going to have the most muscular military, the most lethal military. You've never seen it because he's a black man. You know what I mean? Because, like, obviously, as a black man, he's going to be polling weak. So he has to run on how he's going to fucking destroy the Middle East extra hard. Now, he did end up doing that, except he didn't run on it.
Trump in Georgia, but then they'd get the 16 right back in North Carolina.
Wait a minute. You're saying he said he would shut down Gitmo and end the war in Iraq? What? Yeah. He also said, if you don't vote for me, a black man, you're racist. He did. Yeah. That's how campaigns are supposed to be run. Oh, wait, he didn't do any of those things. You're right. If anything, the closest we got to that was Biden saying that.
Is there a scenario where Democrats get both?
Talk about black poverty rates under Obama. What's really funny about this statement is that it implies that I'm like defending Barack Obama's administration and not simply talking about how he campaigned. But you're too stupid to understand that. So you literally came in here with some fucking partisan bullshit, okay? If you were to actually listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth and at least had a little bit of an understanding of my opinion of Barack Obama's administration versus the way he ran, you would recognize that I'm very critical of Barack Obama, very critical of what he did. I was actually talking about how he lied about a lot of his policies of hope and change. Nonetheless, it didn't change the reality that he did run on that message, as in Americans are vying for such a message. Okay? You know what Americans are not vying for? The top of the hour ad break, which is why they want to avoid said ads. And how do they avoid said ads? By subscribing for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Okay? You can also get gifted a sub if you are lucky.
Both of them. And then we're talking about losing, let's say they were to lose Michigan. But again, a Michigan loss, that is 15 electoral votes, and it's 16 in North Carolina. So if you lose Michigan, and Democrats, and you win North Carolina, between those two, you've actually gained an electoral vote. So it really opens up. If Democrats could ever win North Carolina, it opens up a lot more possible pathways here simply because it could offset losses. It gives them more of a pad to lose states.
Steve Kornacki.
What the fuck is this? Is this a joke? No, Kamala Harris is not more progressive than I am. Nick, listen to Donald Trump, turn on Fox News, or follow any Republican on social media, and you will hear or see the constant claim that Kamala Harris is more radical and more far left than Bernie Sanders. No. Let me simply say, for better or for worse, Kamala Harris is not more progressive than I am. Bro, he just hates women, dude. Like, I love him more when I find out how much he just hates women, dude. He hates women. The American people are tired of women. Oh, he's so funny. Why is Bernie Sanders sending this out to like Bernie supporters? Is he trying to depress voter turnout? What the fuck? Oh, it's so good. He's doing just a little trolling. Yeah, Bernie voice. Medicare for all, including Nazis, but not women. I haven't gotten this and I get Bernie emails. I don't know if this is real or not, but that's pretty funny.
The American people are tired of women.
I love that it says this man talks like a real president. Let's see if this guy is in my chat still. User Arc Vinin. Damn, he's gone. Trump goes full fashion true social posting spree. One campaign official says staffers are relieved that former president has largely isolated his social media presence to his own app. He posted dozens of memes and comments from accounts promoting the QAnon conspiracy theory, false claims about the 2020 election, sexist attacks against Kamala Harris, and the use of authoritarian tactics against his political enemies. According to the progressive watchdog Media Matters, the former president promoted QAnon, an expansive conspiracy, you already know what it is, thread. Trump this morning amplified on True Social at least 6 different QAnon promoting accounts, a total of 15 times, including amplifying posts from one of them featuring the QAnon slogan and the QAnon phrase, nothing can stop what's coming. Below are images showing this. All roads lead to Obama. Read truth if you want public military tribunals. Donald Trump retweeted that post. that he wants public military tribunals. That's awesome. Spiritual street fighter, strength and honor. The world will soon understand nothing can stop what is coming. Nothing can stop what is coming. Nothing. Where we go one, we go all. Read truth if you agree. God, I love the way boomers post, dude. It's fucking awesome. Just so deeply unserious. Never has a president left office to collude with others to impede the next sitting president of the United States of America until Obama. The indictment is the crime. Deranged Jack's a criminal, using power to slay that which is inevitable. Trump has won the day. Election interference is the real crime. Trump has proven. Wait, is that a poetry? What role has God for you here in this magic hour? Is there something you could do to help take back our power? MAGA warrior poet Diane Light, username Bards of Peace. God woke you up for duty in this turning point in time. We are here to stop the looting, to end this ancient crime. What role has God for you to play here in this wicked time? Is there something you could do today to restore the earth's deep rhyme? Okay, this person has the mental faculties of a 5-year-old. Okay, like spiritually, mentally, this person is a baby. He's got a baby brain. These are the worst fucking bars I've ever heard. She said the earth's deep rhyme. The Zoomers are Taiwan posting if Kamala wins. Me and the boys at the Battle of Taiwan because Taylor Swift convinced our girlfriend to vote for Kamala. Yeah, unlike Donald Trump, who's like famously not xenophobic and isn't regularly trying to go to war with China. Let me tell you something, okay, folks? Listen up, children. You're going to war whether you like it or not, okay? You're going to die in a fucking trench with like some Chinese robot dog doing Fortnite dances on your fucking corpse, whether you like it or not. It doesn't matter if there's a D next to the name. It doesn't matter if there's an R next to the name, okay? This notion that like, oh, Trump wouldn't fucking put us into war with China over Taiwan is the dumbest thing I've ever fucking heard in my entire damn life. You're going to war, okay? You are going to go and you are going to fight against China whether you like it or not. It doesn't fucking matter. See you at basic? Bitch, I'm 33 years old, okay? And I got dual citizenship. I'm out of here, okay? I'm fucking out. I'm Audi 5000, baby. Being 33 is basically like having a disability in terms of like getting military service. You know what I mean? Like until this shit looks like Ukraine holding out hope, they're not going to be fucking trying to get me to join the military. At which point I will have left the country, okay? Come the Toronto fam. Yeah, dude, you're right. Because America's hat is not also going to be fighting this war against China. No. My method is simple, okay? I go to the Chinese embassy and I beg them for extradition. I beg them so that I will be their most loyal soldier, their white monkey, okay? That's what I'm doing. I need to learn. Hold on. Let's figure out how to fucking do this. 1 second. Translate from English to Mandarin. Wait, you can't Google Translate? Chinese simplified. English. Okay. 你好，我要逃往中国了。
你好，我要逃往中国了。
你好，我要逃往中国了。Okay, that's peak. Okay, I would like to be Xi Jinping's white monkey.
我想当习近平白猴。
我想当习近平白猴。白猴。
我想当习近平白猴。
我想当习近平白猴。Not even close. Call Jake and Bake to teach you Guaylo. Why does this sound racist like I know it's not? I mean, it is technically anti-white racism, but you are going to mispronounce and they're going to throw you in jail. Get Xiaoma on stream to teach you this properly. Would you say supporting NATO is the most important goal U.S. socialists should be working towards? Or does AUKUS take priority? Sorry, I'm new to this. Why not both? I don't know which one to choose from. Chinese is a tonal language. You might be saying something completely different from what you're trying to. Yeah. Xiaopang on Fear and When. Yeah. That would be sick. Actually. This is you basically.
Dance.
position. So it's like that. What are you doing? 红衣人，我想和你说一件重要的事，而且我要用中文告诉你。对不起，我的发音不好，因为是你都是最好的，我很感激你出现在我
You go, white boy.
我们
White boy proposes to girlfriend in perfect Mandarin. Shopkeepers everywhere rejoice. Go, white boy. 12 million, 13 million likes.
Sorry, I haven't even noticed. I've written it down. 我们在一起的每一刻都很幸福。你的笑容要让我。
That's crazy. Not impressed. I've seen John Cena speak Mandarin. If he doesn't learn a language for you, he's not the one that says Duolingo. Over half of military-age Americans aren't eligible for service. They are going to hunt your ass down and ship you to basic. No shot. No fucking shot, dude. Your rendition of this went viral, to be fair. White guy stuns entire supermarket with flawless Japanese. Yeah, he also retruthed Vice President Harris and Hillary Clinton, saying, like, funny how blowjobs impacted both of their careers differently. If one more person sends me this, I'm gonna fucking lose it, dude. We covered it already. I covered it already. I did. I covered it earlier today. Explain at the conscription line that I'm too much of a high-value male to die in a war. Too alpha for military service. I ain't having no Fortnite dog dancing on my dead ass. Ain't happening. You are first in line, dude. You are first to go. Any motherfucker.
Yeah. Do you want some of that candy? Yeah. No, have some. Yeah.
You know what flavor this is?
I think butterscotch, maybe?
Well, pretty good.
Yeah, you like it?
Yeah.
Shopback, no!
Ah!
Yo, wait, yo!
She got so excited!
Sorry to bother, as this isn't totally related, but I've seen a few clips of you talking about the Chinese government, and do you actually support them? Do I?
天上太阳风呀风风风嘞，心中太阳是毛泽东嘞，看看到我们的接班嘞，这里本身当家做主人，一呀一次哟，两呀会的话，这里本身当家做主人。 天上太阳风呀风冲冲嘞，心中的太阳是毛泽东嘞。看看到我们奋勇前行嘞，革命江山一夜一片风嘞，一呀一次又来呀，是不啊？革命江山一夜一片风。
Anyway, Ale Mutasa, thank you for the sub. Is that AI or is that just you? No, it's me. I will show this to the Chinese embassy when my time for when America goes to war with China and I switch sides. Okay? No, I don't want to watch Mehdi Hassan Victor Gao. Okay? No, I don't want to watch that fucking interview at all. Is Xi Jinping's China on a path to war? Fuck no. You look fat there, so they feed you well? Yeah, they do. Okay. Special counsel indicts. I didn't even fucking talk about the special counsel indicting Trump again over the 2020 election interference. Obviously, it's the same indictment, but like they reworked it. It's the same indictment. They just simply reworded the proposal or the indictment to portray Trump as a private citizen acting at the benefit of the re-election campaign and not as a president. That's pretty much it. I like Matthew, but he was super annoying in that China episode. Stick to his Palestine stuff. Yeah. Here's the California bill.
Tonight, a bill in the state legislature is causing.
We're going to talk about this real quick. I wanted to talk about the details of this. We briefly covered this on the broadcast a little bit.
National controversy. Should undocumented immigrants be allowed to receive money from the state to help buy their first home? ABC 10's Jeannie Nguyen is in studio tonight with more on what's been proposed and why it's so controversial.
Alex, buying a home here in California is difficult and expensive. But the Dream for All program, first offered in 2023, could give people who qualify up to $150,000 to buy their first home. The money designated for the program ran out in just days. And tonight I asked both Democrats and Republicans about proposed additions to the program to allow everyone, regardless.
So, couple things. One, not a single fucking tax dollar is being used on this. It's literally the California state government's own internal like mortgage program to make money. Okay. Number two, it already exists for documented U.S. citizens. This is simply an extension on the existing program for undocumented migrants. And once again, it is literally a fucking loan assistance program. Okay? A loan assistance program that is basically like the state operating as a bank, and they collect the loan assistance from qualified undocumented migrants that can apply for it, and they collect it after the house price reaches a certain point. Okay, so it's basically just so again, it's not like a real, it's not tax dollars being spent on it, and also not only that, but they have to pay it back plus interest. It's a loan. It's a loan assistance program that in and of itself operates like a loan as well.
List of immigrants,
which is really stupid that people are trying to fucking, drum up resentment. And because of this potential resentment, Gavin Newsom has not answered on whether he will sign it into law or not. We will find out in the next couple of days. If he does end up signing it into law, I thought it was free money. Yes, because Republicans keep lying about everything.
Immigration status to apply for the funding.
On a busy Tuesday at the state capitol on the Senate floor,
Assembly Bill 1840 by Assemblymember Arambla.
Lawmakers passed Assembly Bill 1840. Democratic Senator Scott Wiener presented this bill on the Senate floor on behalf of its author, Assemblymember Joaquin Arambla.
This bill allows undocumented immigrants who have social security numbers or taxpayer identification numbers, meaning they are working and paying taxes in California, to be able to access down payment assistance programs.
The California Dream for All program offers up to a 20% down payment on a home or up to $150,000. AB 1840 would make it so eligible applicants would not be turned down solely based on immigration status.
Many of them have been living here for years or decades. They're raising families here. They've started businesses here. They're working, paying.
I like him. Oh, don't. He's good here. He's good here. He was chirping on the fucking timeline about how he was celebrating NYU's decision to fucking declare Zionist to be a fucking protected category literally 2 days ago. So he can suck me on that one, but he is good on this. The problem is it will increase property prices. Wait, what? Unfortunately, yeah. Property prices were so normal in the state of California before this loan assistance was expanded to undocumented migrants that qualify for it. My friend at work literally just called me like it's an emergency that you tried to speak Chinese. I watched it back and I just have to say, please never do that again. If that gets on Bilibili, it's all Jover. Wait, what? Why? I'm literally genuflecting to the eternal chairman, dude. What the fuck? What more do the Chinese want from me on Bilibili? He's my state senator. He's a typical Yimby Dem, which means his general takes on urbanism or mixed, but he supports the most reactionary implementations of Yimbyism. Yeah, the whole Zionist thing. Yeah. He is all of that and more. I love that for Californians. It's like none of our state legislators ever want to solve the problem. They're like, how we're going to solve this problem? By fucking offering debt assistance. It's like, how about you fucking build more houses, man? How about you build affordable houses, okay? Use some money to build houses, okay? Build a house, any house, apartment, any kind of house. Please build houses. The state needs houses, okay? Build social housing, build public housing. Build a house, any kind of house. Do you know what a house is? Okay? Do you know what it looks like? It would be sick to build it, okay? Not like fucking luxury high-rise condominiums. I'm talking apartment complexes. Make them gray, make them blocky, make them brutalist. I don't give a shit, okay? I don't even like brutalist architecture, but I want it, okay? I want it real bad. Normalize the fucking housing market here in the state of California. Make Airbnb illegal. Build some fucking houses. Make Airbnb more illegal, okay? Punish people in the form of additional taxes for owning and maintaining multiple units, okay? Apply additional vacancy taxes for people who want to sit on properties and not sell them or not fucking work them, okay? Not put them to work. There's like a million different things that California could be doing, but they don't want to do any of those things. They're like, here, we're just going to give fucking a couple undocumented migrants like loan assistance, okay, which they will have to pay back anyway. I love your bad takes. I know it's a really bad take. Studies show that even building new luxury apartments lowers rent, increased pressures for the rest of the market. Making Airbnb illegal does nothing. What? Make Airbnb illegal absolutely doesn't do nothing. What? Airbnb has too much real estate to just make them illegal. They out too many hotels out of business. What are you guys talking about? Large House Man says, just build a house, guys. Why would you build a house when you can have an Airbnb? Come on, man. I know. Large House Man desperately advocating to lower his property value because he understands that housing for him is just shelter and not an investment vehicle. I know. Large House Man with singular home for him and his family understands that it is for the greater good if housing values were to depreciate in the state of California, especially in Los Angeles. The number one reason as to why people go homeless is because they get priced out of the housing market, okay? Why do people get priced out of the housing market? Because there isn't enough affordable housing. The housing market is completely out of fucking control. They just need to work harder, though. Okay, shut the fuck up. Why won't you acknowledge that it's actually good that Airbnb houses are vacant a lot of the time? I know. It's so good.
Taxes, they're contributing to the community, and we shouldn't demonize them.
But Republican Senator Brian Jones tells ABC 10 this legislation is unfair to documented California residents.
Now is not just allowing people to immigrate illegally to America. Now we're encouraging them to immigrate.
Dog, you are a state senator from California. You are in Sacramento, okay? What the fuck are you saying? We're encouraging illegals to come to America? Dog, this state is literally the state, okay? This is the state for undocumented migrants. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, what are you saying? I don't understand how any fucking Republican or Democrat, any Republican or Democrat that's like, man, this undocumented crisis is out of control in California. Like, what are you saying? This state is the exact perfect counter to Texas, okay? We have a border. We have a shit ton of undocumented migrants, and it doesn't fucking matter, you know? What about the documented immigrants, people on student visas, H-1B, the way they go from immigrant to citizen is fucking painful. The legal way is fucked. Yeah, I mean, opening up pathways of citizenship for them and the undocumented migrants is great. That's what I'm an advocate for. Brian Jones represents East County, San Diego as a Texas transplant. Dude, shitting on undocumented migrants in California is like going to Mecca and being like, oh man, too many Muslims here. What are we going to do about this Islam thing? Big problem here. Like, what are you talking about? The fuck do you mean? What are you saying? Do you hear the words that are coming out of your mouth? Dumbass.
Immigrate illegally.
Not only that, Senator Jones takes issues with the California Dream for All program itself.
The Democrats created this problem here in California. Now they want to try to find a solution by redirecting tax dollars from honest, hardworking, everyday Californians that are paying their taxes, and then redirect that money to people that they find somehow qualified for these buyer programs.
It doesn't use tax dollars. It just doesn't. It literally doesn't use tax dollars. It's like it's basically like a additional mortgage program on top of the existing mortgage payment structure that exists that the state is utilizing. They're paying back into it.
With the session in its final week, this bill is headed back to the Assembly, and if it passes, it'll go to the governor's desk where he will sign or veto the legislation.
Democratic Senator Dave Cortese voted in favor of this bill and told ABC 10 this is about equity and inclusion and ensuring discriminatory housing and lending policies are a thing of the past. To see his full statement, head over to our website at
It's so stupid. By the way, for the record, non-U.S. citizens can apply and take out a mortgage loan. Okay? They can do that. They can do that, for the record. Like, that's already a thing that they can do. In 2014, there were 3.4 million undocumented immigrants that own homes in the United States. Okay? You can get a private special loan from private lenders with an ITIN, individual taxpayer identification number. Okay? It is a unique identifier that the IRS uses to process tax returns and payments for those that do not have or do not qualify for a social security number. You think Gruesome Newsom will veto this bill, though? I don't know, because he's like, they asked him and he said he didn't answer. And I think it's because, you know, they're trying to make this a national story. Like, the right wingers are trying to make this a national story and turn it into a problem. So who knows? This motherfucking California Republican said taking it from honest, hardworking, paying taxes citizens. These undocumented people are hardworking, honest, tax-paying citizens. Yeah. Or not citizens, but civilians. It is funny that they're making it seem like the government is giving them free money or some shit. Half of the time, Republicans chirp about some shit. They quite literally are complaining about a policy that already exists and certainly exists in their own fucking states. Okay? What is hilarious about this is something that I talked about yesterday. It is a misdemeanor to steal in the state of California. Up to $900, right? Everyone constantly talks about how California made crime legal. This has been this is a policy that's been in action since like 2014 or something. I forget exactly when they implemented it. Okay? In the state of Texas, it's a misdemeanor up to $2,500. $2,500. It's a Class C misdemeanor. It's that up until $2,500 is considered a Class C misdemeanor in the state of Texas. So the limit's even fucking higher in the state of Texas. Why are, oh my God, would anybody say Texas is woke? No.
What's your last name? Hassan Piker or Hassan?
It's Picard, but I mean, I don't really care how people say it.
What's your last name? Hassan Piker?
Now, why has it never clicked in my head? We Americanized his last name. I mean, yeah, I don't care about it. Leaked diplomatic cable we obtained from USAID warning Biden admin that the Israeli military has drastically increased the pace of evacuation orders in Gaza. Here's what the cable sent from the U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem today says. This is a report from USAID Disaster Assistance Relief Team, which is CIA, U.S. CIA aid. Okay? No one is going to say it correctly, so I don't really care. Issuing a reiteration evacuation order 20 separate times. Such directives have driven repeated displacement, decreased the size of government, Israel designated humanitarian zone. Of course, America is aware of this, but also does not care. So just remember that. Last but not least, here's the Israeli dude who got disarmed because he brought a gun to a pool in Texas.
I don't know why. He's just faking it. Yeah. He's taking it out. Oh, he does. Oh, he does. Oh, shit.
Hey, not worth it. I promise you.
He's got a gun. Why do you bring a gun to a pool?
Run that nigga shit. Bitch, get out. Run that nigga shit. Come on, bitch. Yeah. I'm gonna fucking pull a gun on us, nigga.
Oh, shit.
Hey, what's up? Yeah, we gonna blow. Nigga, wanna pull a fucking gun? We gonna blow.
Welcome to America, bitch. Yeah. Dude, it's so funny. Yeah, you should have said no politic here. No politic. Who the fuck's saying the N-word? Who do you think is saying the N-word, dude? The fuck do you mean? They're Flexicans in Texas, dude. They're Texas Flexicans.
He didn't think he fucking had one. Hey. Hold this.
Mexicans don't got the pass. Okay, you take it up with them then, you know? Like, what do you mean? Good luck. If you couldn't tell they're Mexican from the video, you could probably tell from the repeated usage of the N-word. Oh, man. Soundtrack is so Texas. What? This was the original caption on the video?
Taking it.
RTE Bishop has gun pulled on him and beat someone's ass in Houston.
Just take it out.
Oh, he does.
Oh, shit.
Oh, I think it's a longer. They're called Flexicans, not Flexicanauts. I think it's crazy. Guy lost a fight with a gun to a guy wearing a belt in a pool.
I don't know why. He's just faking it. Yeah. Just take it out.
Oh, he does.
Oh, shit.
What a fucking insane thing to do. What an insane thing to do to like go to a pool in Texas with a gun. Who the fuck brings a gun to a pool, bro? Like, dog, this ain't fucking Hebron, okay? You don't got the fucking military backing you up. These aren't children, okay? These aren't like Palestinian 4-year-old babies, okay? These are whole ass adults in the United States of America in motherfucking Texas. Like, what the fuck do you think you're doing? Bro, I swear to God, motherfuckers think like, oh no, shit is sweet. It's just like Israel, bro. I swear. Like, who the fuck brings a gun to a pool? I don't really understand that principle at all.
Go home. He's got a gun. Why do you bring a gun to a pool?
Run that nigga shit. Get out. Run that nigga shit. Come on, bitch.
I love that they look at her face. I love the fact that they just like pull him into the water and just keep beating his ass. Like they pull him into the water and just like pummel him.
Oh shit.
Anyway, I don't know if he's Israeli. He just has a Hebrew tattoo on his chest. That's why people think he's Israeli. But he might not be.
I know, I saw it.
I really didn't think he fucking had one.
Hey. Hold this.
Bro ate a whole ass combo meal. Yeah. A tattoo motherfucker is covering his half of his upper chest. Yeah. Every part of this is perfect because it literally has like Hassan Billy fan cam. No way. Bro, this has 1 like. Wait, there's like more videos of me on here. Wonderful. Quiet quitting. Gen Z's dishing the hush. You have retweeted this video months ago. Dude, how do I get more popping on Bilibili? How? I need to get more popping on Bilibili, dude. This is killing me that I'm not popping enough. This is a 15-minute video, 242 views. I wonder what my
It's the luxury arm.
I have seen this one.
BYD. You get LiDAR sensors here, more LiDAR up there. In the front, your main headlights are here, but at night, this entire thing lights up.
What are they saying? I like it. What do you expect from anyone with a political bent? How many people in this world who are involved in Western politics are not mentally distorted? The reality is that no matter how sour they are, they cannot affect the Chinese people's pursuit of progress. No! I need to see. What? Copyright owner, the film is not available in your area? No. Your Wukong content is popping off? Is it? Wait. You don't know I got hands. Bro, it's got 2. Okay, you got hands too. My bad, bro. When are you dropping the workout? Brother, I literally every day drop my... This one looked like it popped off. Trigger warning. We are about to talk about 13... This says... Okay, this one has 6,000 likes. In fact, just 3 months ago, there was a self-immolation protest in front of the Israeli consulate in Atlanta. It was a woman. However, that protest fully demonstrated the control of the American media. There was no video. Dude, why do Chinese netizens write? Why do Chinese netizens write with like so much intensity? Oh, 160,000 views. Oh, hell yeah. This video is popping off. Chinese netizens write with like unimaginable precision. They write like, no, I don't think it's the translation, dude. I swear to God, maybe it's like just the gunshots fucking... of the Trump rally? Shut the fuck up. Where? Give me a link now. Hassan, biggest far-left political anchor in the United States, understood Trump Wang's reaction to being shot. Crazy updates. I'm exhausted. The first few episodes are all about Trump's shooting. Friends who like it can check it out. Democrats, it's over. Because I know it's over, I don't dare to imagine what they will do next. After all, it's happened once. Why should I be afraid of a second time? I think as long as the Democrats want to govern in the future, there won't be a second time, or the first time wasn't necessarily done by the Democrats. China produces more engineers a year than more than all the countries combined. It's a smart country. 30-year-old anchor bit the microphone in anger after being abused for playing Master. 343,000 views. I think this game does reflect the meaning of martial arts, winning people over with virtue and keeping calm, especially after playing the ending of Forgiveness. It's hard to imagine that our own martial arts culture has been interpreted so well by the French. I feel that you must have a calm mind to play this game and pass this game. Bro, they just write paragraphs, bro. They write the most meaningful paragraphs. This martial arts game with Chinese philosophical connotations is really interesting when paired with impatient and shouting players. The game and the player are contrasted. One is quiet and the other is dynamic. Do you get the feeling? Those who practice martial arts should guard against arrogance and impatience. You are impatient and impetuous. What can you do to fight me? What the fuck? I am lost. Am I a lost Chinese netizen? God, I love China so much. HasanAbi talks about
of Valorante, and then I went over to my uncle's house.
Wait, they have me talk of what the fuck? Bro, they have like so much shit. Wait, yeah. Always translate Chinese simplified. Come on, Google.
Chinese New Year.
Bro, Hasan was sexually harassed by a female colleague. Hasan say he is a diehard fan.
It's a banger. I gotta play it, dude.
Oh fuck, I was wrong. It's not even what it. It's just like when we listen to Japanese and English songs. We don't understand the meaning, but think they just sound good. What the fuck? Give the good part. HasanAbi
is undeniable. The amount.
What? HasanAbi comments on Chinese high-speed rail. Wait, why are there so many videos like this? They keep us in the Chinese separated via languages because they're scared of what they could teach us. Why are there so many fucking? You need to make your own Bilibili account. Piers Morgan.
Well, now the battle of the hearts and minds, traditionally played out through diplomacy and propaganda, is being played out online. My next guest has almost 500 million views.
To be honest, Piers, as an old right-wing interviewer, he was able to invite so many pros during this period. Palestine, the interviewees of the show have better professional ethics than most Western media people. They are pretty good. Indeed, at least he can put aside his pride and invite dissidents to speak, which is much better than most politicians. Please, when Norman Gary Finkelstein, this is 39 million, or no, this is 39,000 views.
If you're gay, you can exclude yourself from service. But then everyone who doesn't want to
Translate. Come on, Google. This process of taking photos of identification is too exaggerated. Is it mentally stressful for a doctor to specialize in this? Indeed. How can we let the doctor suffer like this? Let me do it. Put on some clothes, but this is very friendly to those effeminate boys. They will be bullied to death in the army, really. My roommate is from Turkey. He went there with his girlfriend on this weekend. When he came back, I asked him. He said it was true. In addition, Turkey means you're gay. This is right. This is top. Wow. This is so sick. Bro, I love Bilibili. The Chinese internet seems wholesome compared to ours. Dude, this is why I'm an advocate for the great Chinese firewall, okay? This is why. This is what happens when you have a great firewall, okay? And heavy moderation. You have your own dominated Bilibili tag? What the fuck? Dude, there's like XQC videos on here too. There's an Austinox video. Fear and Clips are on here. Do they know how much I love China? That's what I need to know. HasanAbi Clips expanding to Bilibili? Yeah. They are coomers like you. I know. As long as you don't talk shit about the CCP, you can basically say anything. Bro, why would I talk shit about the CCP? Why people don't exist? Wait, let's see what the Chinese had to say about this one.
Without realizing, how do I convince him out of it?
No comments. Only 6 likes, 400 views. No comments. Most played. I mean, this is the most like the trigger warning. We are about to talk about some very, very heavy things. Yesterday, click Aaron on YouTube Bushnell. The video of the first incident warns that the scenes may be disturbing, and then there's a phone number and consultation advertisement. We didn't pay much attention at first, but now I think it's subtly making you associate him with mental problems. What a subtle influence. How are they more charitable to what you say when they're translating it, but people in the West who speak English purposely misinterpret what you have to say? Well, because they don't have the same fucking hangups that like Americans have. Some Chinese HasanAbi heads making an industrial clips complex where they translate what you're talking about. Also, higher education. Maybe they aren't primed to hate everything that is different. Yeah, because this is unique for them, I suspect. a person, an American person talking about shit like this, an American person talking about shit like this is probably considered unique. It's a unique perspective. Hasan, the biggest far-left political anchor in the United States, understood Trump Wang's reaction to being shot. Is it fake? It's actually true. XQC's political anchor, Hasan, was shocked and said, there are 10K viewers watching. Who's bringing popularity to your live broadcasting room? What the fuck? Revenge failed. Hasan gave up on his master and his mentality exploded and he went off the air. I think this is literally me playing the fucking fighting game. Rage quitting. Being mad at the master. Can we make Bilibili time? Yeah, Sifu is the master, right? Bilibili time is going to be a new thing. I want more Bilibili posts, okay? It turns out gaming content thrives on there. Why are none of my Wukong clips up there? What is this? Hasan's opinion on XQ's recent gambling?
That
they love gambling in China. They're not gonna like me for this one. I watched XQ live broadcasting the Debo game and wanted to play it, but I found out they use real money as real gambling, so XQ almost made me want to gamble. But then I thought if I really gambled in real life, like in the game, I would lose a lot of money. So I gave up the idea because I'm almost the type of person who is most easily addicted. And once I start, there's no turning back. Just look at him and you will know that gambling has no good end and you will only lose everything. But it is really interesting to see him shouting, book, book, book. They are not allowed to broadcast this and that, but they are allowed to broadcast gambling. This is outrageous. A large number of XQ's viewers are minors. I hope he will learn his lesson. I saw that Twitch has a casino channel for a long time and people abroad may not be very aware of this. Okay, this is crazy. Why are they so fucking wholesome? What the hell? Live streamers say live streaming is more difficult than tiring than other jobs, are criticized by the outside world. What the fuck? My clip chimps are on there. XQC, Hasan, I am very disappointed in you. It's not healthy to be a licker of Pokimane and let her open her mouth to spread rumors. What does that even mean? XQC directly responded to the start of the broadcast. Hasan and Pokimane are both sinister villains.
Internet catching bullets.
What? Are there like Chinese juicers? X is on Twitch with them. X means you can play whatever you want, Hasan. You should take care of your own live broadcast content and stop interfering with other people's live broadcasts. When did they start arguing with each other? The only thing they had in common recently was talking about Sammy's breakup, and that wasn't the point of their live stream arguing. If Train agrees to pay half, he can fill the remaining half. What? Oh no, there are Chinese hate clip farmers of you? Yeah. No. I found one of my memes being uploaded to Bilibili. What's happening? Oh my god. Comrade Lamb Production. Being mad at the master. Hopefully the Chinese dub channel comes back one day. Oh yeah. 2 months ago, no views. They stopped.
4月其实永远不会发生，因为这是这个荒谬的，因为他将大使馆前往耶路撒冷。
It's got no views. This has 1 view from 2 months. I bet they just like stopped it. Like YouTube. I feel like the Chinese culture doesn't create vicious bad faith animals like internet users in the West. Or do you think the lack of economic volatility produces wholesome people? We don't know what the broader internet in China looks like. I have no idea. What is this Bilibili Blackboard activity? What the fuck is this? There's a lot of vicious Dota comments from China. Okay, Mandarin speaker here. The tone's all fucked up. It's almost impossible to understand. I want to watch like a video of me. I want to watch a video of me like glazing China, and I want to see what their reaction is. I want to see if they're like surprised. You know what I mean? Because the one where I reacted to the Chinese EVs, I said like I think there's like unnecessary.
I have seen this one. BYD. You get LiDAR sensor.
Because this one I was talking about like how there's like too many unnecessary things like perks in it. This anchor clown, he doesn't care about this. He doesn't care about that. Then why are you watching? What he said is so sour. This is their political environment. Like wasn't this one not even an EV? No, this was I remember it was like I think this is an EV. Yeah. You're in this, by the way, Megaphonics, because you were chirping at it. Problem is, by the way, I've literally looked it up. I've looked up Chinese EVs. What is it? Yangwang or whatever. They called me a hater. They fucking called me a hater for this video because it, I was like, I don't really care about this as much, even though I did look up how to buy Chinese EVs in America, and you really can't pay the tariff and really get canceled. No, you can't. Most of the Chinese vehicles have never even like, most of the Chinese vehicles, even without the tariff, have never reached to the American marketplace because they see no reason to do so. So they're not like street legal. Like I looked up that fucking crazy Chinese EV that that I think was breaking records in the Nuremberg, or not Nuremberg. Was it Nuremberg? What's the ring? Not Nuremberg, where the trials are happening, but I forget what the name of where the trials is. It? The fuck's it called? Nürburgring. Anyway, there's a Chinese luxury electric vehicle that is like supposed to be like a Gamera competitor, and it's fucking sick, and I really like it. How far are you in the stream in the game? I'm on I just started chapter 2. What the fuck? Oh, it's bugged. Oops. There's so many Chinese EV cars here in Australia. They're all over the place and shit on Teslas. Yeah, but we don't have them. You don't understand. I wanted to put my money where my mouth is and show support to China, but it wouldn't let me. I just got to change that every time, I think. All right. No joke. Chinese soft power is one of my favorite things about living in Australia. All right. Chatters who are unfamiliar, at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. That's number 1. Number 2, I'm cooking on this game, but I would assume that I won't be cooking today. Okay. You can still doubt me because I don't know. You mean the Yangwang U9? I think so, yeah. Would you recommend this game? I mean, it's up to you. I really like it. I really, really like it. I think it's very fun. I think the combat is like... Headless guy! Yes! This guy goes hard, dude. Wait, what happened?
I reckon I got an idea why you've come here, my friend.
No! English subtitles are so ass after. English dub so ass.
Haste makes waste. I'll lend you a hand.
How did this happen to me?
Won't you step in? Get more shots and you'll be high and dry.
He's spitting, dude. Oh shit. Oh no, 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 do, do, do. Bum, 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 bum. I'm currently watching 12 ads of my local community college. Dude, get your money up, not your funny up, chatter. Get gifted a sub or get wrecked at the top of the hour. You know what I'm saying? Chat, calm down. We got Chinese netizens watching right now. Okay, this might get on Bilibili. Okay, quick. Talk about how awesome China is. We want high-speed rail. This game is a W for China. Oh, 100%. This is, in my opinion, gamers are some of the most reactionary people on the fucking planet. And this game is like endlessly successful in terms of doing soft power for China. Oh, shit! I was not paying attention. Holy shit. I died. It's sold out, 15 million copies. Don't choke on it, bro. Died to a mob. I know. Well, you know, it takes a while to get used to again, you know, after yesterday's incredible gaming sesh. Did you ever address the controversy around this game? No, I did not, because I don't care. Wait, I'm gonna go this way. Let's see what's up. Let's see what's up here this time. Oh shit.
You rise again. Your making crazy death.
Nope, don't fall. Don't fall. Fuck. This martial arts game with Chinese philosophical connotations is really interesting. Yeah. Good landscape. Good. I mean, not landscape. Sorry. Good copy pasta. Good copy pasta, chatters. Keep it up. Excellent. Whoa. Wow. What is this? A lamb brew. The invisible walls are a big L is what one chatter said earlier, and I agree. They should have. Yeah, I don't really like the invisible walls either, but it's fine. Yeah, I mean, I'll take it.
Stand ready.
Fuck. Triple focus is so crazy. Triple focus is so powerful. I can't wait to get quadruple focus. Die, bitch. I am playing Dragon Ball, chat. Yes. Wait, did I go down this way first? There's a guy down there. Gotta beat his ass. Oh! Did he immobilize? That was crazy. Lesser Yao Guai anecdote recorded. Oh, what the hell is this? Shut up, bitch. Who the hell do you think you are, dude? You're not even a lesser Yao Guai. Oh, you're one of them poison Yao Guai. Die. Oh, shit. No, back away before I get poisoned. God damn, these little shits are everywhere, huh? Chat is full of frogs. You're killing our brethren. Some frogs need to be, you know, some frogs need to be beaten senselessly until they... Ooh, that's a boss, isn't it? Looks like a boss to me. Gotta pee real quick. Boss time. Okay. Begging Hasan to play Dustborn. I will after this. God damn it, I missed it. Oh shit. Oh shit. Wait, hit it. Wait, what the fuck? There we go. I mean, it ain't nothing to me. This shit ain't nothing to me, you know what I'm saying? God damn. These mini bosses ain't nothing to me. It ain't a big deal. First try W gamer shit, you know what I'm saying? I'm the murderer of frogs. You feel me? Bro, I haven't seen a single goddamn campfire, whatever, shrine, whatever it's called yet. Come on, fill it up all the way. God damn, it didn't even fill it up all the way. Wait, which way do I go? I went the wrong route, right? I think I went the back door. I'm gonna kill this guy now. Oh, shit. You're done, son. Oh shit. This is the deadliest fucking mushroom I've ever fought, dude. Holy shit, he fucked me up. He was poisonous, he was deadly as hell. Like normally when I pick those mushrooms up, they're not that bad. This one was unique. God damn, son. Holy shit, chill out. Oh, oops. Okay, where the fuck do I go? I need to find a shrine real quick. Like I'm desperate for a shrine. Wait, what the hell? Wait, no. Oh, there it is.
Ready? We are in dire times.
Come on, third. Mods, put something funny on the screen like Moon does. Oh. Mods, okay, Weeby. What the Sigma? What the Sigma? Give an NPC down by the frog boss? Wait, I did? Fuck. Damn, there's so many good things I can unlock now. Charging speed of all stances. Each talent level slightly increases the damage dealt by charge smash heavy attacks. I think I'm gonna go with this though. Massively reduces, or no, I don't want to do, I'm not gonna get perfect dodges anyway. Get thrust is arguably the best stance in the game. Everyone keeps saying that, but I don't believe it. Each talent level slightly increases critical hit chance. I know. You have done a lot of perfect dodges already. I have. Wait, I have new armor? No way. Already? Cloud Step, Shrouding Black Wind will attack enemies nearby, and Destined One will decoy continuously. Fuck. There's already better. Oh God, I need fucking I need so much more silk. I need so much more silk to be silky. The current ones I have give me additional damage to enemy upon crashing their immobilization. I mean, this one's pretty good. Upon crashing, the immobilization massively reduces the cooldown. Wait, do I not have all the 4 necessary? Oh, I need one more. I need a helmet for this, and I don't have the helmet for this. Wait, oh, I do. I'm using this. Fuck it. I'm doing immobilize. Keep current armor. There's a better one that needs mats after this chapter. Also, you need to immobilize passive for all the bosses here. Yeah. My soak is the Celestial Lotus Seeds. Why does this say I have... Oh. Lambrew. Each sip instantly recovers 20% of maximum health for a brief moment after slowly recovers 25% of maximum health. Wait, is that better? Each sip 36% of maximum health. The older the wine, the greater the recovery. Is Lambrew better? It's like less at first, but then it keeps recovering for longer. And it's better in the long run. Okay. All right, where was the freaking... Where is the NPC? How do I find... The only problem I have with this fucking game is no maps. Invisible walls and no maps is a bit of an L. I'm not gonna lie. Was that where this was where the frog was? Check store for upgrade core and temple next to frog for meditation. It's a linear game. That's normal. It's not. It's a linear game, but it's also not a linear game, if you know what I mean. It's like it does have a tendency to be a little confusing at times. Where's the upgrade core? Oh, they're selling silk on here. A mind core. This is the upgrade. No. Is this the upgrade core? The mighty employ their corporal form, which can be harnessed to craft celestial medicine. Weapon core and silk. I'll get these. I'll buy these in a little bit when I need it. Tiny piece of gold. Where is the temple? Where is the temple? Is it this way? Oh, here it is. Meditate. This game has such great vibes. I just want to burn an incense and start listening to flute music while sipping on tea. I want to listen to stringed instruments like the ones being used by the Headless Man. I would listen to an entire library of content from that Headless Man. The fuck? Shit's Oklahoma out here. He's just doing that the whole time. Just vibing. All vibes all day. Oh, what the fuck?
You come at a good moment. One of my formulas was swallowed by a petty frog.
Oh, I got it.
Stay and help. A deity like myself will not short you. How wondrous!
How come some of the furries kill me and some don't?
Man follows earth, earth follows sky, sky follows Tao, Tao follows nature. These common pills, I grant you. Hereafter, you may craft more yourself at the shrines. I must retrieve a furnace forthwith. Pray forgive my departure.
My departure? I forgive your departure. The fuck? I can't get over the British accents, bro. It's pray forgive my departure. Probably shouldn't have used that. I just wasted that shit.
Dishonor!
Die, bitch.
Guard the gate and check every house. There's a bounty for that traitor.
So sick that there's a Lancaster level in this game.
I see no traitor. I see a foe.
Oh shit. Oh fuck. What am I doing? I should just fucking... God eating my fucking shit.
You come our way. Surely you will pay.
He's a fire guy, not too susceptible to fire. I see that. I recognize that. And I recognize my wrongs, you know? I'm out here fucking dying to mobs, dude. 0 deaths gone. Take out the archers first. Dude, it's chapter 2 is definitely a jump off in terms of where you can make medicines now. Nice. Upon use, increases damage reduction. Okay. There's definitely a major increase in difficulty from... Wait, what the fuck is this thing? Dying versus fishermen and farmers. Chapter 1 was definitely easier. Like, bro has no idea. Don't tell him, chat. Wait, how do I get back to that area? Where the fuck was that area? I think it was over here, wasn't it? Yeah, it was. There's an enemy. There's 2 enemies here. Bro's like the CIA the way he's losing the fishermen. Okay, dude. Have to oh, what the fuck? Half the chapter difficulty is just endless archers everywhere, but I don't know how to deal with the archers. I mean, I can just do like blocking, obviously. Dude, it's crazy how many people leave when you start gaming. It's some of the best content I've seen. People's brains are so broken. Dude, I'm a political commentator. Don't stress it, you know? Those who know better, you know what I mean? And those who don't. There's not much you can do about it. Fucking chill with this immobilization shit, dude. Fuck. Okay. Wait, there's 2 of those big boys there? God damn. Try and fight the double head rat behind the wall. Where are the archers? Where are the archers?
Not our kind. Kill it, thing.
What the fuck? Oh, shit. Where are the archers at? Turtle! I'm confused. They go away? There we go. Absorb that. Nice. We take those. Freebies. I hear someone grunting. Well, I don't know where. You RP as the monkey? I am, dude. The monkey does not merely speak. Oh, shit.
Son, I hear you loud and clear. How can I not know your sufferings? But before our master returns from the valley, we've got to tough it out. Tough it out to survive. The lads went out to see the altar the other day. Said it's stinking worse than ever. And covered in bones. Not from men or livestock, but littered in the remains of our kin. Curse that furry jackass! Ooh, just wait. Wait until Master hears about this! Hush! Hush, you fool! Our restoration. We can't say it out loud now. Oh, your poor brother hadn't... What's that smell? Aye, that's fresh meat, delivering itself all the way to this dump for our lunch.
Uh-oh. Oh, shit. Why isn't it hurting me? Ah, shit. Oh! What the fuck? He's hitting his own guy.
No hurting my paw!
Oh, I thought I dodged that. Wait, that's it? That's only one though, right? Where's the other guy?
普天之下，父子君臣纲纪，论朝规矩天理。哪个说了才算？哪个放任不管？你瞧那叔辈都家人情，可怎么就落得个子王斧头死不寒？
Can we acknowledge that I'm low-key kind of nice with it though? Like, can we acknowledge that for a second?
世人都爱拼厉害，偏偏破门敲不开。身逢奇书避日月，三位妙法照三海。要想见那黄毛书经，必须要得修。
If you fight the king, the sun gets stronger. You're at a fork in the road, big boss of the valley. Use the combos, bro. I am though. Like that. What do you think is happening here? Using gourd moderately increases damage reduction. Is this better? Is moderate damage reduction better, or is this better? Where's the gamba, bro? I'm cooking too hard. There is no gamba because I'm cooking before gamba can even acknowledge. Each talent slightly increases the charging speed of all stances. I need that shit real bad. Heavy attack that costs a focus point, deals additional damage to the base. Okay. Nothing on gamba when the combos are too strong to lose. Yeah, it's kind of fucked up, but honestly, it's like I'm cooking a little bit. Is this the one that Asmongold likes because the creator hates women? I don't know why you spend any time thinking about what Asmongold likes and what Asmongold doesn't like. Just enjoy the games, man. Like, who cares? Who gives a shit what Asmongold thinks about any fucking particular video game? Like, honestly, like you're like, oh, Asmongold is obsessed, right? Wait, how do you upgrade? Oh, you do it here. I think we're gonna change it from Wind Bear to Twin Surface. Twin Serpent Staff is what I'm using currently, but I think this is better, right? Because that critical hit chance goes up, attack goes up, and also considerably increases critical chance with the Unveiling Strike of Cloud Step. Like people talk about like Asmongold this, Asmongold that, but like honestly, who cares? Like, is that should not have any bearing on your opinion on a video game ever. Just like Asmongold's opinions on whether a game is woke or not should have no bearing on a fucking video game and the way that it's like received. Do you see what I'm saying? In a way, you're kind of doing the same thing that he's doing, that you're criticizing him for doing. Which way do I go here? There's two different ways here, two paths. Asmongold is secretly a redneck is obvious. Not secretly. Go either bridge or cave, either or. It's fun. Cave has secret item though. Okay, well, gotta go cave then. Also, no, Asmongold is not a redneck, because in order for him to be a redneck or to have a redneck, he would have to go outside and see the sunlight, which he demonstrably does not. So he is not a redneck. How do you think someone acquires a redneck? Sunlight. Something that Asmongold clearly does not get on a regular basis. So, no. Wow, dude, the landscapes are sick in this game. God damn, dude. Also, Asmon Dad watches me.
A life for a life. He must pay.
Gotta be listening. I don't know. I'm out of control. What? Why? Damn, maybe I shouldn't have killed the son first.
Son, your brother's gone.
Should have killed the dad first, huh?
Help me and atone for your past now. No! Are you mad? Go and hunt the monkey. I'm your father.
Ain't no way. Okay, I'm not fighting him. Fuck that. I'm leaving. Does he know I'm even here? He not that bad? Get his ass? I'm gonna get his ass. I have to. Oh, it did hit. Nice. Shit. Shit. Oh, shit. I can do a double jump hit combo. That shit gets me going, dude. Why didn't that hit? It's crazy that I missed. It's fine though. He's slow as hell. Monkey. It's monkey time. Bang bada bang 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 bada bang bang. Bum bada bum. Use L2 R2 more. Big damage. Headbutt that wall. This invisible wall. No, to your left. This wall. This is the wall. Oh shit. What the fuck? How would you know this? That's crazy. Wait, I got my health back. Oh, a secret boss? Secret boss or secret? Wow.
Their minds yearn to ascend, yet fame still holds sway. Their glory fades through time in tombs of somber gray.
Wow, that's sick. Item for secret bosses. There's one in one chapter region, chapter 1 region that you can fight now. Jinama every time, dude. Peak. You can go back to chapter 1 for a secret boss, but he's tough for your level. Okay, I'm not gonna do that right now. Chatters, come on now. This is part of the reason why I'm a genuine advocate for like DEI, unironically, because this is literally diversity, right? Like this is actually what DEI is when you like show something that is otherwise unrepresented that you don't normally get to experience. Like this is a story and a plot that is like automatically unique, even though it's been it's played a formative role in a lot of the popular culture that we've experienced and enjoyed. Well, fuck, am I stuck here? What the fuck? I spoke too soon, god damn it. Where the hell am I? This is unironically why, like, automatically you get a game that is like kind of God of War style, okay, in its plot in many ways, and it's got like some From Software elements in it as well in its combat mechanics, which I think are pretty well done. But all of a sudden when you put it into a type of like IP, a universe that is like not necessarily the type of universe that you see more as often in Western representation, because it's a unique, diverse background, it's novel. There's a novelty element to it. This is why I'm an advocate for such things. Okay? Farming Bilibili clips? No, I'm not. Shut up. Also, I love Xi Jinping, but that's neither here nor there. Don't bring that up. Don't bring that up. That has nothing to do with this. I mean, but thank you for asking. Oh, shit. Blood of the Iron Bull. You can upgrade your headbutt. I have before. What's up? What did you order now? What are you ordering? Why are you taking my phone again? Is there a Doyen HasanAbi industrial complex? I wish. Wow. Should I go this way or this other way, chat? I should go this other way, right? First. What the fuck? Oh. Fuck. Oh shit. Damn, they hit hard. What the fuck? Where'd he go? Bitch. Bat! It's the bat! Wukonging my way through life right now. Thanks for the good times and content. Celestial nonary pill. Doesn't that sound like... Nonary sounds like weird. It sounds like it's for nonces. Am I crazy? I can't be the only one who thought this, right? Oh, is this another... Oh, thank God. I thought it was going to be another mushroom man. All right, this area is cleared. Murat dışarı çıkarmasına izin vermeyin lütfen. Çünkü bir şeyler yiyor dışarıda. Big pill, hence the stamina. That makes sense. What also makes sense is for your stamina at the top of the hour, you need to subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime, or else you will see a 3-minute ad break. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. You can either go back and farm XP by the bridge or go big dick and go left. I think I'm going to need the farm XP, but I won't do it. Go to this bonfire first and teleport back if you want to. Missed the boss on the first bonfire. Wait, no, I didn't. Did I? You should switch to Chinese. No. Stop farming. Farming what? Will spooky games come back for October? Bro, I never really played Did you really not understand the monk's desire for Kasaya? No, I didn't. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of didn't understand the meditation thing on the second part to the left. Mysticism. I should probably do immobilize a little bit more, right? Well, not make medicines. I don't know what's going on other than you're slowly remembering. There's a shrine for meditation to the left here, you said? I don't think there's anywhere further left to go. Unless like I'm missing something here. Inside and go to the left. Oh, fuck. This looks scary. Okay. Meditate. You know you can hold your heavy and sit on the pole. It won't actually attack until you've lost stamina. No, I know. Don't be scared. I'm scared, dude. Is this Twitch chat plays Wukong chat? Twitch chat wishes he could play fucking Wukong with the level that I'm demonstrating. Guys, stop giving him tips. He's already good. No, I need the tips. But we'll see. We'll see how the we'll see. I heard that this boss is really hard, so combos have been going well though. Each town level increases the maximum health of the decoy. Increase the critical chance of unveiling strike, which stacks per second. The monk was unable to let go of his worldly desires and could not be a true servant of Guanyin, and his inability drove him into an obsession of collecting all the kasayas, which represents detachment. Okay, so it's the story about greed, dude. Right? That's what it is, right? Greed, which is good. I'm an American. Just kidding, Billy audience. I would never say greed is good. I'll just give one more to the... Oh wait, I have 2 sparks. Huh. Oh wait, I didn't even awaken this. Not greed, desire. I'm gonna get cooked here, or not. It's Kung Fu Panda's friend, Tiger King.
Bloody hell. What's the hold up this time? Book your offerings and go breed more rats. If you dare to muck up the king's practice again, I'll serve your dimwit son up for sup self. Ain't you that old loser? Where'd you come from? You bird-faced mug.
It's Tony the Tiger.
Who cares anyway? I'll gobble you up first.
Fuck me. Oh shit. What the fuck? Yo, chill, son. Chill. Oh, I missed it. I missed the ult. Oh, he's too shifty. No! Wait, what the fuck? Why did that break so fast? Oh, this is fire, right? Fuck, that doesn't do shit for me right now.
Fancy running, do you? Your destiny's right here!
Wait, what the fuck? What the fuck? He cooked my ass, dude.
They all kneel in the end.
Oh, I got the phase 2. What is this? Remember, blood is like water. I read that blood is supposed to be everyone's that failed the demo, that apparently there was so much blood before launch. What did you say? Pre-charge, baby head, mobilize, light attack to build up focus, heavy charge, dodge, 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 repeat. Pre-charge, baby head, immobilize, light attack to build up focus, heavy charge, dodge, 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 repeat. I mean, remember, blood is like water. I don't have the water armor. There's no cheese for this fight. It's just getting the timing down. I mean, I think I did a decent job overall for first try. It wasn't that bad. Like the water armor, how much of a fucking boost does that give you in water? When health is low, slowly recovers a small amount of health. If in water, the effect is enhanced. Massively reduces stamina cost when in water. Like, it's not worth it because like right now my fucking silk robe defense is so it's so much higher than the other one that it's like not really that big of a difference. First try is always the best attempt. There's almost no cheese at this game. Oh shit. Oh fuck me. the fuck? Oh my god! What the fuck? What the fuck? What is he doing? Oh shit!
With your rubbish trick, get out there!
Wait, oh, I thought I dodged it again and I didn't. Come on, come on, come
on. Fancy running, do you? Your destiny's right here!
Oh, shit, I'm out of it.
They all need me.
Close. Boss is hard, chat. Boss is hard. Not gonna lie. Pillar will be a good supplement. Doesn't he have range? Like, can he just hit me when I'm on top of it? Murad, it's almost here. Sometimes he'll turn into stone. When he does, don't attack him in the second phase. He turns to stone. He'll go invisible. Wait, I haven't even cleared the first phase yet. Like, there's another phase after this phase. Like, once I reduce his, oh no, it's in the, yeah, I've seen it. I've seen the second phase. Let's see how this goes. Wonder if I should use a tiger subduing pellet. What does that do? God damn, that shit hit hard, bro. Oh fuck, but he hit harder. Fuck, I hate when I fucking miss that.
Quit with your rubbish tricks. Get out there! Take this!
Oh shit! No, no, no! No! Okay. Oh fuck! What does that do? Oh fuck, I'm gonna die before I even use it. Fuck, fuck, fuck.
Fancy running, do you? Your destiny's right there!
Oh no!
Watch this fool! Relax!
No, he fucked me up. He's like,
monkey brain can be a proper treat. What's left is the king's to have.
heal? Did I even have a heal left? Chapter 2 final boss is 3 times harder. For your information, it's fine. We'll get better. I probably should. This is why Oliver was saying I should have farmed beforehand. Spoilerino in the chat, Areno. What's Spoilerino? There is no fucking spoilers. It's just lock in. Chapter 2 boss meant as a skill check. Did anyone tell him about the cheat on this boss? The water armor. But is that actually a cheat? Because the armor that I have on is supposed to be much better than the water armor. Just try it. I have to build it first, and I'm wasting craft mats. Use your buffs. What buffs have I not used? I use everything on them. I even use the fucking chat. I even used the freaking thing on them. I mean, I guess it's just yarn. No, you had it. No, I didn't. What does this do? Upon increases critical hit chance for a long duration. Anyway, you get a shit ton of mats from here on out. Armor is literally weaker. Gonna be worse in my opinion. I agree. Oh, fuck. Ah.
Take this!
Oh fuck! Oh fuck! I dodged into his shit. One more hit. Yeah, there we go. One more hit. One more hit. Oh, fuck. Oh. Dude, I can't dodge away from that. I can't dodge away from that at all. What the fuck?
Fancy running, do you? Your destiny's right there! Right!
Oh! Fuck, he fucking hit me in cloud step on accident. Just the timing, you can definitely dodge it. The thrust might be useful. Nah. Oof. It's hard, chat. It's a hard ball. It's a harder boss. This boss tough. It whooped me for an hour. I need to dodge into him. I think this armor is a little bit better, for sure. Like the stamina cost definitely help. Fuck you.
What free fool? Tricks! Get out there! Right!
Fuck! Wait, why can't I? Oh, I do that.
Your destiny's right there!
I mean, I have nothing. That fucking wasted.
What? What's left is the king's to have.
Where are my fucking iframes at, dude? Oh my god. So close. I mean, much closer than before. If I had like one more magic move, I'm like running out of mana, I think, right? Just dodge when below 50% armor. It heals you up to 50%. Oh, I forgot. The water heals me. I had so many perfect dodges in that fight. That was crazy. Did you guys notice that? That was crazy. Oh, nope. Gotta go back again. Oh, what is this? Wait, didn't I get this already? Can you? I don't get it. Can you get it again? Compared to From Software, how are you liking this game so far? I like it a lot. Wait, where the hell is the entry? Where's the shrine? Is it over here? You dodge a little too early for his leap punch. Yeah, I noticed that. The base of the stairs. Kaya, calm down. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, I forgot the rest. Did you win against the tiger? No. Tony the Tiger's been whooping my ass, dude. Not gonna lie. He's been whooping the dog shit out of me. He's been whooping the dog dick out of me, dude. Don't forget to use your extra heavy stacks mid-light combo. I never have good timing for that. Frosted Flakes are OP, dude. Fucking wasted, dude.
Take this.
Oh shit. Wait, what am I doing? Oh, I hit the wrong shit. Wait, I just wasted this entire fight. I was pressing the wrong button.
Fancy running, do you? Your destiny's right there! Oh, fuck! Quit with your rubbish trick! Get brain could be a proper treat. What's left is the king's to have.
Not good. I didn't even headbutt him. I still had a headbutt in there too. Heavy during light combos can be used as a perfect dodge if you use it at the right time. If you have the stack saved. Chatters, you can no longer put your faith in me in good conscience. Hit the tiger with your staff. Okay. I understand if you no longer have faith in me. Missed it. I hate missing. I still ate that too. I thought I got that last one. Nope. What? Needs to work on the dodging. Did you not see how many fucking perfect dodges I had? Get the fuck out of here. It was going pretty well. I'm not using the tiger pellet. Fuck it. I don't care. You're gonna have to force smash to work. Yeah, if it's not all of the dodges, then it doesn't work. Boss seems hard as fuck. You're doing good. I think so too.
Fancy running to you. Your destiny's right here. Take this.
What the fuck was that, dude? Fucking Christ, this thing is so annoying with this shit. Fuck! Oh no! I tried cloud stepping too late! Oh, I had this. This was okay. It's in the bag though. It's in the bag. It's in the bag. I got it. 100%. Okay. I downloaded it. I downloaded it. I downloaded it. You're fucking trolling, I swear. I downloaded it. Can you bring the fight off pool? No, it's literally better to fucking fight him in the pool. What are you talking about? Dude, I didn't use half of my fucking gear this last time. I hate that he still hits me on that. That sucks. No, he fucking son of a bitch.
What? Tricks. Get out here.
Dude, there's not a single big tap I use like ever that actually hits him.
Take this. I see running to you. Your destiny's right here.
Wait, what the fuck? Yes, he fucking destroyed my comic. What? Yes!
Watch me, fool! Right! Quit with your rubbish tricks! Get out here!
Oh, fuck! Dude, that's a triple. Oh no. So close, come on. No! Come on. One more! One hit! He's one hit! He's one hit! Let's go! Woo! Fuck you, Tiger! Wow! Good battle.
就贴即时全无力，大手铁炮造虎器，枪刀剑剑慌不必，时候死你不死你。
Whoa!
This body of yours is perfect for the art of rock solid.
Now you're gonna give me rock solid, bro? You didn't give it to me before. Now you're gonna give it to me? That's crazy. That's crazy. 19 million believers, 37 million doubters, dude. That's right. I was just simply farming motherfuckers. That's what I was doing. You want to know what I was doing right there, chat? I was farming. The farm was open. 9th try, Andy. Okay, bro. That's like pretty good, I think, for a boss like this. This was a pretty hard boss. I will take this. I like how you forget to use all your medicine buffs. What reason is there for me to use all my medicine buffs, dude? You clutched it at the end. It was crazy. Hell yeah. Upon crashing, immobilization on the enemy massively reduces cooldown. Swift bat. What do I think about the game so far? Incredible.
都爱挺厉害，偏偏破梦敲不开，生风气数比日月，三味妙法照三海，要想接纳黄毛书经，必须要得幸福口令，一个不够凑一双，那从来父母不是眼对上。
Oh, is this another breakable baby head area? Now whenever I see those walls, I want to break it with the baby. With the baby head. The baby. What the baby doing? You have Skyfall unlocked. Lets you do light, heavy, heavy. Come on, go back and equip the scroll you just unlocked. You need to use it at that totem. You really give... Fuck out of here with that bullshit, dude. Yes, I do give special attention to Souls-like games because I love them. Can you move the social banners up so we can see the lyrics? No. No, this is going on Bilibili, and they need to know what my social banners are like. Oh, there's the shrine. Bilibili must know what I'm about. But Bilibili viewers don't have... Whoa. After using the Gordon X, Rock Solid causes no mana for a short duration. Holy fuck, that seems incredible. If I use Rock Solid, that is. Is that good? I feel like Cloud Step is better. Yes, you need it for a totem. Cloud Step is better, I think, especially with the armor that I have. The armor that I have is for Cloud Step. Cloud is better, I think. But I'll use it for the totem when I get there. All right, but that'll be all for today, chat. That concludes our 9-hour journey on this wonderful occasion, on this wonderful, joyous occasion. I hope you guys enjoyed that experience. I certainly did, let me tell you. Okay. I will see you tomorrow as always. What else? What else? I want to do more collabs this week. I'm going to see if I can. But yeah. Love you guys, and I'll see you tomorrow, okay? Tomorrow night, we have the first ever Kamala Harris, Tim Walz double interview with Dana Fash on CNN. Very excited for that. We'll be watching that obviously closely. And that's it. Play Deadlock with friends or something? No, I will not be playing Deadlock with friends. I want to finish this fucking game. It's going to take me at least another... It's going to take me, at this rate, probably like up until next week to finish it. 3 days? Really? I think it's going to take me probably another week. All right. Anyway, love you guys. See you tomorrow. And peace.
HasanAbi. up. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, her son is streaming, her son is streaming. There he is again, her son is streaming, her son is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, her son is streaming, her son